he struck it nicely into the turf. But as you quite rightly said too, that these two fast bowlers for the Leewards, they are using that short pitch delivery. But what also can be productive too is the Yorker length delivery to go to try for the Yorker length delivery. We've seen O'Shane Thomas try it. Let us see if Spencer might do the same.
Short, lifting. Good carry there to the wicket keeper, Jamal Hamilton, who's keeping wicket in this match. In some matches, young Joel Andrew has been keeping wickets, but Joel Andrew playing primarily as a batsman in this Leeward Islands team. In fact, he has done very well with the bat this season. In fact, he's in the top 5 in terms of runs, having scored in fact, he's not in the top 5. He just missed out on that a bit, but certainly he would have done quite well.
Yeah, and he actually scored a good 100 against combined colleges and campuses, and it was 122 in his first innings, and then 65 in the second from 53 balls. But
I think I was correct though, Victor. He's actually
okay.
in the top 5. He has scored some 496
with
runs for the season so far.
With just the 100, right?
Well,
so far.
He has had some good scores.
Yes. And that is the thing to Earl. When batsmen, getting 100, and you wouldn't get 100 every innings, but if you just surpass that 50 mark, I think that level is reasonably well. As you quite rightly said, he has placed himself in the 5th position so far, which is good.
He has been consistent.
Yeah.
His batting has been consistent. We saw him in the first match here against Trinidad and Tobago giving it away. But since that, he seemed to have settled down and has gotten himself some runs. But it's Spencer in action, and he's bowling to Nando. Flicks it into the onside. That's vacant, square of the wicket, and it goes with, in fact, 6 runs.
Wow. So that was nicely timed, really, and really went right over the square leg boundary for 6.
Backward of square.
Yeah, that's a good stroke there. So these two are consolidating for Guyana after winning the toss. They're going along quite nicely, and good conditions from our vantage point. We can see nice sunshine, and the pitch thus far has shown that it's presenting some pace for the fast bowlers.
No ball. That previous shot by Nando, as another no ball is being bowled. He seemed to have used the pace of Spencer and just flicked it over backward square all the way for 6. Good shot.
And that's the thing about execution a lot of times, really, using the pace and really, as you quite rightly said there, Earl, just use the pace, and he really, good flick of the wrist. And for moments, he just crossed the line for 6 runs.
Oh, he's playing at and missing outside the off stump this time as the over comes to an end. So 8 runs from that over. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, after winning the toss and batting, they're 22 for no loss after 4 overs.
And that so far has been the most expensive over by Spencer. Some 8 runs coming off of that particular over there in his opening spell. But these two, for Guyana, after winning the toss, they are doing a good job so far. They are really consolidating their opening positions and trying to get their team Guyana off to a good start.
Thomas will continue from the far end, and he seems to be working up a good head of steam. And he makes his way in. Driven, not a no ball.
This is coming concerning, really. And so early, the percentage of no balls between these two opening bowlers and Ocean Thomas coming from that southern or Lozak Road in his first delivery of this particular over, overstepping again. But the umpires are calling quite early too, I realized, with the calling of the no balls. So they are really paying close attention to that front foot of the fast bowlers.
5 no balls so far. Thomas has delivered 3, Spencer 2. And that accounts for the 5 extras for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And of course, one could say that a no ball, in fact, Thomas's first no ball could have cost him a wicket, but that, of course, we'll never know. The umpire might have decided otherwise, but it seemed to be a very close one for Perez at that time. We seem to have picked up a bit. This time it's Go, who comes into action there at backward point. Karima Go. And now we see some adjustment being made. In fact, it seems as though they're going to put a second, in fact, a 4th slip in place, and Go goes to gully. There's also a backward point in place, so predominantly an offside field. So you could say probably 2 gullies. Young Joel Andrew a bit wide there in the 4th slip position, and ironically this one is down the leg side, and Hamilton has some work to do.
Yes, indeed, and good save there by Jamal Hamilton, because it was dying moments just before he got across to it, but in the end, even though he didn't gather it cleanly, he prevented any extras. But it is obvious that O'Shane Thomas is going to be looking to attack anywhere about center and off stump with a heavy pack offside field.
Yeah, so we have Hamilton, the keeper, the captain. Cornwall is at 1st slip, 2nd slip is Graves, and Hayden Walsh Jr. He is at 3rd slip. First gully is young Joel Andrew. Karim Ago, he's at 2nd gully outside the off stump. And we have Mikhail Louis, he's at backward point with Kadeem Henry, he's at cover. And at mid-off stands Casey Carty. I'm looking for someone on the onside. That's interesting.
Is there a long leg on the
It's just a long leg. And that's Spencer, who's on the long leg boundary. He's the lone fielder on the onside.
Quite interesting indeed. And he's on the long leg boundary. I wondered for moments though if Karim Mudur, if there's any relationship to Hugo, former Antigua and Leeward Islands medium fast bowler.
Well, this one is kept out. I know you and Hugo, you would have played a lot of cricket together, Victor, and I know you're good friends, and you are in contact on a regular basis. So I don't think you have to do much wondering.
Yeah, well, I will inquire from him, because I spoke to him before just coming on here, and what he said to me that he enjoy our chemistry and so forth, and in terms of the broadcast, and say a special hello to you. And no doubt he say he will be listening us. So you will have to confirm that later when we have a short conversation again.
Yes, and I'd like to say good morning to Hugo and to listeners in and around the Leeward Islands, and listeners, of course, in Guyana. And he's a single as the onside is vacant. And in fact, another no ball, so 2 more to the score.
Yeah, well, this is really accelerating the extras. And speaking of Hugo earlier, that is right. In 1972, when the Combined Islands won the championship in Barbados, that was the Benson and Hedges. He was the captain of that team, and we were very successful. And that was a very, very good team, because El Comido Willett was a part of that team too. and Marshall Francis from St. Lucia, and Al Leeward, Lockhart Sebastian, Michael Camacho.
Combined Islands.
Yeah, yeah, on the 19, yes. And Hugo was the captain, and the late Tim Hector was our manager. So we had a good manager in that sense. He was very knowledgeable of the game, the late Leonard Tim Hector. So good morning to you, Hugo, and all our listeners throughout the region, especially those of you in Guyana also.
Thomas, outside the off, no shot offered. And over number 5 comes to an end. It's 25 for no loss. The Guyana Harpy Eagles winning the toss and batting. But Victor, back to your playing days, I would have said you would have played quite a bit of cricket for the Leeward Islands and Combined Islands with Hugo and people like Viv Richards and so on. You know, around that time, the Leeward Islands would have had some very strong teams. How would you compare those teams that you would have played into the teams that you're seeing nowadays?
Well, but in that time and so forth, I mean, first to start with, regional cricket was such of a high standard, and persons also like Jim Allen and Alfred Corriott from Montserrat and so forth, and you know, Norbert Philip, Gracie Shillingford, Irving Shillingford, and it as a Combined Islands, it was so powerful. And then it was said then when they separated the Leewards and the Windwards that they were in projection that they did not want that dominance coming from the small islands in regional cricket, so they separated us. But even when the separation came, both Leeward and Windward Islands were still very competitive in regional cricket, and the standard was very high. It was very, very high.
Well, they still remain competitive today.
Yes.
Both teams. The Windwards not having the sort of season that they would have hoped for this year. You know, in fact, Windwards are in 6th position with 45.8 points, and they would have lost 3 of their matches. But we know the Windwards, in the past couple of years, they would have done very well at regional cricket.
Oh, yes.
And rather surprisingly, well, at least to me this year, rather surprisingly, they are not doing as well as one would have thought. But while we were speaking, we had the first bowling change of the day. Cornwall has brought himself into the attack. He's bowling his first over. And he comes in after the 6th over. And introduction of spin rather early, Victor.
Yeah, well, he has always been a high percentage wicket taker. That's Rakim Cornwall. Is there an opportunity for the first wicket?
It is a wicket. Caught at slip. Well caught there by Graves. Taking the outside edge. And it's Perez who goes back for 10. So, successful start there for Rakim Cornwall. And right on cue, Victor, you were just saying he has always been a wicket taker. And before the words were fully out of your mouth, he picked up a wicket.
Yes, and also that comes to after we've been doing years of experience in broadcast. Sometimes those predictions come obvious, as Rakim has consistently in regional cricket has been a high percentage in terms of wicket taking, and it was a good move by him to bring himself here from this to northern end and getting the first success for the Leeward Islands. So the Leeward Islands would be pleased, and the captain also, Rakim Cornwall, getting the first wicket. And Rakim Cornwall has had a consistent level of wicket-taking percentages, and this is no surprise to many persons who will be following this Leeward Islands Guyana match right here at Warner Park, and the captain making a very intelligent move there on that occasion.
Yes, and speaking of the Windward Islands volcano, they are playing Barbados today, and they're not doing too well. They are 16 for 3.
Wow.
Coming up against Barbados. And
that is at Kensington Oval?
I'll get some further details for you, Victor. It's been played at the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium in St. Lucia.
Okay.
Goes in Islet in St. Lucia. And Windwards, they are now 20 for 3, in fact, and not doing too well in that particular match. There's another match being played today also. The bottom of the table clash, you could say. That's between the combined colleges and campuses and the West Indies Academy. That is in progress also as the over comes to an end. The end of that over, a successful one day for the Leewards. Rakim Cornwall pulled a maiden over and picked up a wicket. It's now 25 for 1, but just back to that match. Both openers for the Windwards were dismissed for duck. In fact, one was run out. Solozano, he was run out for no score. And time it's it seems to be a disease here this morning.
Well, that is overbearing and overdoing by these bowlers for the Leeward Islands, more so the quick bowlers, because the successful bowler so far, Rakim Cornwall, the captain, getting the wicket as the off spinner also in this team for the Leeward Islands. But the fast bowlers for the Leewards have been guilty by overstepping too often.
Spencer, who has been switched around to the far end, the Lozak Road end. This time, Nando gets one which is lifting on him. The new batsman, of course, is Kevlin Anderson. He has faced 2 deliveries so far and has failed to score. He is on north, I should say.
Well, he himself, Anderson, has been a very accomplished batsman for Guyana. He has had so far in his career 4 first-class centuries at this regional West Indies 4-day cricket, so a lot will be depending on him.
Leeward Islands, they have lost another wicket, so they are now 21 for 4. Played into the offside. They should get just one. So just one to Nandu takes him into double figures 10. So Leewards 21 for 4. And the combined campuses and colleges, they're 20 for no loss, playing against the West Indies Academy.
Wow, Barbados are doing very good there against the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands not off to a good start at all, but Barbados having the better so far of that opening encounter. And no doubt they will be very pleased with their performances thus far. But here at Warner Park, it's nice, brilliant sunshine. And Spencer and O'Shane Thomas have been guilty of overstepping that front crease. And extras are at a high percentage so far, so early in this innings for Guyana.
Driven straight back, and it eludes the bowler Spencer and goes behind him, and the batsmen were able to pick up a run. Conditions here excellent so far. And despite the rain we've been having in Bastille, the outfield looks a bit parched. And we know that it's a good, quick drying ground. But certainly one would have expected a bit more green, but that's not the case in the outfield. This one is badly directed outside the leg stump, and Hamilton does a good job. He's quickly across to his right to rope that one in.
Well, it looked like he definitely would have saved 4 byes, because the man on the long leg boundary is wide, and really Hamilton extended himself, short in stature, but really moved across quite nicely and gathered and saved any extra runs. But both Spencer and O'Shane Thomas, the Earl for the Leeward Islands as the opening bowlers, they have been guilty of overstepping.
Oh, this is a much better delivery, better directed. Just on about off stump and moving away from the left-handed Nando. Seemed to have got him in two minds, and then I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He might have pulled the bat inside, but he seems to be rather hesitant in going after that one.
And it made a little height too with the movement. So we have seen good carry so far too, because Hamilton is standing a good distance back, and apart from the dive in, really the ball has been relatively carrying a good bounce.
Yes, the bounce has been good. I would have said earlier on, looking at this pitch, it's a lot darker than, take for example, the pitch we would have seen for the Trinidad match earlier this year. And the bounce and carry has been quite good in this pitch. In fact, this pitch was not the one that was used in that particular match, and
okay.
I don't think this pitch has been used much recently, but certainly the bounce and carry has been good so far.
Right arm coming over
with
to you.
this pitch. But that over was just to switch around the bowlers. Thomas has been switched around to the media center end, and we saw Spencer being brought on at the far end, the Lozak Road end, the police station end, you name it. Victor was accosted by someone in Nevis just a couple of days ago. They say, I do not know where the Lozak Road end is in Warner Park.
That was quite humorous, really, because Earl Smitten has been doing cricket broadcast commentary, even when I was in my playing days. That does not suggest, I mean, that how can a person over that extended period of time and has done so many matches, and even when I was out in the middle and was in this position, and now I'm sitting with the same man. So a lot of times, a lot of things so humorous in that aspect, but then...
Don't forget I've played a lot of cricket here at Warner Park also.
No, I can't forget that. And I wouldn't forget that at once or twice you had me some difficulties. Yeah. That is fair.
Yeah, so
that's all in the game.
Yeah, so I'm quite familiar. Of course, there's the police station end.
Yeah, and all also too, you also understand the nature of pitches, how they are prepared, what to expect on a first day, because you yourself would have prepared pitches.
Oh yes, definitely. When this one is pushed into the Gully region, when back in those days, clubs had to prepare their own pitches. I would have played with the Sandy Point team, and once we had a first division match coming up, Victor, we had to go down there. Matches were on Saturdays and Sundays, to the matches.
Yeah, that was the club coach's structure then, in truth.
We had to prepare our pitches.
Yeah,
so
because it was passionate too, in terms of...
so I know a little something about preparing pitches, because I would have...
Not just a little. You're being modest.
I've helped to prepare quite a number of pitches in the past, in the Sandy Point area.
Yeah, very modest guys, Earl Smith.
Yeah, but now it's the pitches are solely up to the preparation that is up to the curators.
But usually, as you know, to Earl, there's always that element of moisture for a certain time in the surfaces. But here, I do not know how much of that contributed so far to the nature of the pitch. What we can say, though, that we can see in that some good pacey deliveries, and as you quite rightly say, probably because the utilization of the surfaces, and probably this one in particular, where this match is being played now, might not have been played for a while.
Well, I could tell you this is a much better surface than in terms of offering something.
Woo!
That one certainly took off and carried through to the keeper. In terms of offering something to the bowler, the pitch for the Trinidad and Tobago match here earlier this year certainly was a graveyard and highly in favor of the batsmen. In fact, we had quite a number of runs being scored in that particular match.
So by extension, what you're actually saying, which I'm agreeing with you with, it's good when you have a pitch that strikes the balance, where bowlers have a good opportunity and batsmen, if they apply themselves, they can score runs.
Well, it's a 4-day match, and one would expect that, there should be some preparation, moisture, and something in there that is going to hold the pitch for the 4 days, and that we do not expect a road, on the very first day.
Yes, they did.
It's good for the batsman too, because the ball comes onto the bat. It tests their skills. It helps to develop their batting skills also, not just going out there and being faced with a graveyard.
Yeah, because if by extension to Earl, when West Indies go to play international matches like in South Africa and the different cricketed nations, the surfaces are so different in terms of the nature of the West Indian pitches, and we have held that conversation before, that also to it is not easy for any batsman if you're playing on certain surfaces, and when you go to other different nations, it's a total difference. Even though you're a batsman, it gives more challenging aspects of batsmanship, I think, in my view. What would you think in terms overall of the nature of the pitches contribute in terms as to when West Indies go further afield?
Well, it does. Like what, we saw what happened in Pakistan. And credit to the West Indies team. I think they did very well in the end to come back and win that second test match. Taking on the pad, the appeal goes up and the finger goes up, and he's on his way. Nando, leg before to Spencer, and Spencer didn't even bother to look back at the obvious that he felt that one was plumb in front, and so did umpire Black. So Guyana lose their second wicket. Nando leg before, as we look at the replay, Victor. Easiest of decisions there for the umpire.
Easier for
very adjacent.
And really good thinking there by Spencer too, by going for the more full pitch length delivery. And the umpire had an easy job there in just raising the finger, because that was plumb, and it would have really struck a center stump out of the ground, it appears, from that decision. But a good wicket for Spencer. He really deserved that wicket. It shows that he is thinking about his variations and carrying that one more of a full length after recognizing what the nature of the pitch here is offering at Warner Park, which is pacey on this first session of this 4-day encounter between Guyana and the Leewards. Guyana won the toss, and they decided that they will bat.
So Guyana losing another wicket, that of the other opener. It's now 28 for 2. And this brings in the captain, Imlak, Tevin Imlak, to the crease. Of course, now the incumbent wicketkeeper for the West Indies in Test cricket. And speaking of that, Victor, Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, has resigned as captain for the West Indies Test team. And the attention, of course, is being turned to as to who is going to take over the reins of captaincy. Well, Brathwaite, he has not resigned from Test cricket. He has just resigned
from the captaincy.
From the captaincy, and he says that he has done it in order to allow continuity, to, groom, allow someone to get into the act and hone their skills as captain. question is who is going to replace Brad Pitt as captain.
Well, that is a very relevant and important question. But also, what that can do for Bradwitt too, as an opening batsman, he might just have more a focus where he can concentrate on his batting, and that might continue to improve overall. We can never tell. So, but the aspect about passing the baton, I think that was a good gesture. But here is another good gesture, though. It's going out to the cover boundary.
Extra cover boundary and 4 runs, and the captain Imlak gets off the mark. So, Bradwitt, of course, he has had some good runs this season. In fact, he's second in the batting lineup. He, in fact, has scored some 565 runs.
Wow, that's a good aggregate.
He has been doing quite well with the bat, and he has a high score. Well, no, that was his score last year, but certainly for this year, he has scored 212 runs, in fact, and he has batted quite well so far, and has picked up some 212 runs in one particular match. That's his high score for the season. So he has been doing pretty well with the bat, but you know, one of the things he has said is that he is hoping to concentrate more on his batting and allow you know, a new captain to develop. The question is who will be captain, because it's not like a smooth transition, because on that Pakistan tour we had the Silver being replaced as the wicket keeper. He was the vice captain on that tour for the West Indies. He has been making runs. In fact, he scored 200 right here at Warner Park earlier this year. And in fact, he's fifth in the batting lineup. He has shot some 379 runs this season. Imlak is, of course, the man who replaced him there. I am not too certain who that vice captain was in those matches, but it would be interesting to know who West Indies would have to choose for the captain. Spencer continues here to Imlak. Pushes nicely into the offside and gets a single. The other thing to Victor, of course, you know, Darren Sammy would be the coach for the West Indies team, and he would be coaching in all formats. In the 3 formats test and the white ball format. One of the things Sammy has requested and has been adhered to is that Shai Hope has been made captain of both the 50 over team and the 2020 over team. And one wonders if that's a signal that Shai Hope might be test captain.
Well, that might be indications in that aspect. But
that is just my thought. He's not in the test team, of course.
No.
But I've always felt that Shai Hope is probably our best batsman around the Caribbean. Certainly, he has had his good moments and he's had his bad moments in Test cricket. But you know, I'm of the strong feeling that he's perhaps one of our better batsmen, if not the best batsman in the air. Out, caught. It was short lifting, and Imlak just really gave catching practice there. I think it was to Go, Karima Go, who was at backward point. The ball lobbed in the air. It was up there for about 20-25 minutes and gave the fielder enough time to settle on it and take the easiest of catches. So Guyana really struggling, losing the captain, the informed captain. It's now 33 for 3.
Yeah, and really a very quick delivery too from O'Shane Thomas. It was one that he made more effort, and like we've been saying all morning thus far, that the nature of the pitch here at Warner Park is a different proposition to what we have seen in the match where Trinidad and Tobago played the Leeward Islands. But this one this morning here, Earl, it is really giving something of motivation and encouragement towards the Leeward Islands bowlers, and O'Shane Thomas getting a very valuable wicket from a quick short pitch delivery, and the batsman was just fending and not fending appropriately by taking the left hand off of the bat, so the ball could have just dropped dead, but probably it came off of good length too. So the very good wicket there for O'Shane Thomas, having his first spell from this northern or media centre end, and bringing him success. So Raheem Cornwall swinging around the bowlers, and thus far it has paid good success for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and Thomas, we would have said he has bowled with good fire so far this morning. And as you rightly said, probably the ball might have gotten big on Imlach and unable to get out of that one and just lobbing it in the air. Short tish, I should say. Your batsman, of course, Kemal Savory. When he played here last year, Victor, he was the wicketkeeper for the Guyana team. He's been playing solely as a batsman this year, of course, with Imlach being available.
Well, a lot would depend on him in this present situation also too, from a Guyana point of view, and he would know how important it is for Guyana, and especially between these two, to try and establish a partnership. But on the other hand, the Leeward Islands bowlers would be looking to make further inroads. So the Leeward Islands would be pleased thus so far with their performance in this opening encounter right here at Warner Park in this first session.
Oh yes, most definitely. Less than an hour's play so far. You lost the toss and you were asked to field. And the score is just 33, and you have picked up 3 wickets and we're in over number 10. So things certainly have gone well for the Leewards. Stayed down to into the gully region. And the Karim Go is there fielded, and there's no run. So, of course, Victor, today a very big day in Nevis. And, you know, had there not been cricket, I certainly would have been over in Nevis today.
Tell me about it.
Victor, you should know what's happening in Nevis when you just live a stone throw away from Nevis and you don't know what's happening in Nevis.
No, I don't.
Victor, today is the day of the mini Olympics in Nevis.
I was just pulling it like that.
You were pulling my legs, huh?
Yeah.
You see.
Yeah, but yeah, that is a very enterprising event, and obviously that would have been something to practically, physically be there and witness it. And no doubt we are hoping that obviously that many Nevisions and those who are in St. Kitts too will go across and enjoy that encounter.
Yeah, so tell me more about it, Victor. You seem to be well in tune with what's happening. Just give me a little more information on that, Victor. What's happening over there in Nevis? Well, Victor seemed to be stunned. Anyhow, it's the Mini Olympics over there in Nevis. It's the primary school inter-championship, which brings out the whole of Nevis, Victor.
Yeah,
and they attend that event, and then there are quite a number of people who go over from St. Kitts for that meet. It starts at 11 o'clock. In fact, it should be starting in a short while at 11 o'clock at the Mondo track at the athletic stadium there in the Bath Village area. And you have some 9 schools competing in that meet. Of course, this meet has been dominated by the Charlestown Primary School. And in fact, you know, they have won it 17 out of 31 times.
Well, that is a very productive record, and obviously a lot of the parents and sports enthusiasts in general will go out, because it's always an island where persons are inclined to really support sports in all events, and that is going to be well attended. In my anticipation, that will be again well attended. A lot of the parents will go out, and anything organized with school systems usually have good turnouts, whether it's primary school cricket or mini athletics, sport events, and so forth will be well attended, because between these two islands, it is very loyalty of citizens who patronize sporting events.
Yeah, we just looked at a couple of tourists in to look at the game outside the off stump from Spencer. So Leewards at this point dominating the game, and at 33 for 3. And Victor, you might be surprised to know that that same school, the Charlestown Primary School, for a number of years, it was coached by a cricketer, Elkamida Willett. And that might surprise you. You might think that Willett might have been into coaching cricket, but he was the coach at that school for a number of years, and they would have dominated, having won the championship for some 17 times outside the half stump, a flash and a miss. In fact, I think twice they would have won it in 5 consecutive years. And they are, in fact, defending champion. And prior to the meet was interrupted for 2 years due to COVID. They would have won it some 4 times before that. And then, you know, they would have won it last year. They're defending. Well, 4 times prior to the COVID session and 17 times overall.
Yeah, and the thing about Elkamida Willett, he has always been...
wonderful shot there, well driven by Anderson, back past the bowler for 4.
Yes, that was nicely timed. The emphasis was on timing, and he earned himself 4 good-looking runs. But Elkamida Willett has always been a former cricketer too, and from that level, as you pointed out, really made a very productive, valuable contribution to that level of tournament, and really, it is very good from that aspect in terms of Willett doing so well. And a good morning to him if he's listening also.
Spencer shot, lifting, steered nicely by Anderson, consecutive boundaries. That one was steered between backward point and gully, and down to the boundary for 4. He just got on top of the bounce. He rode the bounce quite nicely and steered it between those 2 fielders, and picks up consecutive boundaries as we look at it again.
Yes, indeed. And he was in very good control there, and he's demonstrating why he has 4 first-class centuries so far at this level. He looks very much in control quite early, and he's right-hander, and he knows, and these 2 knows too, that from a Guyana point of view, they will have to try and put a partnership together.
Bit of a concession there, though, for the Guyana team. The Leewards, they have pushed back go to just about 10 meters inside the backward point boundary. So conceding a bit there, the Leeward Islands with that shot. So as we see, Anderson now, he with those 2 boundaries, he would have moved on to 9. Savory is yet to open his account. But short and lifting again. This time it's closer to the body of Anderson, and he has to defend. And he gets it into the gully region. They can't score. So we've had an hour's play so far. And the drinks go onto the field. We'll take time out to have a drink ourselves. So we'll be back with you shortly. Well, we're back after the drinks break as we saw one being flashed at. In fact, it peeled off the outer portion of the bat and went over the top of the slips and down to the boundary for 4. Savory gets off the mark with that boundary. So he's on 4, having faced some 5 deliveries. And Guyana, of course, they would have lost 3 wickets so far. Ball seemed to have got buried up in the covers at the far end, but seemed to have, in fact, it's retrieved now. So we should have played shortly. 45 it is for 3. Kemal Savory on 4, Kevlon Anderson 9. 45 for 3.
Leewards off to a good start after Guyana won the toss and decided that they will bat, so probably it was a good toss to lose.
Well, left to be seen. Of course, as you rightly said, Anderson has 4 first-class hundreds. Savory's there. He is a good batsman. So, still some batting left there for Guyana. But Leewards, of course, would be looking to capitalize. This one is pushed into the offside, though.
Well, a lot would depend on this pair from a Guyana point of view to try and really put a very valuable partnership and a very competitive first innings total. Also, too, Earl, when I played regional cricket, the concept used to be that make use of the first innings, and sometimes only think that will be the only innings you'll get in the 4-day encounter. So, that sort of mentality then is occupation of the crease, spend time out there.
Well, of course, the first innings of any cricket game could have great bearing on the outcome of the game. And not necessarily the case always, but generally if a team does very well in the first innings, then that could determine how the outcome of the match, or how it goes.
Because also too, the other side of that too is that how long a team being out in the field also too, and especially if you go through a first 4-day encounter whereby a team might just lose half of their wickets 5, and they would have field for the full 3 sessions without any interruptions, and then on the second day, if they even bat close to tea time, that's the team batting first, then also that can be a physical aspect on the team feeling.
Interesting move there by the Leewards. Just the one fielder now on the onside at long leg. And there are 3 slips a gully. There's a cover point in place. There's a backward point right back on the boundary. There's a third man on the boundary for the left-handed Savory. And there's a mid-off. So just the lone fielder on the onside. So, acres of space out there on the onside. And no doubt the onus would be on Thomas to keep it on about off stump or just outside off. Does so, but it's a bit too wide to force the batsman into a shot.
Well, that is very relevant in terms, as you quite rightly say, the majority of the fielders are placed on the offside, so there's obviously where the bowler, Ocean Thomas, is going to be looking to pitch it center and off with that heavily packed offside field, especially having 3 slips and a gully. And if the batsman choose to go for a hard hit, probably the man on the third man boundary and the man at deep point may come into an opportunity of the batsman presenting a chance. But we'll see what Ocean Thomas' main intentions would be. It should be obvious about off stump, based on the majority of the fielders on the offside.
But how often, though, have we seen just one fielder on the onside, especially the first day of a 4-day match? How often have we seen this? Down to gully?
Well, it is very rare, but I have not seen it for a very, very long time. And I could remember as a little boy when I was going to primary school and seeing my late father, Austin Alvin Eddie, who was an off spinner, whereby on occasions he would only have one fielder on either side of the wicket, whether it was leg side or off side. And for some reasons, um, it paid off good for him in that generation of cricket at that particular time. But it is something that is very rare. But then bowlers will have to be very accurate in terms when they do things like that. And thinking even about bowlers who I have played against and coming to mind as top spinners, Willett and Parry, I felt the two that they could have been very effective in using that aspect based upon the quality of spinners that they were. So, you know. But anyway, here at Warner Park, though, the Leewards have found themselves in a good position so far after Guyana won the toss and decided to bat.
Well, we are going to see a bowling change from the far end. It's going to be Justin Graves, who picks up the attack from the far end. And move an orthodox feed for Graves, though. Just the two slips of gully. Backward point on the boundary, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket, rather square. There's, of course, long leg in place. Shane Thomas right back on the boundary. So he, of course, is bowling right-arm medium pacers.
Well, a few spectators as usual on hand. Sprinkling of spectators, that is. And here at Warner Park, but brilliant sunshine and good cricket so far.
Of course, nicely played, but just a single. Of course, we had a situation where the captain Cornwall brought himself on for 1 over and picked up a wicket. In fact, he would have bowled maiden over also, Victor, and no doubt he might have been tempted to give himself a few more overs, but in fact, he came on with the objective of switching around his fast bowlers, and he stuck to his plan, and so being rewarded with O'Shane Thomas picking up the wicket of the Guyanese captain, Imlak. Very important wicket indeed. So Leeward's really doing quite well.
Yeah, and that was good thinking on behalf of Captain Rakim Cornwall. Yes, he introduced himself from the northern end, and he got the first wicket, and it was also a maiden, but then withdrew himself out of the attack and brought O'Shane Thomas from this same northern end, and O'Shane Thomas has gotten success. So at least the captain is thinking about different strategies, and so far it has worked well in his favor.
Yes, I think the idea when he came on to bowl that over, the idea was to switch his bowlers around, which he would have done immediately, and perhaps sensing that there's a bit in the track still for his opening bowlers, decided to persist with them. Now we see the medium pacer Justin Graves being brought into the attack from the far end.
And on behalf of Rakim Cornwall, that was very good analysis, recognizing that the nature of the pitch is offering a lot there for the fast bowlers.
Edge and caught, is he? Yes, he is. Oh my goodness, wonderful delivery there. Just moving slightly away from the left-handed serve, he took the outer edge, and the keeper took a very good catch.
And it has happened to me thus far, Earl, on the second occasion. Before I could complete what I was about to say again, there was the wicket taken, good delivery, going across the left-hander, just in the right or appropriate area, and then getting the outside edge. So the Leeward Islands should be and would be very pleased at this particular moment here at Warner Park up against Guyana. But Earl will update us too on some other eventualities later on.
Yes, Leeward's really striking well. 4 wickets down for 46. We're in over number 13. One delivery left in this over. Guyana having won the toss and electing to bat, they would not be happy with the position they find themselves in. So, not good going there for the Guyana team, and certainly the Leeward Island bowlers. That certainly moved away a bit.
Yes, it did.
From the left-hander. There was some lateral movement, and he followed it, took the outside edge, and a good catch there taken by Hamilton, just moving smartly to his left. And not a difficult catch by any means, but he certainly judged it well and took it well.
Yeah, he shuffled across, which was the appropriate thing. And Hamilton is a very competent keeper, and he took it comfortable in the end. So Leewards are very pleased so far.
And I don't think the Windwards are pleased, though.
At this particular moment?
It's because they are still struggling a bit. They are some 46 for 5 of 13.3 overs.
Wow.
And but Sunil Ambush is there still. He's not out on 27 from some 25 deliveries. But Windward Islands 46 for 5. And they would have won the toss and decided to bat as the over comes to an end here. But they won the toss, decided to bat, and they're struggling like Guyana. A similar score, Victor.
Well, that's interesting.
50 for 5, whereas Guyana, they're 46 for 4. Yeah. And the other match, which is being played, I'll update you on that one in a short while. Combined campuses and colleges playing against the West Indies Academy, they're 43 for 1. So games similarly placed. 15 overs completed there in that match, though, but the score is very similar.
Yes, indeed.
And for the campuses and colleges, they've lost the wicket of Evelyn, who made 23 from 45. And that decreases Johan Jeremiah on 14, and he has been joined by Karen Powell at number 3. So certainly those other two matches well in progress. This one is well in progress here at Warner Park in bright and sunny conditions. The Leeward's doing well. O'Shane Thomas, he has had a good spell despite the no balls he would have bowled. He's in his 7th over, conceding 19 runs, and he's picked up the very important wicket of the Guyanese captain, Imlak. This one is turned nicely off the pads and goes for 4. That's a good shot by Anderson. Clipped off the pads and brings up the 50 in 13.2 overs. So there we see it. Badly line delivery on the pads going down the leg side and helped down back with a square by Anderson for 4. Good shot.
Yes, indeed. And Anderson looked a very accomplished batsman. Technically, he did not try to hit that ball hard. There was no need for it to, because it was going further down the leg side with good pace, and he just placed it. And even though there's a fielder on the long leg boundary, it was placed very wide of him. Never had a chance.
So it's Thomas once more. Oh, that's a nasty one, but well handled there by Anderson. Just swaying away from that one and allowing it through to the keeper.
Yeah, and Anderson was using the appropriate technique on that occasion, not really ducking, but as you quite rightly said, just swaying away, keeping his eyes on the ball and just probably genuflecting to an extent too, and getting out of the way. But consistent, good pace here on this Water Park track this morning for the seam bowler.
Swaying away, of course, you think of boxers bobbing and weaving and swaying away from punches, turned into the onside. This is just a single this time. Spencer comes in from off the boundary. Of course, we had George Foreman passing away just sometime last week. And that was shortly followed by another boxer, this time a female boxer, Victor, the daughter of Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, and
Leila Ali, who I understand died in Canada giving birth. And she was, of course, 47 years old. And
George was 76 years
she was
old.
76.
Yeah, 76.
Kind of late for Lily at 47 to be getting children still. So there might have been some complications there. But that is what the news report said. She passed away giving birth, as this one goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, and obviously, most likely there would have been different complications there in that aspect.
Well, just to, it's surprising Muhammad Ali, who's the father of Leila Ali, and George Foreman, they of course, in fact, Foreman's first defeat was to Muhammad Ali, who knocked him out. And they were protagonists for some time, but they became the closest of friends over a period of time, even though they fought against each other. And short lifting goes through to the keeper. And certainly George Foreman, he would have been one of the greatest boxers along with Muhammad Ali. Many think that Muhammad Ali was perhaps the world greatest boxer, but of course opinions would differ. Of course, a lot of people would tell you Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier always gave Muhammad Ali some problems.
Very, very competitive boxer was Joe Frazier also too. So
In fact, he defeated Muhammad Ali.
Oh yes. And really, also too in that generation of boxers, that standard was of such high quality too, as the names that you have just mentioned there in terms of Fraser and Foreman and Patterson and Ali and so forth. And really, that was real quality and international standard of boxing. And those guys really did well in their career. All those top boxers in their careers, they did very good.
Yes, certainly.
And also too, like you said too, as in that aspect, whereby so many of them became good friends beyond the actual physical fighting that they had, which is good. And it also happened in different sport, and cricket is no difference, because I get along quite nicely with a lot of cricketers I've played against and played with. So on the field of play, it's a different thing. Everybody is being competitive, but it is not enemies. It's competitiveness, and everybody wants to go out there and defeat each other. But in terms of personal communication and skills, well, for example, Willett, Parry, and I could go along the list. So many former players I've played against with and played with, and we still have a very good cordial relationship, and Hugo and many others, and that is how it should be beyond the boundary. But on the field of play, everybody goes out there to do their best and to outdo each other.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, that is just all it's about.
And just one other, while on the boxing issue, there was a Kitishan-born boxer, Bramble, who passed away recently too, and he would have fought out of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and he would have won championships in his class. I think he was in his 60s, maybe about 65, 67 or so, but he passed away recently, and a very good fighter in his own right, and he would have won a number of championships.
Certainly.
From the St. Peter's area originally. This one is a shot in the dark by Anderson, and it goes down to short fine leg, and he gets a single, but certainly looking around quite quickly to ensure that his lumberyard was still intact.
Because he recognized that he was not in full control, but the ball was nowhere close to the wicket. But he had that urgency of looking, knowing that he was not in control of that ball. But in the end, it went safely. But the Leeward Islands would be very pleased in terms of the position they're in right now here against Guyana at Warner Park. Guyana won the toss and they invited that they suggested that they will bat first, and they're batting first, and now they are just 52 for the loss of 4 wickets after 14.4 overs. So the Leeward Islands captain and all the players out there for the Leeward Islands, they would be feeling good of this first particular session of play here against Guyana at Warner Park, the Leeward Islands.
Well, before we continue, let me just apologize. I understand that Leila Ali is still alive, you know, and there's something out which she says that she's been getting calls. I did see an article, you know, suggesting that she had passed away, but she's fully alive, based on the latest breaking news. So it's good to hear that.
Yes, indeed.
She's alive and well. So my apologies for that one. I did see an article, but didn't really see the follow-up. And this is why it's so important, Victor, to do extensive research on any breaking news to get the facts as they are. But it's good to know that Lele Ali is alive and well.
Yeah, because ever so often that some people always have a personal narrative, and sometimes they put a lot of incorrect things on social media. But and you're right, we always have to be that even following up. If you hear one side of a situation, it is always good to follow it up. But being human. Also, too, that is the next aspect. But right here at Warner Park, though, we can tell you all that Guyana won the toss. And really the situation they have found themselves in after deciding to bat first, where they are now 56 for 4. I don't think they will be feeling very pleased. But Anderson, who is out there, he would also know too how important it is for him to go deep into these remaining wickets that are in hand for Guyana. And also these two also at the crease would know how important it is to try and establish a partnership.
Yes, and Sinclair, of course, he has scored a century at regional level before, so he can bat, and he has scored half century at test match level. So by no means a mug with the bat. In fact, very good all-round player. So there's still hope yet there for the Guyana team.
Well, yeah, and getting a century in Test cricket, it's obvious, as you quite rightly says. Sorry.
He scored it in regional cricket.
In regional cricket,
he would have scored half centuries at Test level.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is good. He shows that he has quality of batsmanship, and but Anderson looks a very accomplished batsman, Earl. Yeah, and he is demonstrating why he has gotten 4 first-class centuries so far in regional cricket. And he would also know, along with Sinclair, how important it is for they to establish a partnership for Guyana after winning the toss and have found themselves in this present situation where they are now 56 and they have lost 4 wickets.
In fact, Sinclair would have scored 165 not out last year. And in fact, he was one of the top 5 batters in regional cricket last year, amassing some 508 runs, which says a lot, and which says that Leeward Islands still have a bit of work to do. And Anderson, who has been prolific, along with Sinclair, would be looking to rebuild there for the Guyana team.
Yeah, and they would know the responsibility that they have on both of their shoulders. And as you quite rightly said, based on what they have accomplished, they will have to try and really accomplish something in that similarities to what they have presently achieved to their batting careers.
defended by Anderson. But certainly the Leeward Islands, they would be happy with their progress so far, having been asked to field and already picking up 4 wickets before lunch. And I think that's some achievement there for the Leeward Islands.
Very valuable achievement so far.
O'Shane Thomas still running in. He's in his 8th over. And perhaps coming towards the end of his spell. In fact, he started from the far end and was switched to round.
Well, he also looks to be in a very good condition to earn in terms of his approach up to the wicket, a consistent good run up. There is no stutters between the run, which gives especially fast bowlers that fluency before releasing their deliveries. And he's looking good so far.
Oh, squares him up a bit. He initially looking to probably work it into the onside, but that seemed to have straightened a bit on the batsman. And in the end, he played it well. He kept it down. And made Nova come to an end there for Thomas.
And immediately, Jama Hamilton ran down and had a few words with Thomas, just anticipating that it might just be words of encouragement, good delivery, keep it there, or something of that sort. Could never tell, but no doubt it was a compliment, a genuine good compliment for that final delivery, which, as you quite rightly said, squared up the batsman Anderson, but in the end it was safe.
Look at Nevis with the cloud cap. Nevis peak in the distance. And it's a good day over in Nevis. Once you see those clouds over the mountain. From a vantage point too, you can see Victor. Seems to be a pretty good day over there in Charleston. Apologies.
Well, let us hope that it keeps that way for that very important event of the mini athletic sport event taking place there today. So we're at Warner Park though, brilliant sunshine, good day for cricket.
Well, the thing is, Victor, unlike cricket, athletics, football, they can go on in not so good weather. I wouldn't go as far as to say bad weather because it could get to a point that it's so bad that you have no choice but to
abandon it,
to leave. But
cricket, you have to cover the surface, the pitch, and so on. Bring on the tarpaulins if there is rain, but. Right now, there is no sign of that, but still, this pitch is carry nice bunks. We can see Hamilton moving to his right and really gathering, probably just in front of his captain Cornwall, and they're having a few words there with each other. But the Leeward Islands would be most pleased at the present situation they have found themselves in after Guyana won the toss and decided to bat. Well, 56 it is for 4, and. Still, though, it is very important as the Leewards maintain those 3 slips.
This one is too wide for Sinclair to play a shot. And he allows it through to the keeper.
And that is also very important when batsmen can know where their off stump is, and by certain deliveries, especially knowing that the bowler is going to be bowling just on about off stump with the 3 slips there, that once that judgment is appropriate, then Sinclair should be all right.
Cut away, but just a single this time, down to backward point. Brings Kadeem Henry off the boundary to field. And just the 1 run So these two looking to consolidate for Guyana, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Have not had a good partnership so far. The score is just 57. 4 wickets are down. And looking to wrest back the initiative. Would have thought that they would have had the initiative by winning the toss and opting to bat. But I don't think things have turned out the way they would have hoped. That's the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So it's now 57 for 4 at the end of that over.
Yeah, and interesting now also too, the way Captain Raheem Cornwall is gonna reintroduce himself from the northern or media center end here at Warner Park. He had just the one over which he was successful, and he had a maiden over.
Yes, and as anticipated, O'Shane Thomas being rested now. He would have bowled some 8 overs in his spell. Just to tell you that the Windwards, they are 64 for 5. And the combined campuses and colleges is 62 for 2 there, so they've lost another wicket. But here at Warner Park, it's 57 for 4. So second over of spin for the morning being delivered by the captain Cornwall. He has bowled 1 over, which was a maiden, and he would have picked up a wicket earlier on, just to switch around the bowlers.
Quite an interesting field placement for that Captain Cornwall has positioned his men into at this particular moment. But a good move at this particular time too, reintroducing himself.
So just to tell you that Raymond Perez, he was caught Graves, bowled Cornwall for 10. Matthew Nando was leg before to Spencer for 10. Kevlin Anderson is not out on 16. Imlak, he was caught, go bowled Thomas 5. And Kemal Savory, he was caught, Hamilton bowled Graves for 4. And Kevin Sink, he's not out on 5. And so far, O'Shane Thomas, 8 overs, 3 maidens, turned into the onside. And O'Shane Thomas has conceded 24 runs and picked up 1 wicket. Javier Spencer, 6 overs for 27 runs and 1 wicket. And Cornwall is in his second over. He has picked up 1 wicket so far. This one is sweeping and sweeping nicely and gets 4. So Justin Grave, 2 overs for 6 runs and he's picked up 1 wicket. So 4 runs there to Kevin Sinclair. Swept nicely down to fine leg and getting 4.
There, and Cornwall just a little guilty on that occasion, straying down the leg side. So good execution, well earned boundary for Guyana.
Oh, taking on the part, the appeal goes up. And when Cornwall appears, he's always very animated. But umpire Gustad not agreeing with him that one would have struck stumps.
Well, and there too, in making that appeal, Cornwall was turning around quite quickly to the umpire and asking the question. But we can see from our vantage point also too that it was height and going down the leg side. But I think so far though that Captain Raheem Cornwall for the Leeward Islands have interchanged his bowlers quite nicely, and on most occasions results came the Leeward Islands' way.
Yes, but these two for Guyana, they are looking to
consolidate.
They're looking to build a partnership. And there's a flash at a wide one outside the off stump. And Hamilton had to move quite some distance to his right to retrieve. So these two came together with the score on 46, so they've added some 15 runs so far. Wickets falling at 25, 28, 33. and 46. So we keep an eye on this partnership. Could be a very critical one and crucial one for Guyana. Nice shot. And thinking of a run, but a good bit of fielding there though. At extra cover by Louis, diving to his right and really preventing any run. Had that gone past him, they could have picked up 4, at least 2 or 3 runs.
Yeah, because it was nicely timed too, and that is always inspirational for bowlers when those type of saves that are made in the field by fieldsmen, where Michael Louis was diving nicely to his right and saving some runs there.
Turned into the onside and go. It's quickly after it, retrieves quite quickly, and just a single.
Yeah, and good packing up there again too by Michael Louis on the onside, because the bowler, as a fast bowler, was some strides down the wicket, and the fielder there at mid-wicket thought that he might just have a chance and attempted to throw down the stumps, but it was good backing up by Michael Louis, which he actually saved what possibly could have been 4 overthrows. So that is always true when you're reading the game and paying attention and looking to all aspects of the game, and the Leeward Islands just need to stay focused.
Graves just short of a good length outside the off stump. Sinclair is not having a go at that one. He leaves it to go through to Jamal Hamilton.
Well, you alluded to whereby, and based upon the scores that he has had in his career so far, he's a very reliable and capable batsman. Well, the 2 batsmen at the crease, and they know how important and valuable it is for they to compile a partnership for the team Guyana.
Windward Islands are still 5 wickets down. Combined, they are now 69 for 5. So, trying to pull something back there, the Windward Islands.
Well, they'll have to do a lot of pulling back, and here it is at Water Park, 62 for 4. So a lot of similarities in terms of the scores in the matches that are now taking place in these 4-day regional cricket matches.
Ooh, that one moved slightly back, but I guess Sinclair would tell you that he judged that one quite well.
Well, that is always relevant, always important to knowing where that off stump is. But it was a good attempt too by the bowler trying to bring it back instead of just carrying it across. But Spencer was equally judging it well. Well, a player has gone out into the middle. Probably there is some sort of message, but exchange of removing the helmet and just taking the floppy hat.
Yeah, I think,
alongside with that, there might have just been a word or 2 from the dressing room with that exchange. We can never tell.
Well, definitely exchange of hat. He Sinclair opted to go for the broad brim white hat. Nicely punched into the offside. And it's going out towards the cover boundary. And let's see. Stops just inside the boundary there. And they're back for 3 runs. So good running there by the Guyanese batsman. Ball pursued by Carty.
Well, that's good thinking too. They have to look for every available possible run, finding themselves. But these two, well, they are building a partnership, Sinclair and Anderson, which will be good from a Guyana point of view. And they could only hope that they go deep into this partnership from a Guyana point of view. But on the other hand, Cornwall, the captain who has reintroduced himself, will be looking for his 2nd wicket.
Sinclair's back. Cornwall for Sinclair, he has a slip and the leg slip and forward short leg in place. And this is a good shot. swung away to square leg for 4. That's a very good shot indeed by Sinclair. It was a bit on the short side. He was back into his wicket and swung it away down to square leg for 4. Very good shot indeed.
Yes, indeed, and it is also good to between these two batsmen to really wait on anything loose and capitalize on it, and that was one that pitched short, and Sinclair executed it nicely into the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Certainly picking up length well there, Sinclair. This time he's defending. And now we see the backward square being brought forward of square to mitigate that short delivery. He's back and pulling in the air caught. At short mid-wicket by Gore. My word, just as we were singing the praises of Sinclair, he got a shortish one. He was back, pulled it powerfully to Gore, who was at short mid-wicket, and Gore took an excellent catch. It was straight to him, Victor, but he held on to it well, and they accepted it quite gleefully. Yeah,
and even though it was struck hard, as you quite rightly said, it was straight to him, and he took it. For moments, I wondered if Sinclair, the other option would have been more appropriate. He's probably trying to clear the fieldsman, but he did not on that occasion. So Rakeem Cornwall, the captain, reintroducing himself again from the northern end, and remembering in his first over, it was a maiden and he got a wicket. And the ringing of the changes and the exchanging of his bowlers, I think he has been on top of things so far, Rakeem Cornwall.
So 5 down for Guyana, now 69 for 5. And one delivery left in over number 20. Kemo Paul goes to the crease. He's a very capable batsman also. He goes in at number 7. And of course we do have Ali Mohammed, who is also a capable batsman. In fact, when they played here last year, he would have gotten top score for Guyana in the first innings. He would have scored 41 against the Leeward Islands in that match last year, right here at Warner Park.
So he has some batting skills, and he will have to bring it here today for Guyana, because 5 wickets going down after Guyana won the toss here at Warner Park against the Leeward Islands. So Leeward Islands have gotten the better of Guyana thus far in this first session. And Cornwall, the captain, he continues.
Certainly not the type of score, Victor, having won the toss and deciding to bat. The type of score any team would have hoped for at this stage of the game. 69 for 5.
Yes, and after making that decision in truth, but that's how the game goes, and the Leeward Islands can be very proud of their position so far, but then they cannot be complacent. They have to keep on that pressure on the batsmen, and especially probably trying to have more of deliveries for the newcomer at the crease. But so far, Anderson has not looked in any bother at all thus far in his innings. It looked very accomplished.
But your assessment, though, Victor, of the wickets that have fallen, was it a case of very good bowling or poor batting, or a combination of both?
Well, a combination of both, but I think though, in terms of the nature of the pitch and the pace it presented, I think that the fast bowlers, recognizing that early, they utilized that short pitch delivery quite successfully. Yes, the percentage of the no balls was also inappropriate, but overall I thought collectively they bowled well.
Yeah, I think the Leeward Island bowlers, they would have settled in quite nicely.
They bowled well.
And he is a good shot, but just a single. Down to backward point. Spencer off the boundary.
And what was also good too by O'Shane Thomas and Spencer in that after recognizing the carry and the pace that the surface was presented, they really put a little more effort probably than they would normally have done, and has gotten the success. But I think though that a lot of contribution to Rakeem Cornwall, the captain, in terms of how he interchanged his bowlers, and also himself, how he has utilized things so far.
We have not seen Hayden Walsh Jr. as yet. He, of course, didn't play the last game, but brought back into the team for this match. Of course, Alzari Joseph and Cameron Pennyfeather, who would have played in the last match. They are not in this 13. And we had Walsh coming back into the team. They're being selected here today.
Well, and Hayden Walsh Jr., he has always been a very good fielder on the outfield. We have seen him in different aspects, taking good catches and outfielding very good. But in terms of his bowling, has been most of the times, in my view, very inconsistent in terms of his length. It is true that it is the more difficult of the art, whether you're left arm or right arm, but bowling from the back of the hand, and that takes a lot of extra work, especially on your own in that aspect as a right arm and leg break googly bowler. But as you quite rightly said, Earl, we have not seen him being introduced yet by his captain, but the bowlers that Rakim Cornwall has used for the Leewards, they have all been successful.
Well, Hayden Walsh Jr. has been around for quite some time, and one would expect that at this point in his career, he would have mastered his art, and should at least show more control. We know right arm with spin is a difficult art, but at the same time, a repetition, makes you a lot better. And he would have gone on to West Indies level, at least in the white ball arena. And one would have thought that at this stage of his game, he would have been showing a lot more control. But we'll have to wait and see how he goes in this particular match.
Yes, indeed. And from some sources that I've heard coming out of Antigua is that they claim that he spends a lot of time on the golf courses playing golf. And if that is so, then this could be also one of the contributions why he has not been more dominant in his art. Because, okay, and there we have a nice picture of one of the cruise ships in the Bastille area where most of the cruise ships that come to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis are aligned, and that is a very huge one.
I don't know if that's the one you would have traveled on when you had your cruise, Victor.
There he goes, Hugh. You hear him? Well, probably it was the one that he sponsored, Hugh, right? But really, in life, and life is so short, boy, wherever you can have opportunities where you can have and extended pleasures and enjoy life to the fullest, why not let the opportunities present themselves? But 4 more runs, though, and for Guyana, and it was a reverse sweep, but Cornwall making his adjustments.
Yes, it's always difficult to place a fielder, though, for a batsman who is prepared to do the reverse sweep. And Kimo Paul, quite a depth at playing that shot, got it down to, backward point originally, and picked up 4. He's pulling and pulling well.
Yes, indeed.
And it's 4 more.
Yeah, good stroke, and quite rightly so, executing a short pitch delivery that Cornwall actually pulled down into the turf, and it was hammered into the deep and wide mid-wicket boundary for 4. So that is a very good boundary, and boundaries now for Guyana, they will matter so much in terms of what total they can get in their first innings, because they have lost half of their batsmen, 5 wickets down for 79 runs.
Back and picks up runs, at least 1. So his approach obviously is going to be to look for runs here. He's not going to allow the bowlers to dictate to him.
And the thing about that here too, that when this strike has been exchanged by singles, and not a single on this occasion, this one looked like it's going to cross the boundary down to fine leg for 4.
Yes, swept nicely there by Anderson, Kevlin Anderson, down to the fine leg boundary. And he picked up another 4. Wonderful shot indeed.
And I'm very impressed so far with Anderson's batting so far in this innings, and especially in the circumstances and situations that Guyana have found themselves to after winning the toss. He's not using, he has not demonstrated any indiscretions, and anything loose he has capitalized on quite nicely. His shot selection being spot on.
It's 25 from 39 deliveries, and already some 13 runs in this particular over by Raheem Cornwall. 3 boundaries so far. And much better line, much better length. And I think those batsmen, they would have swept on line and length. We saw the reverse sweep in that over by Kimo Paul. And then Anderson, he got one which was tossed up on the pads on about centre and leg stump, and he swept nicely.
Yeah, and what I like about the reverse sweep to Earl, when it is pitched outside of the wicket, not between wicket and wicket, and then timed so nicely. That is one of the aspects that I really appreciate now in batsmanship as the game has evolved. The reverse sweep, when the selection is used appropriate, where the ball is not pitched directly on the wicket, and that is also the way that is more effective in executing.
Could you imagine yourself playing a reverse sweep, Victor?
Well,
I know you enjoyed stretching well forward.
Yes,
To get the spin.
No, you have that 110% right. But you know, it's an appreciation, whereby the game has evolved so much and that is one of the things that I like to see about the batsmanship. Those who execute it well, especially when they select what deliveries to make that execution. It's a delight. It is a delight.
See players nowadays reverse sweeping fast bowlers. Never mind spinners. A quick single, confusion. The stumps broken at the striker's end, and there's an appeal. But I think the danger really was at the far end, the non-striker's end, as Anderson was charging down, looking for a non-existent run. And goal was quickly in, but he sent the return to the keeper's end, and perhaps could have gone at the non-strikers and Victor.
Yeah, indeed, because where the batsman was, then he was almost halfway down, and it would have been more appropriate in that instance to go to the far end. But that wasn't, in the end though, all ended well for Guyana, and that would have been real disastrous.
Can't afford to lose another wicket at this point. This one comes off the shoulder of the bat and goes down into the gully region. Walsh had to move to his right to retrieve.
Especially in that fashion by the run-out route. There is no need for any indiscretions in terms of risky singles. What is important for Guyana, and these two batsmen especially, they will definitely have to cut out the indiscretions. The shot selections have to be on, as Anderson more so is doing when the loose deliveries comes his way. He is really dispatching them. And once the other batsman can just lend that support, not just lend the support, but also to turn over the scoring rate, and but more allow Anderson to have more of the deliveries.
There was an adjustment in the field. We saw young Andrew going into a very short mid-wicket, rather straight, but this one is punched. In fact, just back out of a point on the offside for a single, but Joel Andrew being brought into a very short and rather straight mid-wicket. In fact, he has been pushed back into the offside now for Kimo Paul.
Yeah, good thinking there in terms of they would be seeing things whereby they're exploring possibilities where probably Anderson might just be put into error, but thus far he has not shown any of those signs.
Defensive shot by Kimo Paul.
He too has some batting ability, Kimo Paul, and really, especially in these situations, Earl, if he can really not just give the support, but steady with Anderson, who looks very accomplished, very much set, and he would need someone to steady with him and try to really put a good first innings total for their team, Guyana, against the Leeward Islands right here at Warner Park.
This one is played square of the wicket, and no run. The over comes to an end, and it's
The umpire has removed the bails.
in fact lunchtime. It's certainly the time seems to have crept up on us. So it's lunchtime, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they at lunch. They are 86 for 5 with Anderson on 26 not out and Kimo Paul on 11 not out. So Leeward Islands certainly having the best of the morning after losing the toss and being asked to field. And Guyana, I'm pretty certain that they are not going to enjoy their lunch as much as the Leeward Islands would. 23 overs in the morning, and we'll be back after lunch to give you further coverage. Well, good afternoon from Warner Park. As play is about to resume after the luncheon interval. And rather surprisingly, the two batsmen are out there for the Guyana team, well ahead of the Leeward Island players. At lunch, of course, Guyana, after winning the toss and electing to take first knock, they were 86 for 5 from 23 overs, with Anderson on 26 not out and Kimo Paul on 11 not out. And for Leewards, Cornwall had picked up 2 for 24, Thomas 1 for 24, Spencer 1 for 26, and Graves 1 for 12. And in the other matches, of course, being played in the region, in St. Lucia, the Windward Islands, they're 86 for 7 after opting to bat first, and CCC playing against the West Indies Academy, they're 77 for 2. And I say good afternoon to Victor Eddy and Victor. Guyana not only having a very good pre-lunch session, they have lost some 5 wickets.
Well, good afternoon to you.
And no doubt looking to consolidate at this point.
Good afternoon to you, Earl Smitten, and to everyone. And really, they will have to do a lot of consolidation after finding themselves at the luncheon interval at 86 for 5. Well, the man Anderson, he's still out there, and once he can get the support from the other end, not just the support, but the other batsmen scoring runs and using no indiscretions, using good shot selection, then Guyana would be hoping to post a total that they would feel a lot much more comfortable than this present situation that they have found themselves in. But we can tell our listeners, brilliant sunshine here at Warner Park, still ideal, good conditions for cricket.
Well, they are going to start with Thomas right after lunch. He picks up the attack from the media center end. And he so far has picked up 1 wicket in this match. He has picked up 1 for 24 from his 8 overs. Oh, airborne past the left of Thomas, racing out towards the long off boundary. And they're rushing back for the 3rd run. And Cat, who gave valiant chase, could not prevent the 3rd run. And immediately after lunch, runs coming from the bat.
Yeah, and it looked like to me that if Ocean Thomas said just move 2 paces to his left, but I guess as a fast bowler and they follow through, it is usually a difficult thing to do, and probably just after the luncheon interval. But anyway, it was airborne for a mile, and that is the sort of luck that the Guyanese batsmen would need at this particular moment of play, where they have lost 5 wickets already, and just after lunch almost losing the 6th one. But Thomas is going to continue, and the Leewards will be looking to make early inroads right after this luncheon interval on day 1. On this encounter here at Warner Park, it's Guyana versus the Leeward Islands.
Yes, it was airborne, yes, but it was well away from Thomas. And he would have had to put on some wings to get to that one. But here's a good delivery. There's a loud appeal thrown in the air by Jamal Hamilton. And well,
you cannot believe.
Wondering what happened there, but he certainly seemed to have heard something. Ball is walking back though. He is not to put out by the decision. Here we go.
Well,
very close to the bat.
Well, there was much reaction from the bowler in Thomas, but Hamilton was very jubilant and really ferocious in his appeal. And I do not know if it was also, well, it wouldn't have been just for the good delivery that it was pitched, and it carried nicely into his hands standing back. And he looked like he's probably some 22 yards back from the wicket. Really good carry here by Ocean Thomas. Let us see what would happen on this occasion.
And he's driving into the offside and will pick up a boundary. Yes, he does. Square of the wicket on the offside. He really threw the bat at that one. Kimo Paul, and that's his style. That's the way he plays.
Well-earned boundary, and Guyana would need many more of those boundaries if they should be getting a substantial first innings total to defend. Well, just after lunch, opening up the account is Guyana, getting closer to the 100 mark. They are now 93, but they have lost 5 wickets in that process.
7 runs in the over so far. So square leg retreating, going back on the boundary. And this allows Paul to pick up a second run as square leg had to come some distance in to retrieve.
And no ball being signaled by the umpire.
So, in fact, 3 runs to the Guyanese total. And this takes it on to 96 now for 5.
Well, that was good running between the wickets too, and the Guyanese batsmen, they're doing it right in that aspect, looking for every available run, and that was good running between the wicket. If they can be consistent, that will even be better.
Oh, here's Kimo Paul just charging the bowler and lifting him over long on, and one bounce into the bounce for 4. So
Yeah.
really charging the ball at that time.
Yeah, and sweetly timed, sweetly timed. He was very confident because he moved into the stroke. I think he just took a stride down the pitch and he executed it nicely. One bounce into the wide long on boundary, just beneath us here at the not on our media center end here at Warner Park. So Kimo Paul has shown his intentions immediately right after lunch that his best line of attack is going to be on the move, and this could be a good motive by him, but let us see if it will pay off.
100 coming up with that shot. 100 for 5 it is now, and this one is played into the onside. More runs. We'll wait for the signal. 4 it is. Into the mid-wicket region. And 4 more to the score. So, rather productive over. An over which started with the lunchtime score on 86 for 5. There we see, being played through mid-wicket, fairly square of the wicket on the onside. It's now 104. And this means that some 18 runs have come in this over so far. 3 fours, a no ball, and a 3. Nicely pushed down to backward point for a single. So the over comes to an end. The first over after lunch, a very expensive over. And Kimo Paul being severe there on O'Shane Thomas. And at the end of that over, it's 105 for 5 Guyana.
Yeah, and that particular over, Earl, that should be the more expensive over so far in the innings. But somewhat 18 runs, so a good over for Guyana in terms of the runs. But these two, and Paul has shown, as Kimo Paul, he has shown his intentions quite clearly right after the luncheon interval. Very aggressive, and really he should be establishing some confidence to support his partner in this partnership. And Guyana will be hoping that they can go deep and build a solid partnership between these two.
19 runs in that over at lunch. Thomas had 1 for 24. There's no 1 for 43. No ball signal there as it's angled down into the slip region and fielded there by Eden Walsh Jr. So once more the no ball continues. Right after lunch, O'Shane Thomas had 1 in his first over after lunch, and now first delivery of his first over after lunch, Spencer overstepping.
Yeah, and really, both Spencer and O'Shane Thomas have been guilty of overstepping, and have accumulated a few no balls thus far in this first innings of Guyana.
Here is Kimo Paul. He's the only one where he knows how to play. And he picks up a 4 as he bottom edge that down to fine leg. And looking to charge the bowler once more. And picking up 4.
Well, Kimo Paul, he has definitely showed his intentions from ball one right after the detention interval on the aggressive Roshan. And thus far, he has executed it well, apart from that one, which was a little streaky, but it was far from the leg stump. It wasn't where he intended it to go, but it went into the boundary at fine leg for 4. So, in any form or fashion, they all count.
Well, he got the result that he desired. So he would not be complaining, but this is a better shot. And played out to point, and he picks up just a single.
Yes, and he's doing the ideal thing in terms of really getting boundaries and getting the ones, twos. So also that is a good factor, and especially when they're getting singles in a partnership, it just makes bowlers think a lot much more. But it is even better from a bowler point of view when they could get to bowl at a particular batsman. Frequent deliveries in an over, but once those ones come into the equation, the bowler always have to go to a different line and length to every batsman in particular.
In the air! Oh my goodness. I seem to have lost it. Hayden Walsh, he got both hands to it. And the ball lobbed in the air. Seemed to have lost the ball. It ricocheted from his palms. Let's look at it again. Full and wide. Played that. Knocked up. And failed to get there.
Yeah, his action demonstrated that day on that occasion. Usually a very good feeler. And always, but on that occasion, he did not pull it in, which would have been a very important wicket. Because these two have been going quite briskly right after the luncheon interval.
This one is in the air once more, but it's going into the vacant extra cover region. And it's fielded there by Henry. And they pick up another 2. So both batsmen now on 31. And the score's gone on to 113 for 5. These two, of course, came together when the score was on 46. So they would have added some 67 runs. Let's do the maths. 46, 54, and 13. 57 runs. Make it 61 runs now, as this one goes down to third man for 4. So dangerous looking partnership here for the Leewards between these two.
Well, and the most valuable partnership for Guyana, for how they lost some 5 wickets very early in the first session of play in this encounter. But these two are reviving things, and from a Guyana point of view, they will only be hoping that they can bat deep into this partnership, which is a very valuable one thus far.
Ball seems to be coming onto the bat quite nicely. And this one is in the air and goes past the diving figure of Louis there at short extra cover and goes out towards extra cover. And they pick up 2.
Yeah, it was a good effort there by Louis, but not good enough to bring it in. And in the meantime, though, the batsmen, they were able to accomplish 2 more runs. But this is a very valuable partnership thus far for Guyana. And from a Guyana point of view, they will only hope that these two can go as deep as possible. They have been going quite nicely. It is now, 119 for the loss of 5 wickets?
Yes, 119 for 5. And the rate has gone up for Guyana. They are now going at 4.56 runs per over. This has been due 4.76 as a matter of fact, and this has been due mainly to the attacking approach by Kimo Paul. Thomas comes back for another over. And in contrast to this morning when he bowled, the field is more defensively placed now. As Paul is on strike, he gets one outside the off stump. So he has a slipper gully, third man back, backward point back. And Is a short extra cover. Long off is back, not right back on the boundary, about 3/4 way back to the boundary. There's a long on, square leg back on the boundary, and there's a long leg back on the boundary. And that's the field for Kimo Paul, who's facing. Pulls and pulls in the air and out. Caught by Henry, coming off the square leg boundary and judging it nicely and taking the catch, and Thomas gets his revenge as Kimo Paul goes back. And here we look at it again. It was shortish, he was pulling, the man was in place on the square leg boundary, came in quite nicely, settled on it, took the catch, Henry. And Kimo Paul, after a breezy knock, some 31 from 23 delivery, goes back, and Guyana lose their 6th wicket. It's now 119 for 6.
Yeah, and O'Shane Thomas bowling to the field that was set for him. It was a short pitch delivery. He made more effort, and the batsman Kimo Paul, who showed his intentions quite clearly after the luncheon interval, where he came out on the aggressive mode, and even up to his dismissal was an aggressive stroke, but not aggressive enough to defeat the fielder coming off the square leg boundary. And the 6th wicket now going down for Guyana, and breaking the partnership is O'Shane Thomas. So he continues to go into the wicket column, and the Leeward Islands would be pleased in breaking that partnership, which was a very valuable one for Guyana.
So Thomas would have picked up his 2nd wicket, but some 31 valuable runs there for Guyana. But having said that, though, Victor, this is a 4-day match, and we are just in the 3rd over after lunch on the first day. 6 wickets down, and one wonders if, yes, of course, he got his runs quickly, Kimo Paul, but one wonders if that was the correct approach to the game at this point.
Yeah, and as aggressive as he was, as you quite rightly said there too, he should have been a little more precise in terms of his shot selection. It was obvious with the men out on the deep that it was only a matter of time before O'Shane Thomas was going to try the short pitch delivery, and he fell right into the trap quite easily. And even after the eventuality of playing that shot, you might be thinking that he could have tried to just hit it all along the ground wider of the fielder in the deep, but that was not to be. He fell right into his hands, and I think the catch was well judged too, coming off the boundary.
Yes, certainly the young man Kadeem Henry, he judged it to perfection, and took it easily. And then short lifting, and Ali Mohammed does not play a shot.
Well, and it's still right after lunch, seeing that extra effort from O'Shane Thomas. Jama Hamilton, a short man in stature as a wicket-keeper, he was going to his left, and the ball was still making height even up to when he gathered it. So this should be also too, well, the umpire is saying something to O'Shane Thomas, and you might have picked up something he might have been describing there.
Well, I don't know if he's getting a warning here, probably running on the
playing area.
In the danger area. Now let's see. Both umpires gathering. I don't know. It could be that we saw earlier on in the match before lunch where the groundsman had to come out with that piece of equipment which tamps down the area. So probably O'Shane Thomas is having some issues with the foothold there.
And you're right, because here come now one of the ground staff from the eastern side of the ground, bringing out that equipment to no doubt try and level out the surface or do something in terms of that aspect where his left foot will be dropping. And yes, that is the observation, and quite rightly so early now the ground staff is coming out with that particular piece of tool to try and get it in a more appropriate condition. And the age is?
What's the name of that tool, Victor?
I'm not too certain.
Well, I always wonder. I don't know if my producer knows the name of that.
The Ramo.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a ram or
Well, we will find out. We'll
uh,
find out about that.
or what. But you realize that it's a piece of equipment that has been introduced by the ground staff, not just in St. Kitts, but we have seen it worldwide, where it is used at times to level out rough area around the crease.
Yeah, the bottom of it is a flat piece of iron with a good proportion of a handle area, and it seems like the umpire is now satisfied that that area has done some chemistry to it, but play is about just ready to resume.
So it would be Thomas to Ali Mohammed. And he's getting off the mark with a good-looking defensive shot, which goes square of the wicket, and just a single. So 120 for 6, a quick fire. 31 by Kimo Paul. First over after lunch. Thomas conceding some 19 runs, mainly due to the bat of Kimo Paul. But he struck back for the Leeward Islands and has picked up the wicket of Kimo Paul. So 120 for 6. Anderson, who has been there, he's on 37 from 46. Gets a short rising one and drops it into the onside for a single. It's nice to see a few spectators on and looking on. Of course, to the being Wednesday. And we know, like I said, I know there are quite a number of people who would have traveled over to Nevis, those who could. Would have traveled over to Nevis for the sports there, the primary school sports, the mini Olympics. And so it's good to see a few more spectators than normal, Victor,
Yes, indeed,
for,
and
for these matches.
yeah, and that is one of the well, at least we could say for St. Kitts, we are not certain about other regions, but in regional cricket, the turnout has not really been to a capacity of reasonable sizes. Just a sprinkling of spectators here at Warner Park, but to tell those are the conditions for cricket.
Oh, in the air over Walsh, who's in the gully, and it goes down to the third man boundary for 4. Peeling off the outer portion, probably around taking the shoulder of the bat. And the 4 valuable runs to Guyana.
Yeah, and the intention was good too, that he was going hard. And really, his intention, it seems like he was looking to go over either mid-off or extra cover, but as you quite rightly said, peel off the edge. And now we see Hayden Walsh Jr. going down on the third man boundary. But Cornwall, the captain, doesn't want him to go right back onto the boundary, so he's just a few yards in. But another good boundary for Guyana.
Wonders if that's not just ball following though by Cornwall, the captain. Seeing this too often from him, but who knows, it just might work in their favor.
Well, Anderson has been, that's Kevlon Anderson. He comes out of Berbice in Guyana. That is also a very renowned area for producing some very outstanding cricketers in Guyana, and he is really demonstrating why he has had 4 first-class centuries so far in this regional series here in the West Indies, and looks technically a good batsman. He's right-handed, but he's not on strike at the moment.
It's Ali Mohammed, in fact. Useful all-rounder for Guyana. And he certainly has kept his place in the Guyana team over the last couple of years with consistent performances with the bat and with the ball. Primary Merrily a seam bowler. Oh, edges and is he out card, is he? The appeal goes up. The Leeward Islands, they're confident. And my goodness, that one seemed to have taken something. But let's look at it again. Oh, my goodness. That certainly seemed to have taken the edge. I know you have better eyes than me, Victor.
Well, it looks so to me also, because also too we can see the movement also too, where Hamilton had to go further to his right, and from looking at the monitor there, it looks like the batsman got away with that on that occasion.
Oh, my goodness.
And up to now, Jamal Hamilton can't believe he's indicating to his captain Cornwall, who is at first slip, that he, in his view, the batsman just got the edge onto it. And
Well, that was my first impression, that it had taken the edge. You know, that, and certainly the bat was the closest thing to the ball. And here is the batsman going over extra cover now and getting a boundary. That's like insult to injury.
yes, and really good selection there on that occasion. He struck it into the wide long off boundary, a few bounces, and earned himself 4 runs. And right away, Kevlon Anderson had a few words with him. No doubt it can be words of encouragement that to try and stay there with him.
Well, you
Can
know,
never tell.
interestingly, Victor,
Yeah.
Isaiah Thorne went out with a bat
Uh,
and he spoke to Anderson, but there was no exchange of bat. Obviously, he just went out to carry a message.
yeah, and ever so often we see these things taking place whereby when they want the message to go out to particular players, they go out with either a cap or a helmet, and in that occasion it was a bat. But then the bat was not changed. So the message was delivered.
Yeah, certainly, message was delivered. But I think the batsman, they're lucky to get away with one. I think it was Ali Mohammed.
It was.
Certainly seemed to be a thick outside edge and not given by the umpire. But of course, the umpire is closer to the action than we are, and obviously he saw it differently. So play goes on. 130 for 6. We're in over number 28. Anderson is on 43.
Yeah, and a good 43 thus far by Anderson. Really, very impressive in terms of his shot selection, in terms of not a pattern of much indiscretions so far in his innings.
Cut away. This time down to backward point. Just a single. Kareem Mago comes off the boundary.
Kevlon Anderson, in my view, they might be very close observation by the selectors looking at him as a batsman for the future, and in the way that he has accomplished himself so far.
Well, the thing is, quite a number of batsmen have been making runs this season. So one would just have to wait and see
That's right. That's right.
what would transpire. Whether there would be new faces in the West Indies team.
Because a few Centurions so far in this series so far for 2025. Ralston Chase, he had a 127, as you alluded to earlier, where Campbell.
I think he would have scored 122 to be exact.
Okay.
Ralston Chase.
And John Campbell of Jamaica, he had scored 126 too. Mikhail Louis also got 100. Kadeem Henry of Antigua and Barbuda, he also got 100. And Joel Andrew, He got 100 against combined colleges and campuses in his first innings, and 65 in his second from 53 balls. Justin Graves also had 100. So quite a few centurions so far in the series. So batsmen are getting stats and carrying on, which is a very good sign.
I think Mackenzie out of Jamaica would have scored 147 also
Okay.
in one match. And you had De Silva. De Silva had back-to-back 100, in fact, in the same match. In fact, he had 3 consecutive centuries for the season so far. Joshua Da Silva.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that is correct.
You know, Craig Brathwaite would have had a double century along with Mohammed, who also had a double century. Craig Brathwaite would have had the highest score of the season, 212. Mohammed 204 not out. And the leaders of the pack in terms of batting, Drakes, young Drakes out of Barbados, he has been doing quite well too. I think he would have scored a number of centuries. He is second in terms of runs aggregate, 416. Jason Mohammed, we know, of course, he is in the region of some 38 years old. He tops the list with 519. But you have young Drakes, 416. And as the over comes to an end, 132 for 6, 28 overs completed. Guyana batting, Anderson is on 44. And just to continue, Joel Andrew, he has 390 runs for the season so far. And Joshua Da Silva, 379 runs for the season so far. So a number of players getting centuries in this year. Justin Graves.
Yeah, Graves too. Yeah.
Who would have scored 100 also.
Yeah, that's right.
And he is a West Indian player. So the runs have been coming. But it's a question of, who would be in contention. Casey Carty is a West Indian batsman, but he has not had the kind of productive season that he would have hoped for. He has this match and of course a match next week in which to redeem himself. As we see Ali Mohammed going forward then back, and then pushes one into the offside for a single.
And what is also good to see in terms of the Centurions, that they advanced themselves when they got the stats and they extended it, and that has been a great improvement in terms of the batsmanship throughout the region, whereby you get so many batsmen scoring more than 100, and some even getting 2, and De Silva getting 3 centuries. That's Joshua Da Silva, and it is also signaling too that the batsmen are concentrating for a longer period of times.
Well, that could be part of it. Of course, you could only get big hundreds by spending time at the crease. Of course, one wonders how much, as the conditions. We saw Da Silva, for example, getting 200s here at Warner Park when Trinidad played against the Leewards earlier in the year. And certainly the track at that time was a total graveyard. And certainly, batsmen should have never gotten out on that track.
Well, and as you've said there too, that is one of the things that when going further into Test cricket, as I alluded to earlier this morning, when the nature of the pitches out there are so different, that you're left to wonder if these are the same batsmen. But when conditions present a different aspect, it is a total different ball game.
Yeah, but having said all of that, though, Victor, you could only play what's in front of you, because there were other batsmen who batted on that same track and they failed to get into double figures. And here's a nice, pleasant shot by Ali Mohammed into the offside and picks up 4. And certainly Joshua Da Silva, he would have made the most of those conditions when he batted.
Well, whenever you have the opportunity, use them, because on days when you seem to be trying hard and cannot get anything right, and that's the next thing. But really, the percentage of centuries, though, all overall collectively, it is a good sign in terms that batsmen are applying themselves and they're occupying the crease and staying out there for extended period of times.
Yes, that is so. But having said that, too, looking at the match, I would have looked at the match against Trinidad and Tobago. The batsmen them certainly applied themselves, but I don't think the bowlers, the Leeward Island bowlers, for example, applied themselves. And a lot of loose bowling was served up in that match, and just serving up loose deliveries to batsmen is not going to help the progress of our batsmen in regional cricket at all. This one is wide of the off stump. What we have seen here today, though, is a disciplined approach by the Leeward Island bowlers. I don't know if the assistance which the wicket has provided has encouraged them to bowl good line and lengths. But certainly, this has been a professional approach by the Leeward Island bowlers. Apart from the number of no balls, they have certainly bowled good lines, good lengths. They've stuck to one side of the wicket, and we have not seen too many loose deliveries being served up here today.
Yes, and you're right. Apart from the wide deliveries, apart from the no balls, that is, I think, in general, collectively, the bowling has been spot on. But when, as you were saying, to extend upon your point there, Earl, when conditions more likely is not in your favor as a bowler, then you have to have that discipline where you have to be consistent with good line and length. And we really saw that from O'Shane Thomas and the other opening bowler there for the Leeward Islands in that aspect, whereby they saw something there in the surface and they made the effort and they got the results. And but in other areas, when it is not in your favor as a bowler, you have to put it in the appropriate areas and try to be consistent.
Shane Thomas will continue from this end, but certainly it seems as though from the start of describing O'Shane Thomas as a liability to the Leeward Islands, I think it was a bit unfair to O'Shane Thomas to describe him that way. Because if that was the case, then we could describe other players the same way. And certainly, O'Shane Thomas has responded well. I think in the match after that, he would have picked up some 4 wickets, bowled well, and he has kept his place. And he has put in a pretty good performance here today, apart from that one expensive over. He's another hostile delivery, but outside the off stump, and the batsman not being forced to play.
And sometimes too early, it is not usually a good aspect after probably one innings to write off a bowler, or in general. Well, everybody entitled to their views, but I would prefer personally to take a different angle, really, because O'Shane Thomas, he has natural pace, and once he meet conditions like he meet here at Warner Park, which there is something there in the surface, he's really look good.
Oh, this one is a loose one down the leg side.
Yeah.
So it's taken behind by the keeper.
But what also is a good thing a lot of times, and when you can prove others indifferent towards making an analysis, that is good, because in that sense, to what you just explained there, Earl, he has risen, and his consistency is really proven that person not correct in that analysis, in my view, because sometimes you have to give players a little opportunity, but if they are consistent in not getting it right, then I think it could be more fair to call it out. But Thomas, so far in this innings, that's O'Shane Thomas, though, he has been impressive. Yes, he can walk out, and the fast bowlers in general can work out about that percentage of no balls, or whereby try to get that run up more, in place. If that is it, but sometimes probably because when the quicker bowlers are extending themselves for that quicker delivery, probably most of the times that's why they might be just overstepping.
Of course, he is in his 12th over. He had 8 overs before lunch, which shows that his level of fitness is fairly good, and he's still running in.
And in brilliant sunshine, it's no doubt it's very hot out there in the middle. So that's the next thing too, which is very, very vital, very important. Physical condition.
This one is pushed into the offside by Anderson, who's on 45. Could give the spinners something to work with. Pamal.
Oh yeah, very good bowler.
He's in the ranks still. Kevin Sinkley, of course.
Oh yeah.
There's no Gudakesh Moti in this team today. But they would be hoping to get at least something that they could work with. Overpitched and driven up to Louis, who's at mid-on. And the over comes to an end. The end of that over, the end of over number 30, 141 for 6.
Yes, and the umpire is calling out for that tool again from the ground staff coming from the eastern side of the ground. So it's definitely the foothold there. Jama Hamilton is just there at this the northern end here at Warner Park, whereby we can see the roughness just where that front foot. But O'Shane Thomas, he looked like he's going to leave the field momentarily, possibly. It looks so. He's making his exit. But here comes the tool to try and flatten out the area, which is being done by the ground staff right now. And I could remember Colin Croft playing in regional cricket, and more than one occasion coming up against the Combined Islands, he would open the bowling, go to the luncheon interval, sometimes come back right after lunch and go to the tea interval. Really, he was really a symbol of real fitness and condition. Very strong, very strong.
He was a strong man.
Yeah, he was strong, very strong man.
Which fast bowler gave you the most problems, Victor?
All of
them.
All of them. All of them.
I remember Keith Boyce getting you out here.
Yes, and I will tell you about that too. I'll tell you about that, and I'll tell our listeners honestly about that. In 1973 in England, Keith Boyce had an illustrious season for the West Indies, and he bowled exceptionally quick there. But when I played him, to be quite honest with you, the first dismissal in the first innings, whereby it just tipped my leg stump. But here was me now. I remember the dismissal. Here was me now playing in this way, Earl. To be honest, looking for great pace, and he just bowled a slow in-swing delivery, and it hit the top of the leg stump. The second dismissal, where Peter Lashley caught me at leg slip, right, and I was out. But then Irvin Shillingford was delayed. Irvin Shillingford was studying in Jamaica, and it was said, and they had an upper house in Sinkits just beneath us from this booth where we are giving our deliberations, whereby it was a claim that I will go with the 13, but Irvin Shillingford will come in and replace me. But here is a nice stroke, and it's into the wide long off. Will it be 6?
It is.
It is 6 runs.
It's a good shot by Ali Mohammed.
Yes, and well needed boundary at this moment advances their total onto the 147, getting close to the 50. Irvin Shillingford replaced me, and a lot of the pundits then, as a young man, was making a lot of noise. Oh, that is out the way. After one innings, one match, he ain't going to play again. And then my father, as he wasn't thinking, and upright and short, he said, youth doesn't have anything to do with cricket's performance. And he failed, and he has a right to get dropped. And I will tell him this, that if he gets a next opportunity and he do not perform, I will be the first one to say drop him. And that was the thing about my father and so on. Frank, and to the point, it didn't have anything to do with youth. I was dismissed for not and one. Not and one ain't no performance.
Yeah, I can remember that dismissal,
Yes,
Victor,
yeah, well,
when you said you went towards off, but spectators
well, they had a different analysis.
looked at it differently.
Yes.
Some fellas say some guys say you were trying to run away.
No, but the thing is, in that time too, and what is very valuable, and I be honest again too, by saying I believe these present cricketers in this generation now, because they can look at so many tapes in various ways. So, for instance, batsmen, people could look at Brian Lara, they could look at Greenwich, they could look at so and so and learn. And they could look at fast bowlers as fast bowlers and see what made Ambrose successful, what made Holden successful, what made Lilly successful, and those things and so forth. But then, the reputation of Keith Boyce coming out of England, and as a young man in experience, looking for great pace, and no doubt with his experience, bowled me a slow, but me moving across quickly in anticipation, expecting.
So how many deliveries you would have faced him before that delivery?
Well, it wouldn't have been, to my recollection, it wouldn't have been much, because I didn't definitely play 6 deliveries, not probably even 4,
Seems as though I got the impression though at that match, it seemed as though he set you up.
Yeah. Well. That is the thing about experience against inexperience. Because one time in Grenada, we were the Combined Islands, were playing against Guyana, and when I came into strike to face Last Gibbs, he just had a cover and a mid off. He had a leg slip, a forward short leg, a mid wicket, a mid on, and a man on the square leg boundary. He didn't have any slip. He bowled me a straight ball right on the off stump. I just opened the face. I got 2 runs. He plugged the gap. His second delivery, he did the same thing, and I opened the face, and I get 2 more runs. And then the next over is when he put it in, and I got 51 in that match. And then after the game was concluded, he came to the dressing room and knocked. He said, "I want to have a word with Victor Edding. You were reading it right by playing it off the pitch and not from my hand, because there is where I try to deceive you." And he said, "Your future is bright, and I believe one day you will represent the West Indies," but that never come to future.
Unfortunately.
Well,
but we're back with the game, mate.
We're back with the game.
48 for 6 from 31 overs. And Spencer has been a bit expensive. He has bowled 9 overs, 1 for 64. That's over 7 runs per over. Just over 7 runs per over, which is pretty expensive. But we're going to see Hayden Walsh Jr. for the first time today.
Well, let us see what he would do, because we would really see if he has really been working on his game, working on his art, and let us see what he would do. But honestly, Earl, and to all our listeners and so forth, I really did enjoy my cricketing career, even though I did not get to the final pinnacle, because when we played against Barbados, Trinidad, and Guyana, and if you could score 100 against any of those teams, you did achieve a lot in those times, because it was real good quality of bowlers, and overall, I enjoyed my cricket in general.
First delivery from Walsh outside the off stump. So, Victor, I guess you would have faced many spinners across the regions, and you were renowned for being a good player of spin. Which spin bowler you would say would have given you the most trouble? Oh my goodness!
Well.
Just back to this shot. He was looking to pull it to the onside, but it took high on the bat and went through long off as opposed to going through mid-wicket. A rather strange-looking shot that time. And he would have picked up 4 runs nevertheless.
Well, I always said, and I mentioned it even to my late father, that El Comido Willett and Derek Parry, and we had this conversation I had this conversation with my father. I said to him that if it wasn't for the revolution whereby West Indies had to go back down to Australia with the firepower of the 5-prong, if Willett and Parry, in my estimation, playing them and seeing the quality of their spin, if they had the equal amount of test matches like Ramadan and Valentine, I told him then they would have broken his record, because these guys wasn't slow bowlers, they were spinners of the ball. And not just spinners of the ball, their consistency in terms of their length if you did not have an abundance of patience, you couldn't survive easily against those two guys. So right across the region, all levels of what they assess me as a batsman is, I put those two as the top priorities as the spinners that I thought. I played against Mustaq Mohammed, I played against Iqbal Quadir, well, in England and so forth. And he in that team, I struck him in that game. Probably it was a festival at a ground named Jasmine, whereby they always had that cricket festival. And then they used to select the most outstanding performers from each league as the professionals. And I was in my league the more outstanding of the professionals. I'm not here, Hayden Walsh Jr. not. What has happened there?
Well, he's completed his first over, and
Okay.
the score 152 now for 6. The 150 has come up for Guyana of 31.2 overs, and a bit of a fight back here by the Guyanese team, and thanks mainly to Anderson, who's on 45. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, he has scored fairly quickly, 24 from 27, and he's putting on a little partnership here with Anderson. So Anderson would have gotten a bit of support from Kimo Paul, and now he's getting some support from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Well, and Mohammed should really be recognizing now too. Even though he has started to in the aggressive mode and he has gotten boundaries, if his shot selection can be a little more appropriate along with Anderson, then that can also fusion them to build a good partnership between both batsmen. But coming back to that point quickly there too, my father said then that Victor, that is a very good observation in terms of their qualities of that they would have most likely be very competitive to overhaul those two outstanding former spin bowlers too, because they were real quality spinners. Inshanali, Imtianalis, Rafi Jimadeen. And I thought the Harper from Guyana, though, he was very ordinary, in my estimation.
Well, bowling change from the far end. We are back with Graves, who starts well and draws a defensive prod. Might have taken Anderson on the left thigh. Ball drops just in front of him. It's picked up, so fairly defensively, in fact, rather defensively plays field here now for Graves, who is operating from the far end. There's a slipper gully in place, backward point, and there's an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, very short and straight mid-wicket, and man at square. Played for a quick single, the throw goes past the non-striker's end, and it's backed up in the offside, and the batsmen are safely home for a run. There's also a man on the long leg boundary, so Graves, who would have picked up 1 wicket before lunch, he's back. He would have picked up 1 for 12. And it has been a good day for cricket so far. It has been bright and sunny throughout. A bit of a breeze blowing across the field. And we have been uninterrupted so far. Play starting promptly at 10. And there's been no interruption, no signs of rain outside the off stump.
I'm very impressed Earl, with Anderson's batsmanship. I think that what I've seen, or what we have seen thus far, his shot selection has been good. His indiscretions have been minimal, and I think he has assessed the situation quite nicely as an accomplished batsman.
He has shown quite good patience also, as he gets this one into the offside. So
And like you said earlier too, Earl, that in a 4-day match of this nature and 3 sessions without no interruptions, you have so much time that to be out there and with an extensive amount of patience, even though at times bowlers will have the better of you where they will be bowling tight length and lengths. But if you just have that little patience that you can extend, there will come a time too when you'll get your loose deliveries, you know.
See now, square leg being sent back on the boundary. That's go. He goes right back on the square leg boundary. It's forward of square. And this time he gets it into the onside and gets a single.
Yeah, and that was good movement there too by the fielder at short mid wicket coming across. And when the ball got to the wicket, it might have been just very interesting too early if it might have struck the wicket, but it was not. And in the end, the batsmen were able to get a single. But Anderson, he continues. Well, he's going to be on strike now once again. But I think he has a very, very good approach in his batsmanship, Anderson. He's demonstrating that's Kevlon Anderson coming out of Berbice, Guyana.
Nicely into the offside for another single. And lots of time left to bat. All he really requires is good support. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is quite capable of lending good support. In fact, so far so good. He has made some 25 runs from some 30 deliveries, Mohammed. And certainly catching up with Anderson. Anderson stuck in the 40s for quite some time, but that's not that important at this juncture. The fact is that runs are coming from the other end, and Guyana, they are 155 for 6, looking to build some respectability. Oh, this one is steered down towards short third man. Seemed to have bounced a bit there from the young Hayden Walsh Jr.
Yes, he did got a good amount of bonks that one day. But Anderson is reading it well, whereby the runs are coming more fluent from the other end. Yet it is true that he has been stuck there, but he has not let that interrupted his concentration.
Well, someone has to hold up an end. And he's getting the right sort of support that he's looking for. But like I said before, runs coming from one end, so he's getting the support, and he's ensuring that he blocks one end and allow the runs to flow from the other end. Not that he is not looking to pick up singles, or he's not looking to score boundaries, but certainly this has been sensible cricket by these two, Anderson in particular. This one is wide of the off stump.
Well, I like that what you just used. Sensible cricket, assessing the situation appropriately. And even though he has been stuck in the 40s for a while, that is Anderson, he has not let that perturb him from his occupation at the crease.
Not a delivery wide of the off stump, and no shot offered.
Yeah, Hayden Walsh Jr., you have to make the batsman play. You got to make the batsman play. You can't just be too often whereby the batsman does not have to play.
This time he's driving up to cover for a single. Perhaps dangling a carrot outside the off stump, Hayden Walsh Jr. But the batsman showing good sense and not going after those wide deliveries.
And what is even more valuable too, with Anderson being there as the premier batsman so far in this innings, and like you quite rightly said, whereby the other batsmen at the other end are scoring, it shows good thinking, good temperament, whereby if you're still going at a good rate and 6 wickets down, 157, why come into any indiscretions because the other batsmen at the other end are scoring and you're not as fluent like how you started. But there will be also another period of time when he'll get the deliveries once he's out there where he can execute for boundaries. But really, obviously, the Leeward Islands bowler is going to bowl more tighter to him, not that they wouldn't bowl tighter to the other batsman.
Oh, my goodness. This one was a full pitch delivery, and Ali Mohammed you could say, patted it into the offside.
Well, some folks would say that it is sometimes better to bowl a full toss than a short pitch delivery, but the batsman was just intended, just playing it quietly in front of him.
This one is asking more of the batsman, short lifting just out over the right shoulder, and he got underneath it.
And we can see too when the fast bowlers make that little extra effort with also what the surface is providing, they're getting value out of those deliveries. And even though it was no result, but in terms of the carry, and we see Jama Hamilton possibly about another 22 yards back as the keeper and taking it chestside. Good carry here at Warner Park.
Surprising though, I might have thought that the captain Cornwall might have brought himself on ahead of Hayden Walsh Jr. after he opted to go for a spinner. But that was not to be.
And in terms of his success too, why that also is a very good observation, because in his first over Cornwall it was a maiden and also a wicket, even though it was more on the aspect of interchanging the bowlers to come from different ends.
Here's another one as the batsman ducking. This time a bit ill-directed though, going down the onside.
Well, and the batsman doing the appropriate thing too, really not trying any undue risks, just letting it go through. There is still lots of time left on this first day session, even though 6 wickets are down for Guyana. They are presently 157 for the loss of 6. So,
in fact, we are not even halfway yet in terms of the over halfway through the day yet in terms of the overs. We are just in over number 35. And I think it is required to bowl some 90 overs in a day's play.
well, and this is where by Cornwall and Hayden Walsh Jr. will have to probably come into the attack to step up that percentage of over rate. But in terms of the seam bowlers are getting results, you don't just do that to get up to the over rate also too.
Pulled away and pulled into the mid-wicket region, and it goes across the ropes for 4. It was short, it stood up, and the batsman obliged by pulling it into the mid-wicket region and picking up 4. So the end of that over, and we see the umpire walking out with some drinks. The players are going to have a drinks break, and we're going to take a drinks break also. So we join you with the news after that drinks break. The drinks break always seem to do the trick as the wicket goes down. That of Ali Mohammed, who was caught Mikhail Louis off the bowling of Hayden Walsh Jr. So in his third over, Hayden Walsh Jr. has picked up a wicket. It's now 162 for 7. And being over number 36.
Well, Hayden Walsh coming into the wicket column after being introduced for his spell here at the northern end. And really doing his justification to his captain Rakeem Cornwall by introducing him into the attack.
So they had it. So Trinidad and Tobago coming up against the Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions, they're 9 for 2. That is a day-night match, I think, being played there. And it's now 162 for 7. The Windwards fighting back, 144 for 7, so they're still batting. And CCC 131 for 3. So it's going to be Walsh, who has picked up his first wicket in this over. Quicker delivery to the new batsman. That's Pamal, Sami Pamal. Sami Pamal, who defends. 162 for 7. And Guyana inching towards 200, and I'm pretty certain that the intention after having such a poor start would be to try and get as close to 200 as possible, and if possibly beyond that. Turned into the leg gully region for a single by Pamal, and score advances 264.
Well, Hayden Walsh, he's getting some bunks out of the surface too as the wrist spinner. And
Well, we are back live. I've been joined by a Pakistani, Keshav.
Not quite Pakistani,
who
but
was replaced Victor.
from the Caribbean itself, Trinidad and Tobago. A pleasure to be alongside you this afternoon.
Yeah, so Keshav, you would have been looking at the game all morning. And certainly at this point, Guyana fighting back a bit. One might have thought that they might have been fully dismissed at this point, but certainly we've had some useful partnership. Anderson, the common denominator in that partnership so far, and looking to put a fairly decent a working total on the board.
Yeah, I think given the nature of this pitch, runs on the board definitely can be defended. Anderson just going along steadily, as you said, batting throughout most of the innings thus far, and already getting to that half-century mark. I think once he anchors them throughout the rest of the innings, they should get up to around 200, any total between 200 and 250, knowing the bowling attack of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would want to back themselves once they come out to defend it.
Yeah, so, of course, the Leeward Islands would be fancying their chances on this track last year against the same team. This one is looking to flick into the onside, misses completely. Against the same team, Mikhail Louis got his double, well, 100 in both innings, playing right here at Warner Park. And that, of course, propelled him into the West Indies team. Of course, he had other good performances, but he must be fancying his chances batting here. He already would have scored 100 against Trinidad and Tobago earlier this season here at Warner Park.
Yeah, and exactly as you said, this being his home ground, well, in his home territory, I'm not sure which one exactly.
His home ground, he's from St. Kitts, of course, and you know, lives around Bastille. Not exactly in Bastille, but you know, he would have played a lot of his cricket here, so definitely his home ground. Of course, you know, the Leeward Islands Hurricane. He only got into the Leeward Islands Hurricane setup last year, and but nevertheless, he would have played quite a bit of cricket here at Warner Park. He and his brother, of course, Jeremiah Louis, who is injured.
See some aggressive intent there from Greaves against the tail end of Purmall. I'm sure Purmall will remember that, even though he's coming back as a spinner.
But how much of a tail end is Purmall, though? He has gotten useful runs in the past, not only for Guyana, but you know, at times when he might have played for the West Indies. So how much of a tail end would you consider him to be?
Well, definitely. I think in the modern game, you can't really call them tail-enders anymore.
That's right. Certainly he, not just his bowling, but, you know, he has given Guyana some useful runs in the past. And we have not overcoming to an end. And we have had some 37 overs completed, but with the medium paces operating for most parts, things have been fairly slow in terms of overweight.
Yep, I agree. And I'm just wondering when the skipper would look to bring himself back on. I thought a very brief spell, but in fact 2 short spells, 1 over at the start, just to rotate the ends of the fast bowlers, in which he picked up a wicket, and then picked up a wicket in the second spell, only 4 overs total. But you know, anytime Cornwall has the ball in hand, something seems to happen.
Well, I was a bit surprised actually when he opted to bring Walsh on ahead of him. I thought that it would have been an ideal time for him to come into the attack, but he opted to go for Walsh. Walsh, in fact, got the breakthrough for the Leeward Islands, and he's continuing. Swept and swept nicely. That's a good shot. And I'll wait for the signal from the umpire. The hands go skyward. It's a maximum.
Excellent shot there from Anderson. Really stylish and well played from the strapping youngster. And Anderson, as you saw earlier during the season with some of the centuries that he scored, as well as some of the half centuries, he's a very technically sound batsman, very proficient with all of his strokes, and that's a proper cricketing shot. Some might say it's a slog sweep, but it looks very pleasing on the eyes.
It was a wonderful shot to me. Very, as I said, very pleasing on the eyes. And he played it well and played it over deep backward square and all the way for 6. And he has rushed on to 60 and inching towards 200 runs. Guyana, of course, that would be their next target, 175 now for 7. But we have seen a number of centuries in this year's season so far, though. I think you have seen a number of the matches. And is it a question of the batsmen them applying themselves better, or is it a question of the pitches, or is it a question of the bowling not being too penetrative?
But I think it's a combination of all 3 factors with different percentages across the board. Firstly, I think the batsmen certainly seem to be applying themselves more, knowing that the opportunities they have on hand. Of course, with not only this regional 4-day championship where they can break into the West Indies senior test team, but also county cricket and different opportunities across the globe, they need to put their hands up and have the stats to back them up. The pitches as well, as you mentioned, I note with the advent of the T20 World Cup that we had in the West Indies last year. That's a beauty from Walsh, just stealing back in here. There were certainly a lot of improvements on the pitches. In fact, just chatting to some of the ground staff across the Caribbean, I believe there was a mandate to increase the batting ability of the pitches in the Caribbean for that T20 World Cup. And we have seen it bear fruit now in the 4-day championship. Some wickets are just so flat.
Played back up on the onside, no run. And, you know, while I have you here, you know, I would use the opportunity to pose a question to you. I
Sure.
don't know how often you'll be on commentaries today. I would have posed, in a sense, posed it to Victor. We're talking about opportunities for batsmen and so on. But Craig Brathwaite has given up the captaincy, the West Indies captaincy. One of the reasons he says that he is allowing for continuity and for someone going forward, a captain going forward to get exposure and get experience. And with Brathwaite giving up the captaincy, I mean, how do you see things going forward in terms of who might be thought of as being captain for the West Indies?
Well, I'll make sure to answer that with putting a disclaimer that all of my thoughts are simply my own.
Yeah, your own, yes. Most definitely.
There are so many options that I personally would consider in terms of the captaincy if you're looking to give persons the experience to go forward, because we have a lot of cricketers within that, I would say, 23 to 28 age group, just in that middle phase of their career. And it's really something where you have to look across the Caribbean, especially in this West Indies Championship. You look at the captains of the different teams. Of course, you know, Joshua Da Silva would be in line, having been with the team for quite some time. Tevin Imlach, I think, is an excellent captain for Guyana. We saw today with Raheem Cornwall, of course, if he can break back into the team itself, I think he was very good with his bowling changes first up when he rotated the bowlers and switched them from different ends, and they were immediately successful. And it's all of those simple tactics you need.
I think the Joshua De Silva, Tevin Imlak is a sort of tricky one.
Very tricky because you have both the wicket-keeper batsmen.
And Imlak, you know, De Silva going to Pakistan as vice captain and then being replaced in the team for the 2 test matches by Imlak. You know, that in a sense is a very tricky one to me. How you're going to deal with that. But Da Silva, of course, has been making runs in this year's competition. And the question is whether or not he was left out due to his wicket keeping, mainly due to his batting, or a combination of both. You know, that is food for thought there.
And even in that instance, Imlak, I think, was kind of thrown into the line of fire because those pitches in Multan, for any batsman, whether you're making your debut or playing your 50th or 100th test match, that was truly something, uphill task for anyone. So for him, I think he did well, and just wait to see what's going to happen when the next series comes around, because you also have Amir Jangu, who came into the squad as a batsman and making some runs recently. So lots of persons putting up their hands.
Shai Hope has been made captain of the, as this one is pushed back up on the onside, has been made captain of both white ball teams now, the 50 over affair and the T20 affair. And people are wondering if that's a move to make him captain of all 3 formats.
Well, you actually took the point right from my mind. I'm going to have to ask you the lottery number soon. Shai Hope, for me personally, would be the #1 choice. I just want to see him back out there in whites with the red ball.
Well, I'm a strong... Oh, is he out? Yes, he is. I got the impression he was looking to withdraw his bat from that one, but it followed him and took the shoulder of the bat. It seems as though he's indicating blows and going through to the keeper, and Pamal is on his way.
Yeah, excellent delivery there. And you saw some extra bonks and nice line and length from Greaves just in that corridor of uncertainty. Pamal seemed to be in 2 minds, initially going back on a cross as if he were to cut and just dropping the hands, but also getting a slight edge through to the keeper. And that's the fall of the 8th wicket. So 177 for 8 at the end of 39 overs. And at this point, you think it's a matter of time whether Guyana gets the 200 or Leeward Islands get the remaining 2 wickets before that 200.
Yeah, and it would be important to see the approach now of Anderson. You know, what his approach is going to be like at this point. But just to get back to what we were discussing, I've always been a fan of Shai Hope, and I think that he's one of our better, if not our best batsmen in the region. And somehow I have always felt that there must have been some way to harness that talent in Test cricket especially. So I guess we just have to wait and see what transpires from here on in.
Well, I echo all of those same sentiments. Shai Hope, for me, is one of our not just technically proficient, but also most thinking cricketers. And again, just in my humble opinion, but the way he approaches the game, the way he approaches everything around the game, I recall seeing some videos with him just about his training, his mindset, his preparation before, during, after games. And he's really that 360 total cricketer when you look at him on and off the field. You know, carries himself about with quite some pride and some competence. And he's that sort of person. Like I said, I just want to see him out there playing that red ball format, because something as simple as him bringing that composure and added experience to the team could only augur well with the other youngsters that he will help mold.
Well, one of the reasons given by Darren Sammy for his choice because it was on the advice of Darren Sammy, from what I've gathered, is that, you know, all those things you just mentioned, his acumen for the game, his leadership skills. That was one of the main reasons given. He is a good one outside the off stump, a bit of bounce there for Hayden Walsh Jr. So this was one of the reasons given by Darren Sammy for suggesting that he should be appointed as the 50-over captain, the one-day captain. So who knows, that might be pointing in a particular direction.
Was that put down by Walsh or was it?
We'll have to take a second look at that one.
The reaction to this seems to
have
be.
Shock him somewhere.
Oh, it hit the ground firstly, but powerfully struck by Anderson and continues to motor along nicely. The thing is, he's been there for quite some time and he has played one or two aggressive shots, but when you look at 63 from 78, very healthy strike rate because he has been scoring, he has been rotating the strike when given the opportunity.
I think with 8 wickets down though, he'll be looking to up the tempo a bit at this point. But Ned is no mug with the bat.
Ned will also be very familiar with this venue, of course, having played with the Syndicats and Nevis Patriots.
Yeah, that most definitely.
I think just coming into the stadium, I saw his face on one of the banners outside with the advertisement, so nice experience for him here. And that won't be a nice experience because he's been bowled. I apologize for the fabled commentator's curse, as I was now going to give him some praises in terms of coming into the team for this game. He's bowled by a beauty from Walsh.
Oh yes, and Walsh certainly has pitched well today. He has been bowling a much better line, and his length has been much better. And Victor would have said he was guilty of going wide of the off stump, but it's better to be wide of the off stump and bowling a good length than to be on the stumps and bowling too short. And I would have suggested that he might have been dangling the carrot too, trying to tempt the batsman into a fault shot. But certainly this has been a fairly good spell. And Cornwall seemed to have read it right.
Yeah, well, again, the captain making those decisions that seem to be reaping the rewards. Walsh for 2 wickets for 20 in his 5th over. And again, the skipper does have 2 wickets himself, but I think it's a matter where he's reading the situation and he's also giving the players opportunities because we know that he will be required with a bat in hand. Walsh, of course, primarily coming in as a bowler. Doesn't mean he cannot bat, but you would feel hard done by if you come in as a bowler into a game and you don't get any bowlers, any overs. It's a tough ask. We have seen that, of course, throughout cricket over the years in different versions of the game, but you have to play to your strengths.
Yes, sometimes though you find teams they're overstacked with bowlers, and it poses a problem for the captain where he doesn't know when to use a certain bowler. He is good bounce from Walsh again, and Hamilton has to really stand to his full height, which is not much to take, but the end of a very good over there for Walsh.
78 for 9 at the end of it, and Guyana Harpy Eagles still trying to see if they can get up to that 200 score. I recall a similar game, Guyana Harpy Eagles against the West Indies Academy, different venue of course, but back at Providence last month, where the Guyana team didn't score as much runs as they would have liked, and they decided to bat first in that game as well. But based on the total that they set, just above 200, they came out and they were very confident in their bowling efforts. So, like I said, with the likes of Purmall, of course, one of the veteran spinners in the Caribbean, leading wicket taker in the championship overall, bringing in Ned into this game ahead of Moti as his replacement. Moti with other duties to attend to. And of course, they have the likes of Ronaldo Ali Muhammad, who has been useful with the wickets. Niall Smith, who's come out to bat.
So with 9 wickets down, it would be interesting to see the approach of Kevlin Anderson at this point. 63 from 79 And as you earlier said, not a bad strike rate by any means. This is, of course, is a 4-day match. And 63 from 79, pretty good going. And what he has done, well, he has rotated the strike, he has picked up the singles, but would he be prepared to do a lot of rotation of strike? This field is spread far and wide. Giving him the single, he does not take it.
Well, we know the approach just from that one delivery. I think we can confirm that Anderson is going to try to score as much as he can while he's on strike. But I've always been impressed by him ever since the youth group stages, and even now he has matured really well. He's still very young. You might think that he's old because he's been around cricket for quite some time. But still very young. In fact, also he plays for the Presal Sports Club in Trinidad, our home country. And he's the sort of player that whenever he comes and he gets an opportunity, he definitely impresses anywhere he goes.
Picked up 2 for 22 from 10.3 overs, so he has had a good bowl also. Of course, he would have scored 104 in the last match he would have played for the Leeward Islands. Driven, but straight back to Graves.
But when you look at this Leeward Islands team, I must say the batting is very, very strong in terms of having what I would think is one of their full strength squads. The likes of Michael Louis, Justin Greaves, Casey Carty, Raheem Cornwall, Jamal Hamilton.
Of course, Hamilton.
Michael Louis, yes, and it's really a lot.
Hamilton has been in good nick. Louis has scored 100 for the season so far as the field closes in now, and Anderson looking to block off that single. Looking to get at Niall Smith at the far end. And what is he going to do now? Drop and run. Let's look at how it plays out here.
Of the mind games, changes in the field, and sometimes, you know, captains do this just as a tactic to get into the head of the batsman, because 2 deliveries are left, so he still has 2 chances to see if he can get that single and get on the other end.
I think there's a single to be had at Thomas, who is going into a short backward square. It's a question of taking the pace off the ball and placing it. Goes through to the keeper though. And mistake behind. Of course, this is not a one-day or T20 game, so bowlers could afford to go wide down the leg side.
And you could see the reaction of Greaves there. He bowled down the leg side. I think that was intentional because he immediately requested the ball back and had that extra adrenaline going back to his mark. Now again, a slight change. One of the batsmen, just to finish that point I was making earlier, who I'm really looking forward to seeing, young Joel Andrew.
Bit impetuous at times, but he seemed to have curbed that a bit over the top, and this would run away for 4, just over the top of backward point, and the 4 runs. But it's now 182 for 9. We have had some 41 overs completed, and still a lot of time left in the day's play.
Yep, still a lot of time indeed. Weather conditions seem ideal, and at this point in time, it's a very good contest, I must say. Yes, we would have expected Guyana to possibly put more runs on the board given the showings that they've had throughout the previous 5 rounds in the West Indies Championship, but it just makes well for a competitive encounter.
182, 18 runs away from 200. And that, of course, would be a magic figure for the Guyana team. Of course, it could have some psychological impact on the Leeward Islands. And what Smith is driving. So he starts well, he keeps that one out, but now perhaps looking a bit too extravagant for Anderson, and Anderson goes down and have some words with him.
Probably just being reminded to look for the single, set up the boundaries.
Plays that and misses.
Now, this is a situation where I would have liked Walsh to do exactly as you said. Go wide outside of the off stump and tempt the batsman. Smith obviously would want to hit the ball extremely hard. Once that ball is given extra flight, I think once he pushes it a bit quicker, he will be hard to score off, but it'll also be hard to get the wicket, because then it will allow Smith to just defend or leave alone as needs be.
Yes, and you know, when that ball is tossed up, the tail ender is always caught in 2-3 mine.
It just need to have one fielder out catching, or in fact, he can leave them in and just invite him to go over the infield. Maybe force the mistake in the shot, mistiming, miscued.
Oh, loud appeal. That was the googly. And indication there by the umpire that it might have been going down the on.
I think even the keeper Hamilton just indicating that height may have also been a factor.
Oh yes, that would have been missed. In fact, this one is played into the onside. And the over comes to an end. So Niall Smith survives the over. And it's now 182 for 9, Guyana.
Well, Smith surviving well in that last over, you would think. Anderson, clearly his advice after the first delivery was taken in good stride. And now coming back on strike. In 6 deliveries to negotiate. Would probably look to retain the strike for at least the first 4 or 5. And then give Smith the confidence to face the last one.
You know, what I've always found amusing over the years is that, you know, a top order batsman is trying to shield a tail ender, and at the end of the day, it's the top order batsman who gets out.
It happens so many times.
You know, I always find that amusing.
Yeah, it's really one of those ironies of life when you try to plan something one way and it happens exactly the opposite. You have to be able to bob and weave, maneuver to suit. Anderson there, you see, playing the first 4 shot of the day from his innings.
This one is short, looping over.
I know he was tempted there. You see him rehearsing that shot just up and over. And I like this bowling from Greaves because he's mixing it up. And he's telling Anderson, I'll bowl it wherever you want it. Just try and hit the ball.
And of course, there's a third man in place for that shot, that ramp over the slips region. Full spelled by Graves, 2 for 26 from 11.3. Driven up to extra cover. Almost a run and a half.
And the interesting aspect here is that you see every single one of the fielders except Cornwall at slip, they are on the boundary ropes. There's in fact a third man fine leg.
So there's really an opportunity for 2 runs if he plays it well.
And runs hard.
You know, he simply has to play it into the vacant extra cover or mid-wicket region with soft hands and pick up 2 runs quite easily.
And again, you just see the mindset getting the better of him, trying to pull that one a bit too hard. And then now, the signal being given from Hamilton and Caldwell to bring everyone into the field. 2 deliveries left.
And, you know, the captain had to be imploring the fielders to get inside the circle. And, you know, this is where I think sometimes game awareness is lacking. Experienced players shouldn't be waiting on the captain to usher him inside the circle.
Okay, he goes into the leg side for another boundary, so I don't think they will mind that. Obviously, they don't want to concede too many runs. But if you're bringing in the fielders, the main aspect is to have Anderson remain on strike.
Well, he's taking one option out, and that is to pick up the boundary, because these runs are useful runs for Guyana. And that's 4 added on to the total. It's now 186 for 9. So what would happen here is that the bowler would have to be smart, probably bowl a bouncer. This one is down the onside, and he keeps Anderson at this end.
186 for 9, the end of 43. And you saw in his previous over, Greaves did the same exact thing. He went down the leg side. Anderson played and missed, because I think even if he does connect, at most he will get a boundary. He's not just going to get a single once he goes into that region. So nice variation there from Greaves.
It'll be interesting to see now the Guyanese spinners fear on this track though. Sinclair, of course, and Pomal. Interesting to see how well they do on this track.
Well, I've watched Pomal bowl in a few games this season, both live as well as following the streaming action, and he just seems to have that extra touch in terms of he will bowl at least 5 to 6 overs sometimes, no wickets, nothing really happening, but his consistency and his ability to maintain putting that ball in the same areas repeatedly to frustrate the batsman, it was really something to behold, because he doesn't get phased. In fact, some of the batsmen will come out, play shots against him, get boundaries, go easily. It doesn't change anything. He still persists with that flight and persists with that traditional left-arm orthodox.
Of course, he has years of experience on his belt. A foul shot leg has been put in place for Smith. And he's looking to whip this one into the onside. So, Anderson looks on. A bit on edge.
I think he would want Smith to last this entire over as he did previously.
Here's a good shot. And the single. So giving it away there, Mikhail Louis.
Look at the reactions of everyone around. Animated indeed. What should have been a relatively straightforward stop on that fumble, unfortunately for Leeward Islands, allows Anderson to come back and strike. Now this can actually work in their favor, because if Walsh decides to tempt him, flight it up, encourage him to play some of his shots, put everyone on the boundary, he has to go at it. He's not going to defend those deliveries that are in the air, slower.
Well, there's a long off back on the boundary. Here is he.
And this is coming straight down the ground, diving attempt from Mikhail Louis and through his hands into the boundary ropes for 4. So right on cue, Walsh tosses it up. Anderson goes high and hard and didn't get the best of it in terms of connection, but the angle of the shot straight behind the head of the bowler always most important.
Inching towards 200, 191 for 9. And he has moved on to 75. So very good knock here by Kevlon Anderson for Guyana. And bringing some respectability to the Guyanese total. At one point, it seemed as though they mightn't have gotten to 150. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump. And we have one delivery left in this over. And if I was Cornwall, or if you were Cornwall, Keshav, Nile at this end. Here is this one pulled into the onside quick single. And in the end, they got it quite easily. And they're satisfied with that run. But I would have...
It's a situation where in that over, the ball is just following Mikhail Louis all around. First giving up the single, then the catch, and then the last ball of the over, all involving Louis. So right now, you just wonder what the captain is going to do. And
Well, he's going to bring himself on, it seems.
well, I think I fully agree with this. What are your thoughts on this decision?
Yes, certainly. I was about to say, if I was the captain and Niall Smith was stuck at this end, I might have called Thomas back into the attack and asked him to bowl full and straight. Thomas has been bowling with good pace all day.
He's bowling that heavy ball as well. Sometimes just banging it into the pitch and just rustling the batsman all ends up.
So it's the captain, Cornwall. And he would be bowling to Anderson, who is on 76.
I think this is exactly what they needed, because I believe he was listening to us, because I know you were asking what would I have done if I was Cornwall. I was going to ask you the same question. I think both of us would have brought him on into the bowling attack. So he's that sort of bowler that he always gets something extra out of the pitch. Of course, his height, ability to get some sharp turn.
And we've seen a few deliveries bouncing today.
He has no problem with that. Anderson refusing the singles.
This is going to be the pattern.
But I agree with, as you said, if you play it with just soft hands into the gap, you can push for two.
Definitely. So wide open space, he draws away and punches into the offside and takes the single, perhaps thinking that there was an opportunity for a second run, but might have miscalculated there. I don't think his intention was just to go for a single with that shot.
Exactly, because he turned on the single on the first delivery, and that one was struck more firmly. So you just wonder if it is that he has extra confidence in Smith facing up to Cornwall, being an off spinner into a right-handed batter.
I think he might have miscalculated. I think it's only the third delivery of the over now. And I suspect that he thought that there was a possibility of 2 runs that time. But the fielder was quickly onto it and prevented the second run. So Smith would have to survive here. Oh, and he plays it in the air. Joel Andrew gets under, he takes the catch, and he's on his way. So that's it for Guyana, being all out for 193. Smith couldn't resist the temptation to go for the big hoik, and he was caught. Joel Andrew off the bowling of Cornwall for 1. So Guyana being all out.
And I think a major factor there was also the strong wind blowing across the ground, because that ball initially seemed as if it was going towards the boundary ropes, but just held up. And a nice catch from Andrew. Did have to come around to his right while going backwards. Never easy, but important catch in the end. Cornwall picks up his 3rd wicket, 3 for 25 in his 5-over spell, 4.4 overs exact. And Guyana Happy Eagles, they finished their innings on 193 all out. So after deciding to bat first, one would think that it would be subpar, the total that they would have had in mind at the start of this innings. But of course, seeing the nature of the pitch, seeing what the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have come out and done with the ball in hand, Guyana would want to replicate same. And also Leeward Islands, seeing how the batsmen have fared from Guyana, they would want to take whatever lessons they have learned from that innings and apply it when they come back out.
So there you had it. It's 193 all out from 44.4 overs. The Guyana Happy Eagles batting first after winning the toss. And we'll take a short break and we'll be back after tea. In fact, fact, it's, well, a short break, but tea would be taken at this point, and we'll be back after tea for further commentaries.
Good afternoon and welcome back here at Warner Park for the um, resumption of play after the interval. Both umpires are presently out into the middle, but we greet you with the news here from Warner Park that it's Guyana up against the Leeward Islands. Guyana this morning when they won the toss they decided to bat and they scored 193 for 10 and Anderson, that's Kevlon Anderson, coming out of Berbice, Guyana, he was not out on 77. And a pleasant good afternoon. And the Leeward Islands now will have their opportunity to try and accumulate those 193 runs.
Yeah, so good afternoon. News in round 6 of matches. Guyana, having won the toss, decided to bat first. Would be considered a subpar total for any team batting in the first innings. But at this point in time, I think they would back themselves, having gotten past that initial mark of 150. They would have wanted to go up to 200, falling just short of that, but still ample runs on the board in terms of having a start. And they've seen how the Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowling attack have approached their innings. So I think Guyana would want to repeat some of those similar tactics and strategies. We saw some extra bounce off of the surface when the fast bowlers decided to exert more energy and more impetus into their bowling lineup. So Niall Smith with ball in hand, we know what he's capable of, and definitely we'd want to see him improve on all of the previous performances. He's been very consistent, but maybe not picking up as much wickets as he would have liked, and this should be an ample opportunity for him.
Kashaw? Okay, well, I have to be very careful with my pronunciation.
That's the problem.
I'm with Kashaw. And Earl Smitten, that was Pakistani, so it's... well, no, that is just a little humor. He's from Trinidad and Tobago,
of course.
okay?
But I mean, I may have ancestors somewhere throughout my genetics from Pakistan, so you may not be totally inaccurate.
Okay.
But in terms of the name, yes, it's Keshav, but I would appreciate the island variations, of course. And Smith is ready for the first delivery.
Does not bowl, and really, the first delivery of this innings does not bowl though. But an interesting field placement for Smith, who is operating or going to be operating from the northern or media centre end with the wicket keeper standing back. There's 3 slips in the gully, a cover, and a fielder is at mid-off, a man on the long leg boundary, and a man just on the edge of the square at a forward short leg area, but probably some 15 meters away from the batsman, and it is Mackay Louis on strike. So he is on his home ground here, Mackay Louis, and he settles into his stance.
Immediately off the mark is Louis. It's tucked away for an easy single, but some noticeable movement from that first delivery of Smith into the pads of the right-hander.
Yes, and Mackay Louis getting off the mark, just nudging it into the vacant mid-wicket area where the mid-on fielder had to come around. Well, these two in pursuit of the 193 which was scored by Guyana in their first innings, and I think Guyana came back well after losing their first 5 wickets before the lunch interval, and Anderson really held up his hand. And as you alluded to earlier, that we are all impressed with Kevlon Anderson, who played a very valuable innings. But it's now the Leeward Islands' turn at the crease. And speaking of Kevlon Anderson, and I was very impressed in the way that he went about his innings. He did not brought any indiscretions into his play. His shot selection was spot on. And even though at a period of time where Kimo Paul and others were accelerating the score at the other end, it did not interrupt his composure, and he held that very well. And he looks a mark of a very valuable player who can have a very bright future ahead of him.
Definitely agree with all of those sentiments. Anderson, he showed a lot of maturity in that innings as well, and as you rightly said, composure. And I think those aspects have been lacking for some time in West Indies cricket, where batsmen seem to be a bit too inclined into that shorter version of the game, where even in the longer formats, they tend to lose their patience, lose their concentration quite easily. But Anderson, up until the end of his innings, coming out not out, he showed that maturity throughout. In the end, granted, he played some more attacking shots due to the nature of the game, trying to shield the strike from the Niall Smith, but really well played from him indeed. Got away nicely. It's in the gap, but won't get all the way to the boundary, as he didn't get the proper connection. Maybe just out the outer half of the bat.
Well, in any event, the batsmen, they got 2 runs.
What are your thoughts on Kadeem Henry? We all know of Mikael Louis and his recent forage in the championship and going up into the West Indies senior team.
Well, Kadeem Henry, he has shown good quality to good temperament. He has scored 100 against Trinidad and Tobago. And here you see now opening with his partner, who is a non-striker, Mikael Louis. So these two are relatively very capable and competent batsmen, but they have a very good opportunity ahead of them, as this is a 4-day encounter just after the tea interval, so just one more session remaining on day 1. So if they can avoid indiscretions and use good shot selection, even though the surface has been impressive in terms that it is offering the seam bowlers something is there for them, and if the bowlers keep on bending their backs, it can continue to be an enterprising encounter between these two teams.
And you see that extra bounce and carry through to the keeper, and the final delivery of the first over, 4 without loss, Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And when you look at the bowling lineup for Guyana, Smith, one of their leading seamers. They also have Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who has gotten wickets at key intervals in different stages of the championship thus far. Kimo Paul, who's going to, in fact, take the attack from the opposite end. And apart from that, they do have the medium pace of Kevlon Anderson, who I saw utilize sometimes, and it was very tricky indeed. I just mentioned it because apart from his excellent knock with the bat in hand, you never know when he might be called upon, as we saw more seam used than spin. And we know traditionally Guyana certainly infamous for all of their spin bowlers, the likes of Purmall and Sinclair, as well as Ned in this present bowling attack. So lots of options on display, that's one thing for sure.
Well, what you have just described too, they have a very good balanced attack in terms of their seamers and then medium pacers, and then Pawal especially, who have been around, and he has been a successful bowler. So I think an enterprising encounter is considered here between these two teams, but we'll have to wait and see. And good judgment by the batsman Kadeem Henry, who hails from Antigua and Barbuda, have scored 100 against Trinidad and Tobago, and also Mikael Louis has had 100 so far in this series. So the two openers, they have something that can build their confidence. But what I like to say about the surface, though, that it is giving more encouragement or inspiration to the seam bowlers.
Yeah, definitely agree. And I was just informed by our co-commentator, also statistician, that in fact last year in the same encounter at the same venue, Kevlon Anderson in fact picked up 5 wickets for 57 runs, and Mikael Louis scored 130. So definite factors to take note of as we look forward to this encounter. But what I like about this pitch is that there's something in it for everyone, because even the batsmen have been able to play through the line quite comfortably.
Well, and the thing is about that, when the ball is coming off with consistent, even bunks, it makes it even all around, as you quite rightly said there, consistency for everyone who can apply themselves to the conditions, both batsmen and bowlers. But Kevlon Anderson and also to have that quality as a bowler. So he is compiling himself as a very valuable all-around cricketer.
And good aggression there from Kimu Paul. Usually not known for that style of bowling.
Well, I think Paul would be inspired after he saw what O'Shane Thomas and so forth got out of the surface when the Leeward Islands bowled. So paying close observation, he would have realized that if he bends his back, but if he can get his direction more consistently on a good line and length, as we can see a field change with the third slip going in, quite a nice move by the captain.
And then he goes fuller and into the pad. So bowler not adjusting to that strategy from the captain in the field. Should have just probably kept it outside the off stump and encourage him, even if he went full, by all means encourage him to drive, encourage him to play his shots in that region, because you have the protection in the offside as well as the fielders behind if there's an edge.
Well, and that was the obvious ploy by bringing another fielder into the slip coordination. So no doubt he will be aiming for just about off stump, and that should be his intentions.
And again going into the pad. So sometimes, you see a double bluff in cricket where they put the fielders and they set the traps, but then the bowler does something totally different.
Well, giving a little concern to the bowler too, especially in his first over. It is really a challenge, first of all, to get your line and length on par. So, but not a bad first over there. So we'll just have to wait and see. No, the second over, pardon me. So 6 runs on the board, and really these two opening batsmen, both Mikhail Louis and Kadeem Henry, they have an opportunity ahead of them here now to at least try and settle in and get themselves good individual scores and put their team on to a good start for the Leeward Islands. But it will be Mikhail Louis who will be on strike now.
Solid defense from Louis. And of course, one thing that we have observed from watching Louis play in the regional as well as in the West Indies format, sometimes has a tendency to just plant that front foot a bit early, which we saw in England caused them quite some difficulty. But that can work to his advantage, but also disadvantage at times. So how do you think he will fare on this sort of surface?
Well, in general, batsmanship, and especially more in particular as an opening batsman, that right foot should also trying to be covering the off stump on his movement. Let's look at say closely. Well, as you quite rightly said, yes, he just kept that right leg as the right hander planted. So most of the times, once you're going to cover that off stump, and for his height, if he just shuffle a little cross more by using his right leg, then he would know that he will be covering his off stump. Leeward Islands was
We have 45 overs to bat in this inning, so into the third over.
For the rest of the day. For the rest of the day. Thank you, dear.
Yes, correct.
Yes, so there again, too, looking at what they have ahead of them in terms for the remaining of the day, that percentage of overs. Once these two batsmen can avoid any indiscretions and just try to play each delivery on its merit. But there again, too, I like the enterprising aspect of what the nature is offering for the seam bowlers. It's very pleasing to see that there is something there for the fast bowlers, and once they bend their backs, they can get the results, as we saw, where O'Shane Thomas got good results when he bowled for the Leeward Islands.
As you mentioned, Gabriel, imagine seeing the likes of Shannon Gabriel on a track like this.
O'Shane Thomas, sorry.
Played nicely from Louis into the gap. This one has been really well timed. It's just trickling to the boundary ropes, but Pomor gets there, and they complete 3 runs quite easily. Of course, those long legs of Louis allowing him to just trot down the wicket, and he's there within 2 to 3 strides, you would think.
Yes, he's well over 6 feet tall. So making good strides down the surface and getting himself 3 runs. But it also signaled a good sign when we see balls played out into deep areas of the fields and both batsmen running the first one quickly to try and capitalize and see how many runs they could get. And at that occasion, they got 3 valuable runs.
Yeah, what was impressive also is the fact that the shots were along the ground. So there were 2 fielders positioned in that mid-wicket region. One at, you would say, a short mid-wicket in the 30-yard circle, and one at a short mid-on. So both of them in relatively catching positions if they decide to flick obviously. But they managed to control their shots thus far. Not really given any opportunities for the fielding team.
Well, with 3 slips and a gully, it is obvious that what the captain wants the bowler to be doing is for looking for that good off-stump length delivery, and if he could go further across the right-hander, that can even be more appropriate.
It's cut away, and that will race away to the boundary for 4. Excellent looking shot there from Kadeem Henry. Stood up tall, and the ball is at a very comfortable height for him. Dispatched to the boundary.
And not just standing up tall. What Kadeem Henry did on that occasion in executing that stroke, his right foot covered the off stump and he got on top of the delivery and a well-earned boundary. And he is off to a good start, and that is where batsmen always have to try and capitalize on loose deliveries, and he did so excellently. Well, the umpires is signaling somewhere to the... It looked like he turned to the dressing room and making some signal. We cannot be too certain what it's about, but we can tell our viewers it's 13 without loss. The Leeward Islands, they are chasing 193, which was scored by Guyana after winning this toss this morning. And Colville,
We see that.
Kevlon Anderson, he top scored with 77 not out.
Yep, excellent knock from Anderson. And as you just mentioned in the umpires, we see all of the players just gathering around that area that has been repaired at least a couple times from the groundsmen that required just some stamping, but the umpires are in fact looking for a change of ball.
Oh, we're wondering what could have been that particular reason at this time. Is it out of shape or?
And you just wonder because it's only 3 overs and only one very aggressive shot, which is the previous shot, and it didn't seem to go anywhere into the stands or concrete areas to say that it would have been damaged, but
we are not too certain.
Correct. We'll leave that to the experts on the field of play, but whatever the reason was, the ball has been changed, and again we saw them, these 5 fielders standing up by that area from the opposite end of where the viewers are looking at now, the end that Louis is standing at, right around the area where his bat is positioned. Just had some concern when Thomas was bowling in his innings. Of course, big, strong O'Shane Thomas landing at that thundering speed.
Yes.
I can only imagine
the
sort
impact.
of impact.
The impact. It's true. But he looked very fit today. But and Louis is getting well over that delivery. Just playing it quietly down to mid-on, no run, but 3.1 overs being bowled so far in this innings, and at the start of this innings for the Leeward Islands, 45 overs remaining, our continuation of this first day's play. So these 2 batsmen, if they are aware of that situation also too, they will just need to keep playing it on its merit.
And they're playing smartly at this point. Can't say that they have given anything to chance, and most importantly, haven't been there in the field themselves for that first innings. They would have seen what was taking place. They would have been able to take notes and adapt it into their game when they're now at the crease. And that's brilliantly played by Mikael Louis, favouring that leg side from either end of the pitch and just flicked all the way along the carpet for 4.
Yeah, a nicely timed stroke there by Michael Louis. It was one slightly going down the legs, but he got over it nicely and executed it into the deep mid-wicket boundary for another four. And immediately, the both batsmen are having a mid-pitch conversation, and that is always a good aspect too, whereby they are assessing the situations, what the bowlers are trying to achieve, what is our best. The batsmen obviously might be discussing what is our best approach at this particular time with 45 overs remaining in this first segment of this first day's play here at Warner Park. So all those things come into the equation. But I think what most batsmen should have in mind in a four-day encounter, make the best use of your first innings.
Definitely. And I'm sure that's something coaches would have been preaching even since you had your time playing professional cricket as well. I know we spoke about the infamous Guaracara Park back in Trinidad, where I recall seeing a lot of West Indies legends run in, bend their backs, bowl hard, and as well as the batsmen scoring a lot of runs.
That is when you were going to primary school. well, that's good memory. And one struck in Louis and a loud appeal. Could this be, as we look, possibly might just be for height? We will look at it at the monitor, but there was a confident appeal. We will see what our monitor is suggesting. Yes, it seemed like it was going down the leg side also. Did you see it on that angle too?
Yep.
It appears so. But a good delivery. And that is the thing. If the bowler can go back in that particular area again, let us see if he will have that consistency. But Louis, though, moving his feet more now across the off stump and leaving that delivery alone, and it went through to the keeper. So the Leeward Islands would be depending on both these two reliable opening batsmen in Kadeem Henry of Antigua and Barbuda, and representing the Leeward Islands, and Michael Louis of the Leeward Islands, and hailing from the island of St. Kitts, opening for the Leeward Islands. And both batsmen again, they are confronting, and here comes the tool again, once by the groundsman to do some gardening to that particular foothold area. So that has been a consistent pattern now, escalating in this game.
Well, I was now going to ask you if you found out the name of the device, because I recall both of you guys trying to decide what was the name.
I'm gonna ask some questions from the groundsman. So we don't want to mislead or inappropriately call the wrong tool.
Of course. We'll leave that to the experts.
Yeah, but it is, and as when Earl Smitten was on, he's saying it is not just here, it has been a universal thing in international cricket and so forth, whereby we see it occasionally taking place. And here at Warner Park, though, so far, and we will hope, by the grace of Almighty God, that we continue to have lovely weather as it is right now. Lovely day for cricket.
Yeah, well,
right here at Warner Park.
Brilliant sunshine. In fact, yesterday when we arrived, my first time visiting this lovely island, of course.
Oh my, and I hope this is not the last, and you will
Definitely
take back
not.
fond memories.
Of course. And one of my colleagues indicated that the weather was spectacular leading up until this game. And yesterday, there were some showers. So he just wondered if that was due to my arrival or not. But I told him, of course it's not.
Yeah, no, man, you brought showers of blessings. Okay.
Definitely tearing down the pads there. Get a comfortable leg by. But yes, as you rightfully said, I will take it as showers of blessings for this 4-day encounter. Of course, to remind our viewers, we also have round 7 in the championship coming up next week at the same venue, with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes taking on the Barbados Pride, and that will be a day-night encounter.
Oh,
featuring
quite
the
interesting.
pink ball.
Yeah, quite interesting. One thing about when the game go into the evening, though, most of the times there's that element of moisture on the outfield, and that sometimes poses some challenges in terms of the grip by bowlers. This is response to 193, which was scored by Guyana. Someone was telling me some time ago that in Guyana, in preparation, teams usually, when they're practicing, they will have a bucket with half full of water and put some wet balls into it, and then try to dry it off and bowled with the damp ball, because when it presents itself in matches, they would have had a preparation in terms of the various grips that they should use. And if so, that is a good impetus in towards for the bowlers. But here is more runs for the Leeward Islands.
Well, I do recall, but that's a very close throw at the stumps from the boundary. I think he might have been looking to the umpire with his heart in his hands there.
It was a very good strong throw from the deep, in truth. Would it been close? Let us look and see at the monitor.
He would have been gone
Oh, wow.
by quite some distance.
Yeah, so that is why it is so important to really sprint in and don't take it as the obvious that they will just stroll in. Make sure that you cover that ground. But we was fortunate on that occasion.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, those different tactics for the day-night game, I recall seeing 2 pink ball matches in this West Indies Championship in person. One would have been Trinidad and Tobago against the CCC in the first round of matches at the Barrel Cricket Academy, and then Guyana taking on the West Indies Academy, I believe, at Providence. And in both of those games, the dew was certainly a factor, and it was something that the dew varies based on how hot the sun is during the day, as well as how breezy and how still the night is. And it's one of those things where I personally have not seen the wet ball in use, but I'm sure it's something that they would use just to get accustomed to the grip and so on. But I know other players also, in fact, they just dip their hands in water and they just pat them dry so that their fingers feel as if the ball has the dew on it, and try to grip it. And then different techniques, some of them take the dry sand, they go by the square, just rub their hands along it to try and dry their fingers so they can get a better grip on the seam. And of course the rags that are in use.
Well, good assessment there by Michael Louis from that final delivery. It was the delivery pitch just on about off stump, making some height. And he judged it well and allowed it to go through to the wicket keeper. 193 Guyana scored when they batted first, and they were all out. And the top scorer was Kevlon Anderson. He was 77 not out, and it was a very, very good innings. And also there was Kemo Paul and others who had some brisk knocks, didn't stay around for longer periods as they would have liked. But in any event, runs on the board is runs on the board.
Trying to cut that one, but almost chopping it onto his stumps. Yeah, Kemo Paul and Ronaldo Ali Muhammad, both with brief cameos at the crease, but they added some valuable runs for their team. In fact, I think when Paul was at the crease with Anderson, that partnership sped up to 60 odd, and it really happened in quite a flash. I think when they came out after the lunch break, whatever Kemo Paul had for lunch did him well, because he came out there hitting that ball to all parts of the ground. Good delivery again. Paul seems to be in the mood today.
Well, he's finding the appropriate areas there, just on about off stump, and no doubt he'll be thinking to make the batsman come into playing it more by bringing it closer. That he will bring him into play, because having 2 slips and the girl is standing back also with the wicket keeper, that he knows is his intention.
And I like the seam movement as well. And consecutive deliveries we have seen after the ball has pitched and going past the batsman through to the keeper, just deviating to the right of the batsman.
Yeah, and if we look at closely at the players out there, we can see how there is a breeze coming from east to west, and it's ruffling their tops. So most likely the outswinger coming from that end will be a very good delivery. But on that occasion, that was well left by Kadim Henry, and I think he's making good assessments by not taking the chances of going into any indiscretions. With the Leewards opening their account, they are now 20 without loss, and These two would know how important it is, Michael Louis and Kadeem Henry, to establish a good start for the Leewards in chasing 193, which Guyana got after they won the toss this morning and decided to bat first.
And those deliveries are not really going to trouble the batsman. Just need to keep it a bit closer. What Guyana need to remember is that they have to get wickets. If they want to stay in this game, they can't just run in and bowl without any real sort of purpose or plan, given the fact that Leeward Island seem very comfortable right now. I mean, it's just in the 6th over, 20 runs without loss, and early days yet, but both batsmen really don't seem troubled.
Well, nothing has presented itself to create that difficulty, but a good, more well-directed delivery of that final delivery, and they're doing well so far. But on the other hand, though, these two for the Leeward Islands opening the innings and in pursuit of 193 would know how important it is for them to try and establish a good opening partnership for the Leeward Islands. But on the other hand, if Guyana can get early inroads, that can present always a different picture. Sometimes I wonder, though, with some seam bowlers, when they are not early on, even though it's early on in their spells and they're not getting it to the line or direction where they would like, why not try going around the wicket sometimes? And sometimes, too, the batsman might just get in his mind that he's going to do something different, but sometimes it's just the same thing, but keeping the batsman thinking. And Louis is executing well. Would he get 4? It looks like it's going to go into the deep mid-wicket boundary. It does so.
Well, that was almost deja vu, a replica of the same shot in the previous over from Smith into that exact gap between the fielder at short mid-wicket and short mid-on. And he really likes that shot. Look at his feet positioning. It's facing towards the offside, but he's able to flick that ball due to his movement of his wrist between off and middle stump and place it into that gap. By no means an easy shot. If he misses there, I think he could have a good chance of being LBW.
What? His timing was spot on. I think the delivery too. And this is a good cover drive. This is a model of a very, very good cover drive. His right foot was moving. He timed it well. That's Michael Louis. And he earned himself 2 more runs. The boundary that he got off the on-drive to, it was slightly moving into his pads, and he got over it as a tall man, and his timing was good. Not demonstrating or placing his emphasis on power. It was just good timing.
Yeah, I definitely like those last 2 shots from Louis, because you saw the difference and also quick thinking on display. That second shot, everything was in line. The ball didn't race away to the boundary as it did in the previous one, but timing on both occasions. And again, this one tailing into his pads, and at the last moment, just able to break his wrist and get some purchase and able to get some runs as well. Many times you see batsmen who are unable to use their wrists as quickly or as efficiently as Louis. They can get trapped by those deliveries tailing into your pad, sometimes trying to play with a straight bat or trying to work it to the leg side but miss timing. You can miss the ball, it can get the edge. Many factors at play, but Louis truly seems very comfortable with his wrist movement and ability to play balls on his pads and his stumps.
And also too, in playing that stroke, he played it with soft hands, also too, and just not using, just slackening his grip possibly a little, and just turning it down. And what was also good too, right away he was hustling for the first one quickly and trying to capitalize, and that is always a good gesture when the ball go into the wider areas of the field on any side.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that momentum and that energy you get from running between the wickets. I mean, we know from playing cricket at the youth stages, even from when you now learn to play cricket, something that is always preached and echoed by the coaches would be running between the wickets and also the communication.
And
yeah.
call it communication.
Correct.
Because, so for example, the striker now who is Kadeem Henry, if the ball is played down to a little wide mid-on, that's his call. And the non-striker should not be looking back once the striker has said one.
Exactly, and it's about trusting your partners. There we see Louis just inching forward, but Henry was unmoved, and Louis rightfully goes back. So you have to have that understanding, and it's one of those important tenets of batting in partnerships.
Yeah, and what could be also a little confusing if you're not using the two words yes or no, but then don't intermix it with wait and stay.
Or wait on.
Wait on, yes. But it's either yes or no. But just be consistent in terms of also to the communication. That is very vital. And anyway, it is what 27 without loss. The Leeward Islands. They are chasing 193, which was scored by Guyana. So these two so far, they are consolidating. Both Henry and Michael Louis. Henry's on strike.
Cut away nicely from Henry. Seems to be in good touch as well. Very solid stature. 7 overs completed, 28 without loss.
Well, and Kadeem Henry is the shorter of the two. He hails from the island of Antigua and Barbuda, which has produced some very outstanding and illustrious cricketers throughout all generations. And as you would know more recently in your age group, Curtly Ambrose, very outstanding fast bowler, very, very outstanding. I have to communicate with you in terms of your generation, so we can have it.
I'll take that as a compliment as well, even though I'm still
well, I know
a bit
you're
younger.
you're familiar with
Of course.
but
definitely.
And Courtney Walsh, Courtney Walsh or Curtly Ambrose, they've been in combination very, very good service they have done to West Indies cricket, as many other fast bowlers of the West Indies. But here we are at Warner Park. It's Guyana against the Leeward Islands. And is it 4 runs?
Majestic there from Henry. Definitely 4 runs as that ball runs away to the boundary on the offside. Just too full from Kimu Paul. The 30 partnership comes up. But I think he just needs to be a bit more consistent with his accuracy. He had a very good previous over with a length that was shorter. And now going too full. And we saw the nature of this pitch where anything that's over pitched in that half-body region, batsmen are quite easily coming forward and playing along the line.
And Kadeem Henry, in executing that cover drive, it was what the orthodox cricket manual would have suggest to any young player looking on, that get that left foot out, head over the ball, and not an emphasis on power, but sheer timing. And it raced into the boundary, and he's looking good so far. Both batsmen in particular opening for the Leeward Islands, Michael Louis and Kadeem Henry, they're going along quite nicely. No bowler has proposed or suggested any difficulty in their negotiating deliveries. And good calling once more between the two batsmen, which, as you quite rightly said, Kaish, that is so very important in terms of the communication and the early calling.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things that, they always have different acronyms for different strategies and tactics in cricket. For me, it's about the 3 C's: consistency, clarity, and communication.
You're so right. You're spot on. Huh?
And that applies in all the different aspects, bat, bowling, and field.
Well, sound speech that cannot be condemned. And yes, indeed. And it has to be very enjoyable, though, too, when you're enjoying what you're doing, and in particular cricket. And once you enjoy into what you're doing, most of the times you are successful in any aspect of life, but more so in cricket. If you really enjoy the game, whether you're a bowler, a batsman, and so forth, but you enjoy the game itself, you will continue to improve in the different areas. But sometimes too, feeling can help, especially all cricketers in different aspects. Say like a bowler who have not bowled as yet and think he might make some very good saves, good stops, might take a brilliant catch, and then when he gets the opportunity to bowl, he just go into a nice rhythm and so forth, So, but feeling is it can be very enjoyable too, especially if you pull off some spectacular catches and make some good saves.
Well, I think everything you've said there is certainly spot on, and it all echoes of momentum and adrenaline.
Yes, and
when you have that momentum in your favor, as Louis has shown in this innings, this one will also go to the boundary for 4. It just augurs well for you because everything you do has that extra confidence and that extra ability where the cricket gods are just smiling on you. And as I take my leave before our co-commentator joins you, I will also repeat similar, instead of the 3 C's, I also note the 3 P's. The passion and purpose always leads to progress.
Okay, well said. There you have it, Kaish. And thank you very kindly there. And the Mikhail, Louis, and Kadim Henry opening for the Leewards, they have looked very much in control. They have been timing well, placing emphasis on timing and not definitely power. As I say, a pleasant good afternoon once again to Earl Smitten, who has just rejoined me. And Earl, the Leeward Islands, they are off to a good start in pursuit of the 193 which Guyana scored.
Yes, after a pretty good start. There's some 156 runs adrift of the Guyanese score, and 37 for no loss. We have had 8 overs completed. We have another 37 overs left in the day's play. And Leewards looking to build on this start. It's been a very good start by these two. Louis has gone on to 22. And Kadim Henry is on 14. And not forgetting that earlier this year against Trinidad and Tobago, these two would have put on a mammoth opening partnership of some 202 runs against Trinidad and Tobago. Both of these batsmen would have gotten centuries in that match, as this one is flicked nicely into the onside for 4. That's a wonderful shot there. In fact, 6. It goes all the way. I seem to have lost sight of it. And well struck there by Henry this time. Flicking into the onside and getting 6 runs.
And
on the pads, and flicked away nicely. Nicely timed. And going all the way for 6.
Yeah, excellent execution in truth. And just it was going further down the leg side also too, but the timing was very good. And Henry really looks a good batsman. I did not see him in that encounter here when that partnership, but just of what you have mentioned, he has really convinced now that he has that quality.
Ali Mohammed. And Henry's pushing into the offside. So Ali Mohammed being roughed up a bit there by Kadim Henry. And Kadim Henry has kept his place all season for the Leeward Islands. And of course, Guyana winning the toss today and batting first, elected to bat 193 all out. And they, of course, would have expected to have done a lot better. This one is pushed up to cover once more. And once more, he can't score. So, Guyana looking for the first breakthrough. Shadows begin to lengthen. And the victor we look forward to next week when we would have a day-night match. Match scheduled to start at 1 p.m. That will be the Leeward Islands coming up against Barbados here at Warner Park under the lights.
Well,
starting at 1 p.m. and then going over into the evening.
well, that also going to be a different environment. Once it gets into the evening, as we know that the conditions would be totally different to the brilliant sunshine. So we will hope for the very best.
Have a day-night match being played. Jamaica against Trinidad and Tobago. That's being played at Taruba in Trinidad and Tobago. And Jamaica is batting first, and they're 85 for 2 off 30 overs earlier on. The Windward Islands were dismissed for 186 from 49.3 overs. And Barbados Pride in reply there 23 for 2. And Leeward Islands Hurricane here on 44 for no loss. And that's in reply to 193 scored by the Harpy Eagles. And the other match being played today, the combined campuses and colleges, 187 for 5 batting first against the West Indies Academy. So those are the matches in progress. Being played today, 4 matches in progress. But it's Kimo Paul as Henry picks up a run.
Of the 2 wickets going down for Jamaica, is Campbell one of those? That's John Campbell.
Well, I didn't check the details,
Okay,
Victor.
okay.
I just looked at the scores.
Okay, that's all right.
I just was trying to give listeners who
Yeah.
would be tuned into this match an idea of the scores. We could probably get back to the scores at a later date. And this one is pulled in the air. It's going down towards fine leg, in fact, over the keeper's head. And it goes for 4. But not a comfortable looking shot, a foul shot, in fact, from Louis. Looking to pull, getting a top edge, and going down behind the keeper and going to the boundary for 4. But he would accept those 4 runs quite easily. And with that 4, he goes on to 26. And the Kadeem Henry's on 22. And then over number 10. So it's 49. So a good start by these two. Good opening partnership so far. That's crisp push into the offside up to cover. But straight to the fielder by Louis. Track certainly has become a nice track on which to bat, Victor.
Well, also too, that was a very enterprising delivery again to form the seam bowler where Michael Louis, he earned himself 4 runs, but not really the intended area that he would like to have gotten it, but in any event it was safe, where he collected 4 runs as it went high over the wicketkeeper's head, not presenting any chance. But here is he playing down 1 now to long leg and earning another run is Michael Louis. But these two now for the Leeward Islands, but Kadeem Henry and Michael Louis going along quite nicely. It is now the 50 up for the Leeward Islands. These two put in a good start for the Leeward Islands thus far, Kadeem Henry and Michael Louis.
Yes, 50 coming up in 9.4 overs between these two. And a good opening partnership here for the Leeward Islands. So Kevlin Anderson, he was not out on 77
Yes, 77.
for Guyana, out of a score of 193. Oh, this one is a wild one, and Imlak does well.
Made a lot of height too, so still good carry here at Warner Park. We're seeing from the seam bowlers really getting good lift out of this service, and it has been consistent, and wicketkeeper standing back about some other 22 yards, taking it above head height and prevented any possibility of extras.
Oh, is he out, is he? Seemed to have taken the shoulder of the bat. The finger goes up and he's on his way. Caught behind. That's a good delivery from Kimo Paul.
Yes, a very good delivery, and he got it in the right area. He got it where it appeared like just on about center stump, and it was making height on Kadeem Henry. As we can see now, as the monitor gives us a better indication here, is it? Yes, it just made the appropriate height, and really Henry got a good delivery. And when we see batsmen getting good deliveries and going back to the pavilion, absolute credit is due to the bowlers, and that was very well deserving. And as this surface has showed consistently, there is that nice bunks that the pacers have been extracting. So the Leeward Islands losing their first wicket in Kadeem Henry going caught at the wicket.
Yeah, so first wicket going down for the Leewards, and players taking the opportunity to refresh themselves. And in fact, they are moving away. The umpires are moving away. It's not really a water break, but the fall of the wicket, the Guyanese players getting some well-earned refreshment. 27 to Louis, and Henry the man to go. 50 for 1. And we have had some 10 overs completed.
Well, at least the two openers for the Leeward Islands, they got to the 50, and we just seeing the back of Kadeem Henry making his way back to the pavilion. So Guyana would be motivated, or even more so encouraged, to really try and make further inroads. But thus far, Michael Louis is looking very composed, looking very good. His timing has been well, spot on so far. And I was not presented any opportunity of a chance in this inning so far. He settles.
Ali Mohammed to Louis though. He's flicking that one down the onside and misses. Just like to inform viewers that we do not have access to any comments. I know viewers have been making comments, and some have been told have been asking questions, but I just want to inform listeners that we do not have access to comments, so we do not see your comments. So we are unable to answer any question that might be asked. Just letting listeners know. So Carty is on strike now. Of course, we do welcome listeners, our viewers, to the live stream being professionally brought to you by 360 Rodeo Company. Our producer on the spot, Dylan, doing a very efficient job. Ali Mohammed on his way. And there's a defensive bat there by Casey Carty.
Katie Cassie, do some runs, sir?
Yes, and I certainly would like to get some runs here. There are so many batsmen around the region that are making runs and are scoring heavily. We saw Kevlin Anderson again today getting amongst the runs, coming not out, 77 not out. And that is going to do the world of good to his already good average. So he would have a very impressive average up to this point.
Certainly.
Ali Mohammed looking to get a second wicket here for Guyana. They would like to go bang bang. Of course, 193 is not a very huge total, as he beats Carty outside the off stump. It's taken behind by Imlak.
Yeah, Carty looked like for that delivery that he was just stretching and not really shuffling across, getting that right foot across the off stump, shuffling instead of just stretching. And with the moving delivery, especially if it is moving further across from the right-hander, Casey Carty will have to pay a little more attention to his movement at the crease quite early on in his innings.
Struck it, but straight to point. There are no runs, so the over comes to an end. And it's 193 for 10 Guyana from 44.4 overs. And the Leeward Islands 51 for 1. They have been only batting for some 11 overs.
Yeah, and if they're losing the wicket of Kadeem Henry, the The strike rate for the Leeward Islands has been good so far. Well, Michael Louis, he is going to be the one on strike. Tall off the two, obviously. Sporting the number 53 on the back of his jersey. And spot on delivery. Just played quietly out to cover. No run. So an interesting field placement here too for the bowler.
It's been brilliant there so far.
Certainly.
Sun has been out in all its glory. Keema Paul, the lone wicket taker for Guyana. He's running in, he's really running in, and he's really really hitting the pitch hard.
Well, he also saw what happened when the Leeward Islands bowled, that the seam bowlers for the Leeward Islands, they really, when they made the extra effort, they got the results. So obviously I think that there should also be a motivation from that aspect too for the fast bowlers from Guyana. Defending the 193 which they scored when they won the toss and batted first here in this first day encounter against the Leeward Islands at Warner Park.
193, of course, a subpar total here on this Warner Park track. But one can sense that the Guyana team, they're fighting out there. They're looking to take wickets. Keema Paul has been successful so far. We have not seen any of the spin bowlers as yet, but we're just in over number 12. And the advent of Pamal into the attack is going to be an interesting juncture of the game. He could have a telling effect on the game, as well as based on how the Leeward Island batsmen play him, then they could very well find themselves in a fairly good position, or vice versa. If they do not handle him well, they could very well find themselves up against it. We saw Pierre when they played here earlier this year, picking up some wickets against the Leeward Islands, and he, although it was a very docile track, he was very consistent, very persistent, and he kept his line and length well. And in the end, he was rewarded with a number of wickets for Trinidad and Tobago against the Leeward Islands. Louis gets another run. There's no devil out there in the track. You know, the track is tailor-made for batting. It would have leveled out during the course of the day.
Yeah, a lot much more. And as you quite rightly said, once a batsman can apply themselves and play each delivery on its merit and no indiscretions, they can get good scores, because Kevlin Anderson, he demonstrated that for Guyana, and I thought he was very measured, especially at a time in the innings that the other batsmen from the other end were accelerating, but that didn't ruffle his composure, and that also was a very good sign from the innings of Kevlin Anderson.
Of course, any little preparation moisture that might have been in this track would have gone from the track, sun beating down on it all day, as he gets another run.
And that is good too, turning over the strike and not sucking up too many deliveries from any particular bowler, because each time every bowler will have to think of a different method when he has to bowl to different batsmen. Well, Casey Carty would know that how important it is for him personally to get a good score to his name, but also to try and establish a partnership with Michael Louis, who is the non-striker and looking good thus far.
Of course, these two are the test batsmen out there for the Leeward Islands, Casey Carty and Mikhail Louis. And, you know, much is expected of both of these two players. Cornwall, of course, he is more of an all-rounder. He would have had international exposure. Jamal Hamilton at one point in the West Indies squad. Jamal Hamilton, of course, has had a very good season. He has been productive with the bat.
Yeah, and he's a relatively good wicket-keeper batsman, really.
Of course, there's Justin Graves, who's also a test player and who comes off the back of 104 against the West Indies Academy in March, the last round of matches. He would have scored 100. And we cannot forget young Joel Andrew, who has been in a rich vein of form also.
That's right.
And has picked up his maiden first-class century this year. Nicely driven, but straight back to the bowler. And strikes him on the boot, perhaps, and he prevents any possibility of a run. But full face of the bat that time from Casey Carty.
Yes, indeed. And the Leeward Islands, as you just mentioned, Earl, really, that they have depth in their batting lineup. That's the Leeward Islands. So, but these two, if they can establish a partnership, that's Katie and Mikhail Louis.
Clipped off the pads and down to backwards square, just a single. Pomal is in attendance. In fact, that's not Pomal down there. Pomal, senior statesman he is. He is in the offside. He's at mid-off. So Ali Mohammed misses his run. Day has really been a pleasant one.
Lovely day for cricket.
And as the afternoon, as the day has progressed, so too the weather has gotten even better. And I've had no threats of rain. Edged and goes down to third man in the air, but safe. And going past, between the slip, it was in the air, well above those two fielders, but he bisected the keeper and the gully, and it ran away down to the third man boundary for four, sorry. So 4 more to Louis.
Yeah, and even though it was in the air, it was never anywhere close. Any fielder, and he earned himself 4 more runs. That's Mikhail Louis. And really, Casey Carty, sleeves buttoned down to his wrist. Wow, boy, he will have to button down at the crease and try to get himself a good score for himself and for the Leeward Islands. Mikhail Louis off to a good start. He has gotten some, 38 runs it is there, Earl, so far for Mikhail Louis.
In fact, he's on 35.
35?
Carty's on 2.
And 2, yeah.
But Carty, he's a good player. Good player who has been consistent over the years at regional level. And he would be looking to get a good score here today. The conditions are favorable for him to get a good score. His team is not facing a huge target. And the light is good, scene condition good. The pitch certainly has leveled out quite nicely. The ball is coming through at a good bounce and at a good pace. So ideal conditions in which to score some runs. Pulled nicely into the onside, and it's 4. In fact, that was more of a help than a pull, Victor.
Yes, and the timing was good. Yeah, he just actually helped it, and it was very short indeed, and Louis wasn't trying to really hit it with power. He just used emphasis on timing and got 4 more runs. So Michael Louis is looking good so far, and he would just have to consolidate and keep going.
Fends this time. But he's looking good. He has gotten a start. He's on 39. And would be looking to get a big one here. No pressure on him, really. This is only the first day. We are into the last session, of course. But lots of time left in this game. Goes into the 40s with that single. And of course, what the Leeward Islands would be looking to do here is to get an extensive lead over Guyana. Guyana, on the other hand, they would be hoping that they could pick up some quick wickets, probably going bang, bang, bang. And give themselves a good chance in this match. The scoreboard keeps ticking over.
Yes, and both batsmen looking quite comfortable. What is good in Carty's behalf too, that Kadim and Henry and Michael Lurie, they got a 50 opening partnership, so it did not mean that Casey Keaty had to come in very early if the Leewards had lost an early wicket. Probably little mentally that might be a little more pressure, but he came in a little more comfort zone, and so far has looked very good.
This time he's looking to fan it into the onside and missed it completely, and it went to the keeper. But a good opening stand is always critical for a team's well-being in terms of getting a good innings. You build a house and you always try to get a good, strong foundation. And what Henry would have done with Louis to see off the new ball, see off the shine, and makes it a lot easier. This time he gets back on it, and it goes down to long leg for a single. So essentially what these two would have done is to make life a lot easier for the batsman coming in. The shine would have been, most of the shine would have been erased from this the new ball. In fact, the outfield is a bit on the rough side, so the more often the ball goes into the outfield, the quicker the shine comes from the ball.
That's right. That's right. That's
so making it a lot easier for the incoming batsman. And once there's no pressure in terms of wickets lost, then it makes it easier for the incoming batsman, as should be the case with Carty, who's an experienced player. He has been around for some time. He has tasted international victory with that West Indies edged and put down. It was to the right of the keeper. We'll have to take a look at that again. Edged to the right of the keeper. He went for it, got a right dove to it, and just parried it away from him.
Yeah, and it was a good delivery. But as we saw the replay there and the monitor, and I think Michael Louis has gonna have to work on that movement of his right foot. It was basically planted in a stiff area, and it probably, if he was getting more across, but luckily for him, it was put down.
Yeah, you see, seemed to be planted, that right foot planted, and he just hung the bat out.
Yeah, and
he peeled off the outer portion of the bat.
That has been one of the observing factors about Michael Louis, in that he just need to be a lot more flexible of moving that right leg in covering his off stump, and he'll have to work on that and work it out quite early, because with all the technology that is around in cricket too, and teams also have an opportunity to look in all areas and But batting is no different area in cricket where fast bowlers, if they have to come up against opening batsmen, they usually will do their homework and try in the areas where they think that batsmen will be more vulnerable.
What happened there, though, is that Kimo Paul has gone a lot closer to the wicketkeeper. He was a bit wide
He was?
at first slip,
Mm.
and he seemed to have gone a lot closer to the keeper. But, you know, I am not one in favor of this staggered slip accordion. Sometimes it's like, a team is trying to create two slips in one. And by that I mean, they might have one slip and they place that slip wide as if to cover first slip and second slip, for example. And I'm not in favor of that one. I don't think that one usually works.
Yeah, and in agreement with you, what I'm favoring, the wicketkeeper stretch out both hands, and where will be the tip of his right hand, that is the more appropriate position to have your slip if you're going to have slip. Because, say that for how the wicketkeeper went across in trying to accumulate that, if the slip was more closer to his left, but there again, we would not know what the teams are working out by the old field's placement. But looking at it, really, to me, it's in a touch and go position, which sometimes say if the wicketkeeper did not anticipate it well and it's go fine, where a normal first slip would usually be, it goes into the boundary for a 4. But anyway,
I think the wicketkeeper, though, would have gone after that. It was closer to him. So he dived across and got his right hand to it. And you still have to be careful, though. You cannot put the first slip too close to the wicketkeeper because it can create
doubt.
confusion.
Doubt.
It can create a bit of confusion. The slip might be thinking, well, that's the keeper's catch, and the keeper might be thinking that's the slip catch, and then no one goes after it. So
And then it goes down now.
you still have to be careful when putting your slips in place. But I do not believe in this half-half thing where you place a slip fielder to cover first slip and also cover second slip. It doesn't usually work. See Niall Smith being brought back from the far end.
Well, let's just see how much that opportunity of the mischance by putting down Michael Louis, how costly it might be for Guyana if it falls in that factor. Would Louis just, Michael Louis, that is, capitalized and put that behind him?
Well, he was on 41 when that catch was put down.
So let us see how much it will cost Guyana.
Gets a single down to long leg. Surprisingly, though, we have not seen any of the spinners as yet. And Smith comes back with his 5th over. And we're in over number 16.
Yeah, that is very much surprising to me also, to Earl, whereby you have to look to take wickets. And this is a better option now that they're taking. They are putting the slip quad in the more appropriate positions. There is now, we can say, a first slip, a second slip, and a gully. So that looks better.
Well, for Niall Smith, who has a bit more pace, they're using the 2 slips and the gully. And of course, for Casey Carty, who is fairly new to the crease, he's on 4. In fact, he has used up some 19 deliveries for his 4 runs. But he is not set as yet. So using more of an attacking approach, using the 2 slips, the gully, backward point, a short cover, mid-off. And you find on the onside there's a mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a long leg in position, but he has been switched around to the far end. And here's Scotty, looking rather patient. Saw him earlier in the season in the match against Trinidad and Tobago, following a ball about 10th stump wide. That's how wide it was. In fact, he did not move. He just anchored his feet in the crease and just threw the bat at it and got caught in the slip cordion, taking the outside edge. But he'll be looking to do a lot better today. Defends nicely. Ball ricochets from the stumps at the non-striker's end, backed up in the offside. So, no doubt he would be looking to get a good score here today. 193 scored by the Guyanese team, batting first after winning the toss. Did not make full use of the conditions. Anderson, of course, the shining light, 77 not out. I've been looking at Niall Smith-Victor, his approach. And for a fast bowler, his approach seems to be rather pedestrian, rather slow. He does not really charge into to the crease. He runs in. Well, I don't know if it's an optical illusion on my part, but he seems to be running in quite fairly slowly.
Yeah, casual approach that he has going for him. But for Cathy, in terms of this innings, what it would mean for his confidence also too, in trying to establish that for future matches. But even more, what is more specific in this particular innings, he has a good foundation to build upon, and so far he's looking good. So he should not be too perturbed as to his slow start, because that could eventually be improved once he have that patience to wait for the appropriate deliveries to execute. But Michael Louis, who is looking good, even though he has had a chance, he will be the one on strike.
Ali Mohammed continues. Oh, there's a loud appeal. And as the ball ricochets into the offside, he was looking to flick into the onside. And struck on the pad, the appeal went up. Pai Gustad not answering. Oh, that seemed to be going down the onside.
Yeah, and it also struck him on the left bat too, as a right-handed batsman, and it had some in-swing on it, so it was. And from the wicketkeeper reaction too, the wicketkeeper was moving further to his left.
And Louis picks up the line.
But Louis will still have to also keep concentrating on playing it up more up into the mid-off, or even to the in the short mid-wicket area where he did got a few boundaries, but you'll have to be very careful not to go totally across the deliveries.
Lots of time left in the day's play. In over number 17. Another 28 overs due after this one. And here is he driving wonderfully down to long on for 4. So patience normally is well rewarded. And there we saw Louis getting one in the slot, and he drove it nicely and picked up 4.
Yes, and just as I mentioned before that execution, if he looked to play the ball straight, and he did it quite nicely on that occasion, and earning himself 4 runs into the straight long on boundary, Michael Louis.
He's punching this one out to cover, and good bit of fielding down there on the cover boundary. Fielder moving rather smartly to his right, and just a single this time. The ball traveling rather quickly out towards backward point.
Yeah, it was struck powerful from Michael Louis, and earning himself another run. He's the non-striker, and he continues to grow in confidence. That's Michael Louis. He's getting close towards a half century, but Carty is on strike. That's Casey.
Oh, hesitation, but in the end, realized that the single was on. and realized that Niall Smith had some work to do. And of course, he just completed an over from the far end. And he would not be as energetic, as he would have at the start of this innings. And the batsman realized, well, here's an opportunity for a single, and they capitalized on it. And here's another single, this time a lot easier. And this is good cricket. It's important for the batsman to continue to rotate the strike, pick up the singles. Louis has gone on to 49 from some 47 deliveries. It's going to be a drinks break, and we're going to take a drinks break also. Well, runs right after the break. Just a single, in fact, to Kyle Louis. And Smith will continue from the far end.
.50 for McCann.
So Louis picking up his half century. 50 from some 48 deliveries. So good strike rate for Louis, 50 from 48 deliveries.
Well, good half century by Mickey Louis, and he should really thinking about the other half, which should be a lot much more easier from the point of view whereby he would have gathered what the nature of the pitch is offering and then making the necessary and appropriate adjustments and continue to bat along. And a few more spectators has trickled into the ground.
Well, Victor said the other half. So you're probably suggesting that he should be just interested in another 50 runs.
Well, up to first of all, if he can get to that pinnacle, but not satisfying with just getting the next 50 runs, and from there take it in stages and thinking about going as deep as possible, because there, as like I said, in a 4-day encounter, and as a batsman, and batting second, and his first innings also, and the Leeward Islands innings, make most valuable use now that he have gotten a start and just try to go deep into the innings.
So the Leeward Islands, they trailed by 114 runs, and they would like to continue to build on the start. Of course, Guyana, defending champions, and top of the table in this year's tournament so far after the first round of matches. And in fact, Guyana, they have not lost a match as yet. We have had 5 rounds of cricket. And Guyana yet to lose a match. They would have drawn 1, but they, out of the 5 matches, they have won 4. They have not lost any. So, and of course, they would like to continue the unbeaten record, but that could be hard to maintain here today with the score of just 193 runs. But yet they're still persevering. They're still looking to take wickets. The slip, 2 slips in fact, and the gully still in place, looking for that edge. So they have not given up hope of taking wickets, and wickets are what are going to get them back into this game after scoring just 193 runs outside the off stump once more. So no doubt that's the line of attack for Carty, and he continues to be patient.
And we have not seen any spinner being introduced as yet for Guyana, and when that has been called upon, we will see if that would make a difference in terms of what is taking place for the Leeward Islands batsmen. But another good half century by Mickey Louis thus far for the Leeward Islands, and he would have to recognize that after getting that first one, just don't. Okay, and here we have a nice picture of one of a nice tanker out there on the seas.
So 79 for 1, and you would have thought that with just 193 on the board, the captain of the Guyana team would have been more proactive. The fast bowlers, they're not really troubling the batsmen too much, and you cannot just sit and wait, and perhaps one would have thought that up to this point at least, he would have brought one of the spinners into the attack and try and pry out the wicket.
Because to go along with that point, to Earl, because they have gotten a modest total on this Warner Park surface of 193, and so far the Leeward Islands, who is batting their first innings the second time, the pitch is becoming more conducive for batting's comfort zone.
Of course, Guyana, they would not like the Leeward Islands to get too big a lead here.
That's it.
In this match. Early days yet. And 79 for 1. Another Well, we haven't went over number 19, so there's another 26 overs to be bowled in the day's play. And then there are 3 days to come, so lots of time left in this match. And this one is played into the onside, rather disdainfully dispatched there by Louis. And in fact, it's a no ball, and it goes all the way over Wideish long on for 6. So Ali Mohammed guilty of overstepping and being put away by Louis for 6.
And Michael Louis, hearing the call coming early from the umpire, executed it brilliantly over long off for 6 runs.
I think he would have played that shot anyhow.
Yes, even if it was not a no ball. And
this
here
one is
it.
pulled away in the air. Oh my goodness, it goes over the fielder down there. And
Another 6.
we'll wait for the signal. I would suspect that might be 6, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, he did signal 6.
So Louis, consecutive 6s. So Ali Mohammed being roughed up here by Louis. And with that 6 he has rushed on to 62, 92 for 1. It's too short and being pulled away by Louis for 6. This time he stands to his full height and stabs it into the offside.
Yes, and a very tall man is Michael Louis, so getting on top of that delivery. But that was a very good hook stroke also too from a short pitch delivery, and Louis executed it and thus far has gotten his second 6 in this particular over. So going along nicely is Louis, and Michael looking good here at Warner Park. And we are yet to see a spin bowler introduced by Guyana. I think you have to look wickets and not be so defensive as they are at this particular moment, Guyana.
Pulled away once more. This will gonna go away. And in fact another 6. So third 6 in the over. And was short, and Louis was into his wicket quickly and pulled it over mid-wicket for 6.
And beautifully timed, as you quite rightly said there. He was into his wicket like a flash, and he pounced on that short pitch delivery and executed it over the wide, the deep mid-wicket boundary for another 6. So 3 6s to Michael Louis in this over so far, and raking and making very good opportunity and use of anything loose. And really his timing and execution is to perfection.
Strike rate for the Leewards at 5.2. The trail now by some 95 runs. Louis has rushed on to 68 from 54 deliveries.
So good thinking there by Michael Louis too, just playing defensive prod for that final delivery there. And both batsmen now having a mid-pitch conversation. And these two are establishing a good partnership for the Leeward Islands. And Guyana, who scored 193 all out when they batted first after winning the toss there at Warner Park against the Leeward Islands. And the Leeward Islands, in response, they are now 98 for the loss of 1 wicket. And the wicket to go for the Leeward Islands was Kadeem Henry.
So Guyana really struggling at this point. They will continue with the medium pacer. And Smith will continue to try. Feed that down on the backward square boundary that the ball went over. Seemed to have been Anderson, Kevlin Anderson. But he's not a very tall man, and perhaps he is confusion, and in the end misfielded by Perez and allowing the single in the end.
That would have been very interesting if the fielder did gather it cleanly, because Michael Louis was a good little distance out of his ground, but eventually all ended safe because the fielder there moving to his left for mid-wicket did not gather it cleanly. So batsmen survive. Louis continues and looking very good thus far. No doubt the few spectators here on hand and those viewing will be hoping that he can just extend this innings and make it a most valuable one for himself and the Leeward Islands.
Showing signs of aggression, Mikhail Louis. He has been out there for some time now. He has faced some 56 deliveries and he's seen it well.
Yeah, he would also have a very good assessment of the nature of the pitch, and based upon what he has demonstrated in terms of his stroke play, he's actually, obviously, as you just quite rightly said there, Earl, he has to be seeing it very well.
Well, he's familiar with these conditions, and once
Ideal, yeah.
he certainly would have assessed the pitch quite early, even when the Guyanese team was batting. And he knows what is required and how the pitch is going to play. I mean, of course, this is his backyard.
And what I like to see about that just recent delivery there is that in leaving it alone, we can see that he had different movement of his feet instead of just staying planted and shuffling across, and that is good. So that is an area, once he can be consistent, and you know, all players would have time to make the necessary adjustment in certain areas, and he's no different. But a good inning so far by Michael Louis.
Well, the thing is, once you begin to score runs, your feet begin to move quite nicely, as this one is going down towards third man. Anderson quickly around, but cannot prevent two. But once you start timing the ball well, you would find that your footwork becomes more proficient, more adept, and you move quite nicely.
Indeed, and that has been a good demonstration of his batting so far in this innings. And what I like about him too, he's always running the first one quickly, and a very good sprinter between the wickets. Well, these two batsmen, Casey Carty and Michael Louis, are very good runners between the wickets, and that is a very important factor in running the first one quick.
Gets a bouncer there from Niall Smith, goes under. And just reminding Smith, just reminding Louis of the time of day, and reminding him that, you know, I'm here too, I'm in this too. It's not all about you. And have a sniff of the leather.
Smell the leather. 102 for 1, the Leewards, so good response in pursuit of the 193 that Guyana scored. The Leeward Islands fighting well so far.
Oh, here's another bouncer from Smith, and once more the signal comes, and that's the second one in the over.
Yes, indeed.
And certainly cannot. Well, he can, but he will be called no ball.
Yes, he should not. Yes, indeed, and that's how the game has evolved over the years. You know,
so
in our time of playing cricket, a bowler, fast bowler could have bowled 6 boxes, you know, or short pitch deliveries. But as that's how the transition of the game, and that's a big part of the involvement of how this great game, cricket.
Well, we know that came about, Victor. How the bouncer rule came about. We know that came about. And this one is turned nicely down to long leg for a single. And we know it was a means of curbing the West Indies 4-prong
aggression
attack, 4-prong pace attack. And certainly this was one of the main reasons why all sort of rules were introduced to, you know,
try to bring
try and
demise the West Indies prong attack of that very established for fast bowlers attack at that time. And I would agree with you with that, definitely, that that was really the agenda at that time, because that was a very collective, and some may even consider it as the best four format in Test cricket at that particular time. But anyway, everybody will have their various views, but it was very a high standard of quality fast bowlers.
103 for 1, 20 overs gone. And Ali Mohammed is going to continue, rather surprisingly. And he's in his 7th over. And I find this is rather interesting in that they continue to persist with the medium pacers. But I guess the captain has other ideas. Of course, he has Pamal, there's Ashmi Ned, another spin bowler. And of course, Kevin Sinclair, also a spin bowler. But he continues to persist with his medium pacers.
And both batsmen for the Leeward Islands, Casey Kiati and more so Michael Louis, they look quite comfortable out there in the middle. So the bowlers are not posing great challenges to either batsman.
Well, Casey Kiati might look comfortable, but he's not
scoring.
He's not scoring. He has used up some 30 deliveries so far, and he's stuck on 6. He's not picking up the singles. He's defending well, but certainly not ticking the scoreboard over. What he would not like to happen at this point is that he would not like to give it away at this point. Now he has done all the hard work. 6 from 31 deliveries. Offensive once more. Not really playing with soft hands and taking the pace off the ball and allowing himself enough time to pick up a single. And ball traveling rather quickly to the fielder there at cover. And Nando was able to field quite easily and prevent a run. Oh my goodness. There we go.
Probably just getting in too much of a defensive mode is Casey Carty. You have to be looking to look a lot much more productive, that he's trying to get some sort of runs. And here is he.
Almost bottom edging onto the off stump.
Yes, and has fallen into a position where he has gone ultra defensive. And you can be a little much more, as you quite rightly said there, Earl, to play with a little soft hands and try to get...
Square leg goes back onto the boundary. Let's see. Bit of a bluff. And this one is pushed quite into the offside. So, no short ball coming. Just the player being sent back, Anderson, to square leg. And they've had some 21 overs completed. 104 for 1.
Well, still continuation of... bowling from that Southern Hollowsack road end. We yet not seen a spinner being introduced. So right now I cannot work out what is the real situation they are thinking of the captain for Guyana. I thought he would have been trying to interchange and have some bowling changes, looking to, first of all, to break this partnership, and even more so looking to remove Michael Louis. But Michael Louis is growing more in confidence as he's out there, which in playing good so far. And we haven't seen where any of the seamers have proposed any great challenges to Michael Louis.
Well, he's on 71. Gets a good one there from Niall Smith. Jacking back at him and going over the top of centre and off. Louis dropped the hands, drop the bat, and allow it to go past him.
Yeah, a very good technique in leaving that delivery there by just dropping his hands between both legs and allowing it to go through to the wicket keeper, which appeared that it was just pitchable on about centre stump, but making that amount of height for him to leave it alone. So good judgment on behalf of Michael Louis from that previous delivery.
Oh, and there's a fancy leave alone by Kyle Louis. Looks rather stylish
Yeah,
when he
and
does that.
yeah, and as you're saying too, when batsmen like himself, who has been out there for a while, that rhythm, and we can see so much more effectiveness in terms of his movement and feet, and he did that very stylishly. And right away, it brought back a quick memory to a guy from Antigua named Michael Camacho. He used to do that same thing in leaving a lot of deliveries, having that stylish fashion in the leaving alone.
Yes, a very short man. Would have been around Leeward Islands cricket for a while. Played for Antigua. Would have played for the Leeward Islands too, Victor, I think.
Yeah, and he played for the Combined
For the
Islands.
Combined Islands also.
Yeah. And really, he was one of the batsmen, Earl, that I thought he was so brilliant of knowing where his off stump was, that so many times I see bowlers would actually put both hands on their head thinking that they had his off stump out of the ground, but he was a very, very good assessor of deliveries pitch on his off stump, and I think he lives somewhere in the United States. He usually followed the stream too. So Michael, if you're listening, a present good day to you.
Good to know that these two back for the second run. And Tomo to Louis. And, without hardly noticing, Louis has gone on to 73 with those 2 runs. And approaching a landmark, approaching that second half you spoke about, Victor.
Yeah, and he as he goes on, and as you quite rightly said too, that the surfaces are more accommodating now for the batsmanship, and he should really make full use of this situation. That is Michael Louis.
Pulls and pulls. Well, it's in the air. He's disgusted with himself, and the catch is taken. That's a brilliant catch by Ali Mohammed, moving in quickly, and the ball was in the air for some time, and goat mouth, commentator's curse. We'll have a look at it again, but that was a brilliant catch. And from the time he played the shot, he knew he had made a mistake. Here is Ali Mohammed taking it inches from the ground. Oh my goodness, that's a wonderful catch indeed.
Yes, excellent, superb, and good innings by Louis. But right away, as you said, when he played the shot, he knew that he did not have the control he would have liked by probably more rolling the wrist in executing that stroke. But the catch was a brilliant one to dismiss Michael Louis, who made a very good 73 runs. But Earl, here is a situation now, because Casey Carty has been so defensive throughout the partnership, and this also now lets in a new batsman and a new batsman, or this can also be, on the other hand, a big motivator for the Guyanese team, recognizing that Carty was not in, and up to now has not been in command, because of the percentage of deliveries that Casey has faced. Even though, yes, it is a 3-day encounter, but you could still be a lot much more eloquent in terms of even getting 1s and 2s. But with 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease now, this is going to be an interesting moment of play for the remaining overs of this first day's play between Guyana and the Leeward Islands.
I'm not too sure I would agree with you, Victor. Yes, Carty has eaten up quite a number of deliveries. But this is, well, you said 3-day, but it's a 4-day encounter.
4-day, pardon me, yes.
And 106 for 2. And going after 193 with 87 runs in a rear, going at a rate of 4.85 runs per over. Leeward still in a very good position. So I don't think there's any need to panic. What Carty has to ensure at this point is that he has used up a number of deliveries, and he has to capitalize on the situation. And based on how he has been batting, he seems to be in for the long haul. But I would agree that he needs to try and pick up singles and rotate the strike a bit more. But at the same time, if he goes and gives it away after doing all the hard work, then, well,
that will replete.
He would have done himself and his team some injustice.
Yes, I would agree with that analysis there, Earl, totally, because you're right. After staying around, hanging around with Michael Louis and playing that role, he would need now to establish um, converting and putting himself in a more appropriate position, because the ball has been striking the middle of his bat. So also too, that will give him some confidence. And as we quite rightly say, this is a 4-day encounter, and with overs still remaining in the day's play, he still has time to get some more runs to his tally and keep the partnership going on. But the good thing in behalf of the Leeward Islands is that 193 is which Guyana scored in their innings, and now 106 for 2. So the Leeward Islands should not be in any panic, but Casey Carty would need not to give away his hand, as you quite rightly say, after that hard work.
Oh, and he misses his run, Timo Paul, as he comes back from the media center end, and obviously Imlak is going to stick to his fast bowlers. Obviously he has worked out that it's doing the job for him. No need to bring any spin into the attack as yet. Timo Paul comes back and starts with a wide one outside the off stump.
Well, still good carry to the wicket keeper from that delivery again. Ball not keeping on the low side, so the bounce has been consistent up to this present moment of this first day encounter between Guyana and the Leeward Islands right here at Warner Park.
Timo Paul, of course, with a different hairstyle these days. Low cut previously. He would have been sporting the plaits. So looks a bit different out there, but cannot mistake that walk back.
Well, what he gonna need to have to do, he has to try and get more of his deliveries wicket to wicket, because there is no need for Carty to try anything out of the extraordinary once it's not on his wicket.
Well, I'm not too sure if the plan is to bowl it wicket to wicket. Here's one more or less on the stumps, but lifting. I think the line of attack, well, there are 4 fielders on the onside. But there's a slip in place, there's a gully, there's a point, short extra cover mid-off. That's the offside field. But there's a long leg and a backward square, which would suggest that he would be asked to bowl a bit straighter. Goes outside the off stump. So on the onside he has long leg and backward square, all back on the boundary, and then there's the short mid wicket and the mid on. But so far he has been just outside the off stump, apart from one delivery. So I guess it's a question of keeping it tight at the moment, outside the off stump once more. It seems though, Victor, that the Guyanese, the idea is to frustrate the Leeward Islands batsman, and it's a game of patience, of course. And they're no doubt playing on the patience of the Leeward Island batsman, and they're not giving too much away. Outside the off stump once more, and the over comes to an end. Guyana, of course, you know, having made a low total, they do not want to, at the same time, they do not want to give too many runs away. So while they're not getting wickets, the idea is to dry up the runs.
Yeah, in terms of what they achieved in their first innings, just the 193, and they would not really like the Leeward Islands to get very close to that total what they scored, and trying to just limit the Leeward Islands' run rate.
Driven straight to mid-off. Ashmean that is there. And they can't score. Yet to see Ned into the attack. You have to see Pamal in the attack. You have to see Kevin Sinclair in the attack.
Well,
All spinners.
those three names that you just mentioned, that also will create some interest as to how they will bowl and how the batsmen for the Leeward Islands will respond.
So nips back into the right-handed Kareem Go, who is there to get off the mark. In fact, that was the third delivery he would have faced. Victor, it seems as though we could be in for a long afternoon. It's 4:43 by my watch. And we had just gone past halfway through the overs. Over number 24 being bowled, another 21 overs after this. Whether or not we're going to get through those 21 overs left to be seen. No ball signal. So one more to the score. And the Guyana team, they have been very disciplined. Yeah, I've hardly seen any no balls. I think this might be the second no ball we're seeing being bowled by Guyana.
Yeah, in that aspect, they have been very disciplined in shoot, and really, the bowlers are not conceding a high percentage of no balls, and that is very good, especially for the seam bowlers. On the other hand, the Leeward Islands opening bowlers, they conceded a few no balls, but in this inning so far for Guyana,
I think Ali Mohammed would have bowled one, and now Smith bowling another, short lifting, and Go gets under it. So they have been very disciplined in that aspect, not giving too much away in terms of no balls or extras for that matter.
and that also is a very valuable factor after scoring just the 193, that they do not escalate those percentage of extras in that column, knowing what they are defending. That's Guyana.
Turned into the onside for his first run by Kareem Go. It goes down to long leg. And Ali Mohammed, who took that wonderful catch to dismiss Mikhail Louis, comes off the boundary to field.
Yeah, and with that catch, it was very good judgment on behalf of him. Really, he ran in, he kept his eyes on the ball, and then in the end, he went to the ground really with both hands, and coming up with a very outstanding catch to dismiss Michael Louis. But there's some one or two field adjustments now for Guyana. A fielder going on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and the second slip coming out and going into the mid-wicket area.
Yes, so square leg being put in place back on the boundary, and the short mid-wicket, the one slip taken out. Short lifting there to Carty. But it's important though for the Guyanese team to hold on to the catches,
Yeah.
having scored a low total.
That was another no ball signal though by the umpire.
So certainly I might have spoken a bit too soon. They have been very disciplined, and now we have 2 in 1 over.
Yeah, that was the next one.
It has been a long day so far. Prior to lunch, the luncheon session, Victor would have brought just some 23 overs earlier today. And we would have had some overs by the spin bowlers for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and overall, I thought Raheem Cornwall, the captain for the Leeward Islands, he made good changes, good timely changes in terms of how he exchanges bowlers from the ends, and he himself, when he came in to let the bowlers have different ends, but was successful in his first over, which was a maiden, and he got a wicket. And overall, I thought he handled things well for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, but I said that to say this though. We have another 21 overs after this. It took 2 hours this morning to bowl 23 overs. And it's now, according to my watch, 4:47. That's 13 minutes to 5. And another 21 overs, which is going to take you close to 2 hours, especially if the fast bowlers continue. So we're talking what, 30 minutes to 7, or close to that,
Well,
6:30. So it seems as though it's very unlikely we are going to get through these overs
yeah, if they did
here
not,
today.
if they do not have quick changes in terms of whereby and we can see some of the spectators there on the southern end, a few more coming into the ground, and if the spinners do not come into the attack, we can be looking somewhere around that time, as you quite rightly just mentioned there, because spinners will get to their overs more quickly and appropriately.
I don't think, though, they are going to turn the lights on. This is not a day-night match, so it's very unlikely that we're going to get through those 21 overs remaining in the day's play. But we'll just around very briskly. What they're doing now, they are setting a more attacking field for the new batsman, Karim Go. They're putting 2 slips in place. There's a gully in place. There's a backward point, a cover, mid-off. In fact, an extra cover. And this one is outside the off stump. And on the other side, there's a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a long leg back on the boundary. So, a bit more of an attack there for the new batsman.
Changes again.
Well, let's see what transpires. We see Anderson going towards slips, so he goes into slips. Basically, just change of personnel. Same feel applies. There's still the backward point in Ned. And outside the off stump once more. And we see, looks like Nando comes out from the offside and goes into the onside into a short mid-wicket. So just basically changing personnel that time as opposed to changing field placing. There are 2 slips in place. The goal is also there. Driven, but straight up to mid-off. They can't go past Pamal. Fields. So 109 for 2 over number 25. And Gary McGowan on 1, Casey Carty on 6. Outside the off stump once more. Kimo Pod in his 9th over, so he has had an extended spell, 1 for 33. Just to remind listeners that, our viewers, sorry, that Guyana earlier today would have won the toss. Decided to take first knock. Lunch they were 86 for 5. And were all out for 193 after lunch and just consuming some 44.3 overs, with Kevlin Anderson getting 77 not out. Kimo Paul 31. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed 30. Cornwall picked up 3 for 25. O'Shane Thomas 2 for 48, and Justin Graves 2 for 30. Hayden Walsh Jr. 2 for 26. And Leewards having been asked to bat for some 45 overs for the remainder of the day's play. At this point, they are now 109 for 4 with Louis 73, Karim Henry 22. So the 2 openers are back in the hutch at the moment. You see Thorne, the substitute fielder, coming on. Thorne, a young fast bowler. And he goes to long leg. I think it's Ali Mohammed who goes off the field. In fact, no. Ali Mohammed will pick up the attack at the far end. So he replaces Smith. So it's obvious, Victor, that they're going to persist with these medium pacers, Guyana.
Yeah, indeed, and that has been the onset. No doubt they went out there totally with that plan, and they're executing it. because we have not seen any spinning up to now. So that has been a team plan. We can see that is obvious, depending on the seam bowlers.
Nicely driven, knocked down there at extra cover. And a single taken in the end though. A good bit of fielding there at extra cover, and that looks like
Yeah, and the
that looks like it could have been Perez there at cover, but I'll get confirmation on that. So Ali Mohammed took that brilliant catch to dismiss Louis. In the air. Easy out, easy.
what a brilliant catch!
My word. That is excellence. That is brilliance. And the fielder looks like it's Ned who would have taken that catch. I'll get confirmation. But that was a wonderful catch indeed.
Oh,
Let's
yes.
look at it again.
Super magnificent. Moving across, stretching full length to his right,
One-handed.
and one-handed catch there. That is brilliance.
So that catch was indeed taken by Ned. A
Wow.
brilliant catch indeed by Ned.
Yes, excellent. Super magnificent catch there indeed. And this will give the Guyanese team a lot more impetus of inspiration to really go after these Leeward Islands batsmen in these overs that they will still have to try and get in. But we can see it will be even more obvious now that the medium pacers will continue the attack for Guyana. But that is what happens when the strike is not being exchanged consistently, and the fielders backing up their bowlers, and a catch like that will lift the overall morale of the Guyanese team out there in the field, and that will bring a very relevant inspiration for them to really try hard in defending the 193 which they scored when they batted first here at Warner Park against the Leeward Islands.
Oh, had just gone to the wicket door, and I think that was poor cricket on his part. He played it in the end, he paid the price. And, you know, I don't think there was any undue pressure on the batsman at that time, you know, to place a shot. He erred in not getting over the top of the ball, and he is one struck powerfully by young Joel Andrew.
Yeah, he really aggression first delivery.
It, you know, immediately that song that Shadow sang some years ago, I come out to play, came to mind because he didn't waste any time in really launching into that one.
Who knows?
He could be impetuous at times. Young man still. Flashes that one outside the off stump and missing, so he's not going to hang around.
Well, he has shown his intentions clearly from ball one that he's going to try to put some aggression, some attack he's going to apply to these bowlers of Guyana.
Bit of gamesmanship there from Ali Mohammed Doe. He, just a few yards from the batsman, he bent down, pretended to be tying his shoelaces, but it seems as though in the meantime he was having some words with the young man, trying to put things in the young man's head. So Ali Mohammed once more. This time he's defending. So certainly something seems to be going on there.
Yeah, something is mentioning between the bowler there to the batsman, but a lot of times that is just pure strategy to get the batsman off his intentions at the crease. But he will have to stay focused.
pulls and pulls nicely, gets off the mark. Kept it all along the ground, and he will retain strike the far end. And it's now 111 for 3. And Guyana fighting back quite nicely.
Yeah, and they have in this recent segment of the game has come back nicely by taking 3 wickets. 193 Guyana scored when they batted first, and the Leeward Islands in response, there are some 111 for the loss of 3 wickets. So they would figure that if they can even prize out 2 more quicker wickets for themselves, that is Guyana, they will think that they will have a more evenly balanced opportunity in this first innings to really defend the 193, but that is only on speculation. But Carty, who is out there, now retaking his guard, and Carty is the non-striker, pardon me.
So let's see how young Joel Andrew will deal with this situation. He's getting this one down to third man. Might have been opening the face of the bat that time. Perhaps I'll have another look at that one. But it was all along the ground, and he picked up 4. Yes, he seemed to have opened the face of the bat and worked it down to third man for 4. All along the ground. And a good batsmanship there by young Joel Andrew. And right away we see the offside field being strengthened. And in fact, a second slip being put in place. So there are 2 slips and a gully. Scheme of Paul. And this one is defended.
And Joel Andrew, he scored 122 against combined colleges and campuses, so he has some batsmanship about him. But really, in this situation, from a Leeward Islands point of view and his point of view, they will really need him and Casey Carty, Joel Andrew, that is, to really establish
flashes and flashes well into the offside. In fact, just a single as it's fumbled out there on the cover boundary, and one more to the young man. But let's not forget, Victor, that Joel Andrew would have toured with the West Indies senior team, the senior wonder team. Fortunately, did not really play in any of those matches. But I think he was selected in one of those matches, but that game, I think the weather did not allow that game. But certainly a young man with immense potential, immense batting skills, and the one for the future. Highly thought of. This time he gets it into the onside for a run. Carty has been relatively, in fact, 2 runs. They seized on that opportunity there. A bit of fumbling there by Kevlin Anderson at square leg. And they were quickly back for the second run.
Yes, indeed, capitalizing on that second run, Casey Carty. So Carty would know that it is extremely important for him to really stay out there along with Joel Andrew and really try their uttermost best to put a good partnership for the Leeward Islands, chasing down 193, which was scored by Guyana.
It's a wide one and allows it through. Few spectators have come in during the course of the afternoon. Not much of a crowd by any means, but nevertheless, a few on hand. And certainly today, of course, Victor being that momentous occasion over there in Nevis, where you have the primary school meet, the primary school athletics meet, and this meet has been going on for some 33 years or thereabout, Victor. In fact, it started in 1991, and this, of course, is year number 34. The only thing is that 2 years were missed because of COVID. I think it was 2020 and 2021. We confirm that. But since the inception, they would have had some 31 meets.
No, that's very good indeed, and in terms of that aspect from that historical perspective. So, no doubt, we can always hope that it will go from strength to strength.
Well, it has grown from strength to strength because it's one of the biggest sporting meets in Nevis. The whole of Nevis shows up for that, somewhat so that it has been accorded a half holiday every year. And many folks travel over from St. Kitts over for this meet, which starts at 11 o'clock. Should be ongoing at this point. It runs right into the evening also. So, fortunately, we have cricket, so I'm unable to attend. I've never been to any of the meets for one reason or the other. The time it's been held, it's always on a Wednesday. Nicely played, wonderful shot. This could go close to the boundary. In fact, goes across the extra cover boundary, 4 runs. This is the class of the young man.
Yes, and very good timing there by Andrew, timing it nicely. It was a cover drive, placing it very nice into the wide long of boundary, earning himself a very valuable 4. So this would at least elevate some confidence for this start by the young man. Looks good, he's right-handed.
10 from 8, and Casey Carty 9 from 47. That's the comparison. He's pulling and gets another boundary down, this time to long leg, and 4 runs. Just playing it between square leg and the man on the fine leg boundary and getting another boundary.
Yes, and keeping it all along the ground, just swizzling into his wicket and rolling the wrist nicely. And even though there is a fielder on the long leg boundary, it was so sweetly timed and placed that the fielder on the long leg boundary never had a chance. And Kadeem Henry earns himself his second boundary.
Showing some class here. And he has rushed on to 14. And score has gone on to 126 for 3. Pulls and pulls into the onside once more. This time into the mid-wicket region and just a single.
Yes, indeed. So he's making use of anything that is short, executing it well. Well, the sun has left us momentarily. It's cool conditions, at least more cooler conditions now out there for the players. And the young man Kadeem Henry, who is the non-striker, looking good so far. Casey Carty is on strike.
Carty pushes into the offside. We'll pick up a couple here. In fact, it runs close to the boundary. Did Anderson get it back? It seems so. They're back for the 3rd. So, runs coming quickly in this particular over. For the Leewards, they've rushed on to 130 for 3 in over number 28. And the light a bit subdued at the moment, Victor.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And really good running between these two batsmen. They are young cricketers, and so that is no surprise. And we can see now that it would be Kadeem Henry as the bowler is trying from a different angle. He goes around the wicket, but Henry is just nudging it into the mid-wicket area and getting another run. So using good intelligent thinking and stroke play here. And these two would know how important and relevant it is from a Leeward Islands point of view to really, if they can, try and bat out the remaining overs that the Guyanese will bowl. Guyana scored 193 when they won the toss and batted first here on this first day of this 4-day encounter between Guyana and the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, so we have some 27 overs completed. We have another 18 overs left in the day's play. And it's gone past the 5 o'clock hour. Of course, the umpire's watches and my watch, of course, would be saying something different. And whether or not we're going to get through these overs, Victor, I doubt it very much.
Well, once they continuing with the seam bowlers, your doubt might be very obvious in truth.
Well, even if they bring on spin bowlers at this point,
they may still not get through.
I don't see them getting through these remaining overs. It's well after 5 o'clock now. Pulled and pulled nicely in the air though, and out. So there we go. There's the impetuousness of the young man. He got one shot, he pulled it to Anderson, who is at backward square. And Anderson waited and waited patiently for the ball to get to him. And the young man is on his way back. Short, he's pulling, fell for the trap. And Anderson just had to take 1 or 2 steps forward to take that catch. And he's on his way for 16 from 13 deliveries. And the Leeward Islands floundering at this point. 131 it is for 4 from 28.1 overs.
Well, the plan by Guyana has worked out well, because in having the fielders in the deep areas, especially on the onside, it was just a matter of time where the bowler was going to try that short pitch delivery. And then it worked out well for Guyana, because the man coming on the square leg boundary took the catch, and another wicket going down for the Leeward Islands. So the plan has worked all, and we can see that they obviously, and you mentioned something earlier too, that in keeping the batsmen probably mentally a little frustrated, not bowling consistently wicket to wicket, for the batsman to be feeling it on the bat and just keeping it wide, and then come in with the short pitch delivery, and the batsman eyes lit up and think that that is an opportunity to score, but then did not get past the man at square leg. So another valuable wicket for Guyana.
Yes, and giving it away really young Juralandro. And when you're at this level, it calls for smart cricket. You cannot just allow bowlers to get your wicket that easily. And obviously the Guyanese team realized that he was going after the short deliveries, and they fed him with that delivery. He picked up a few boundaries, but in the end he succumbed to a short delivery. This one is short lifting, and Jamal Hamilton does not have to play. But certainly fell right into the trap and was caught at backward square. So Guyana fighting well. The Leeward Islands trailed by some 62 runs.
Well, and the sun is back with us here at Warner Park.
And what the Leewards would not want to happen is that even if they get a lead on Guyana, they would not like to find themselves with just a small lead. Who's fishing at that one outside the half stump.
Yeah, and it is an obvious ploy with a man on the long leg boundary, a man on the square leg boundary, that it's going to be just a matter of time where the seam bowler will try that short pitch delivery to try and induce a fall stroke from the batsman. But Hamilton, who has been in good form, and he knows that it is very important for him to stick in there with Carty.
Gets one on the hips and looks to turn it into the onside. We'll wait for any signal. Might have been from the body.
No, the bat.
Well, the umpire does not signal, so obviously it came from bat. It seemed to have been tucked up there by that delivery from Kemo Paul.
Well, that was the delivery where Keno Paul was digging in that short pitch delivery, but Hamilton was tucked up, as you quite rightly said, and it just got off the mark.
Short lifting outside the off stump and the low through. The light's still very good, Victor.
Yeah, it has come back. The sun has come back. It left us momentarily, and it is back now in its brilliance. So that might give some hope in terms of the remaining overs, but we could never tell. But the seam bowlers is going to continue. Both batsmen now having a mid-pitch conversation, and these two would have batted together on numerous occasions. First of all, for their representative island Anguilla in Leeward Islands tournament and so forth, that they would have batted together, and in this aspect in regional cricket to some extent. But Jamal Hamilton has been in good form, and he would need to exhibit some of that form here in this situation, chasing 193, which was scored by Guyana in the first innings when they won the toss here at Warner Park and elected to bat first for the encounter.
Actually, Carty's from St. Martin, the first man out of St. Martin to make the West Indies team. His father, of course, is originally from Anguilla, but resides in St. Martin. But he, of course, was born in St. Martin, driven up to extra cover by Hamilton. Hamilton, of course, from the island of Anguilla. And, of course, his father, Hamilton, father originally from Nevis, so he has a Nevis background. It's all a Caribbean thing. So, of course, Banks, Omari Banks, of course, from Anguilla, first Anguillan to play for the West Indies. And of course, he would be remembered for that epic and record breaking chase of some 426 runs thereabout against Australia in Antigua. Chase, a record breaking chase for the West Indies to win that match. And he would have featured in that match with the likes of Chandra Paul, Omari Banks.
Yeah, and that was a great achievement between both Amari Banks and Chandra Paul in that particular game. Very, very, very outstanding it was.
Very much into his music these days, Omari Banks. And in fact, his two daughters, they are also musicians. I think one plays the bass and one plays the guitar. And father and daughters team up together. Normally it's father and sons, but in this case it's Omari Banks and his daughters.
Very musical oriented, really, that family. And
of course his father, Banky Banks, the famous Banky Banks, who would have done quite a number, lovely shot there. In fact, it goes into the boundary now. And it's 4 to Casey Carty. So just to Banky Banks, he would have added some very popular albums back in probably the 70s, 80s.
Yeah, very outstanding.
Remember the Prince of Darkness, for example, a very popular song.
Oh yeah, great.
Right, and so Omari Banks, the cricketer, would have followed in his father's footsteps, and he would have been creating some recordings. But it's back with the cricket. A good shot there by Casey Carty, and that would make him feel a lot better as he picks up another run. So he's looking to capitalize on the time he would have spent out there. He's been out there for quite some time, but now looking to motor run. 138 for 4, the Leewards.
Yeah, he's looking a lot much more accomplished, and really it shows, as you quite rightly said there, that after doing the hard part of the work, there is no need to go into any indiscretions, which he has not demonstrated. So it is good composure on behalf of Carty, and having Jamel Hamilton there with him, and these two would have always known each other well. They would have played a lot of cricket between both islands, and Willa and St. Martin, and also for the Leeward Islands. And in regional cricket, here they are together now for the Leewards.
Oh, that's a good one. Short lifting. In the end, kept down there by Casey Carty.
And there again, trying to bring the batsman into that hook stroke, but Carty in that aspect just defended it well, and he was not induced to go for the hook shot, knowing that there is a fielder on the long leg boundary and one on the square leg boundary.
See Pomal warming up, so who knows, we just might see him into the attack shortly. That's Paul once more. Pulled nicely, but straight to Anderson, who's on the backward square boundary, just a single. This time kept down by Carty, not in the air, and pulled from up to down, as opposed to young Joel Andrew was pulling from down to up, and just giving a catch to Anderson on the backward square boundary. In fact, he had to come in to take that one. So good, sensible cricket there by Casey Carty. Driven nicely, and well knocked down there by Niall Smith. Moving smartly to his right. Just a single. Good work there. So backing up their bowlers, the Guyanese fielders.
Yeah, because we have seen some good saves, and we have, especially when brilliant saves like that one only cost 1 run, which looked at a time it might have been 4.
Taking on the pad. Stifled appeal, in fact. The bowler hardly shouted an appeal, and the leg by signalled.
Yeah, obviously going down the leg side also too.
Missing leg stump by a good distance.
Yeah.
That would have ended up well outside leg stump. And the bowler did not really appeal. The close-in fielders for Guyana did, but the bowler did not support in any way. He realized where that one was heading to. So Kemo Paul is 12 to over 2 for 43. Oh, another sharp lifter there from Kemo Paul. He's really bending his back, and he has been rewarded with 2 wickets for his team.
Yes, and the consistent pattern of the bunks for the seam bowlers is very relevant here in this encounter on this first day's play.
See him running back to his bowling mark. It seems as though the umpire might have had some word on the overweight. I will wait and see. Short lifting outside the off stump. Certainly, they've had some 31 overs, another 14 overs left in the day's play. And you see, looks like they're going to take a drinks break, are they? Or just some refreshment there for Carty.
Seems that's a change of helmet also too for Carty, but we're going to see the first bowling change from the Southern or Lozak Road end in terms of a spinner, and Pomal, as he was loosening up in the previous over, he's going to come on from the Southern or Lozak Road end. The Leeward Islands have found themselves in pursuit of the 193, which was scored by Guyana. Presently, they are 141 for the loss of 4 wickets. That's the Leeward Islands. 193 Guyana scored first when they batted and won the toss this morning here at Warner Park when play did commence at 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time. This is a 4-day regional match between Leeward Islands and Guyana. Two cricketing nations that have been very competitive and outstanding over the years in regional cricket, and in this generation even more obviously so. They have done well against each other, but Pamal is going to come. He's the left arm orthodox spinner. He's going to operate from the southern or Lozak Road end, and for him so far the wicketkeeper standing up. There's a solitary slip, there's a man at point, there's a cover, a extra cover, a man on the long off boundary, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man on the square leg boundary, and a forward short leg. So this is going to be very interesting for Pamal coming into the attack for his first bowling spell in this first innings. Guyana defending 193, Leeward Islands in response 141 for 4. Here is Pamal, first delivery. He is right on target on a good line. The ball just trickled out to short mid-wicket. There is no run. 141 for 4. Guyana will be looking for further inroads before the conclusion of this first and enterprising first day's play of the match. Leeward Islands versus Guyana. Guyana won the toss this morning, decided that they will bat. That was at 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time, and they scored 193. And the batsman for the day for Guyana is the man hailing out of Berbice, who is Kelvin Anderson, having 4 first-class regional hundreds, and today a productive and well-played 77 not out. And one being played down to a fielder on the long-off boundary. So Pamal into the attack, and another run for Casey Carty and the Leeward Islands. And he a very experienced bowler over the years is Pamal. And like Earl was saying earlier when he was warming up, and he was right. And really, here is a delivery that had some turn and bounce, and that would be encouraging to Pamal, Earl, as he is being reintroduced for the first time, or being introduced, sorry, from the first time from the southern or Lozak Road end.
Yes, and this is a key moment in the game for not just for the Guyanese team, but the Leewards team. How well they would handle Pamal could be very critical. But I think there's an attempt, though, to speed up proceedings a bit. And seems as though we are due for some overtime today. Victor, we have another 13 overs scheduled to be bowled, and that could take the better part of an hour.
But we're seeing a lot much more purposeful movement in the field, and it looks like possibly another spinner coming into the attack, as you quite rightly said, Earl, to speed up the process.
Ashwin Ned.
Okay, and that is
picking up the attack, left arm leg spinner. And he, of course, will be bowling over the wicket. But introduce rather late in the piece these two spinners. And with time slipping away. The light is still very good at the moment, but we are just about at 5:27. Play probably scheduled to finish around 5 o'clock, which means that we are in for some serious overtime today. And here's an easy single to Carty. So Carty looking to free up himself a bit.
He has been doing so recently.
He's moved on to 20 from some 59 deliveries, strike rate of just 30 plus. There's a forward shot leg in place for Ashwin Ned, and there's also slip in place. So he's bowling left arm around the wicket, and he's bowling to the aggressive Hamilton, who is flashing into the offside. Gets it as far as extra cover, where it's well fielded by Kevin Singley. He got a good bounce and plucked it from the air. Victor, looking at the outfield, it's a lot greener than it appeared earlier on. Of course, we now have pulled the windows across. Windows, of course, heavily tinted. So when looking through the tint, you're seeing something totally different. The field certainly looks a lot greener. Now we have slid the windows across.
Well, indeed, yeah. But it looks in very good condition, though. The outfield looks good.
A bit rough in parts, but that's expected. Lots of activities that's been taking place here at the Warner Park Wicket Stadium.
Well, and that is the difference too. That can make a difference towards the outfield, because as you could quite remember from 2007 when it was laid for the World Cup, how quick it was, and it seems now that the umpires have decided that
End of the day, Victor.
End
of the day, 1 party 3 for 4.
Yeah, I was really waiting because
so the 3 overs, so they've fallen well short of the overs, some 12 overs short of the what should have been some 45 overs that Leeward Islands would have had to bat. So 33 overs, it means that we would have had some 77 overs, 77.4 overs in the day's play, and falling well short of the 90 overs which was prescribed in the day's play. So the stumps are still up, and but that's the end of the day's play, and perhaps the umpires are awaiting the advent of the groundsmen to put the covers in place. But that's the situation here. Leeward Islands Hurricane, they in reply 143 for 4 from 33 overs, and this is in reply to 193 all out. Guyana, the not out batsman Hamilton on 3 and Carty on 20, and at this point the Leeward Islands, they trail by some 50 runs. And we'll be back here tomorrow at 10 o'clock when play will resume. I don't think that there would be any change in the start of tomorrow's play. In fact, we'll have to have some more than that, because we would have lost some overs today, some 13 overs. So,
well, the umpires have not really. Okay, well, yes, and really it was an obvious ploy by Guyana by just bowling the seam bowlers. If they would have brought in those guys earlier, would have been different.
Yeah, so that's the latest position here, 193 all out Guyana, and Leewards 143 for 4, and we'll be back tomorrow with further broadcast.